PKA 805 with our guest MMA Guru, fresh off Sean Strickland's win. Taylor?
This episode of PKA is brought to you by Club WPT Gold, Lock and Load, Gorilla Mind as a whole, and of course our merchandise. Guru, it's good to have you back.
It's a pleasure to be back on the PKA pod, the OGs of YouTube, back in the inner circle of the podcast game. I've been, it's been 6 long months since my last appearance here, but I thought we'd leave it a while so we have plenty to discuss. And boy, the timing has never been better with some of the recent events of the MMA world and other things in the world as well.
I can't wait to get to recent events, but I'm really chomping at the bit to find out how your fishing trip with Bryce Mitchell went.
Oh, it was an absolute blast. Honestly, it was the one part of the US trip that I enjoyed. I didn't enjoy the. I went to New York.
Portions?
I'm not really an outgoing person. I went to Miami. I went to New York. I wrestled with Arman Tsarukyan. A little bit of a humiliation ritual there, as you do as a content creator these days. But the fishing trip with Bryce Mitchell was one where I was like, this is a really enjoyable moment, and I've enjoyed this day. Overall, it was everything I expected it to be. It was a real trip, to be honest with you.
All right. Did he enlighten you with any grand philosophies that you didn't know before?
There was a bunch that couldn't make YouTube that I have, but may not reveal, and probably won't reveal out of the pact.
Sort of a code, right?
It's like a moral code between us. But the fishing trip was great, dude. We spent a night out in the water. I mean, I went there expecting it to be a few hours, and it ended up, I got to his at about 2 p.m. and I didn't leave his until 4 a.m. that night.
Who was the better
the whole time
and/or luckier fisherman? Reveal it.
We didn't catch a fish.
Neither of you?
It was a tie.
Neither of us caught a fish. I'm still on the fence of whether or not there were fish in the lake that we were in. if not for some movement that was going on, I would have honestly guessed that there were no fish in this lake that we were in. But we did have a couple bites, but we had a little different way of fishing. It wasn't the usual fishing rod, sit there and wait for it. We were doing like trout lines. I don't know if you saw, but you tie one end of the line to a tree and the other end to another line, and then you put little moments of bait throughout that line and let it sink to the bottom. So it was like a certain thing, but he was like had this goal of us catching a catfish and for me to try catfish nuggets, which he said are like one of the most underrated foods that you can have, and you're gonna love them. But it was more about the fish that we didn't catch along the way, if you know what I'm saying. It was, we just shared stories on the boat. We got into conspiracies. At some point, he swore he heard Bigfoot.
On that trip?
Yeah, while we were on the boat, he said that's Bigfoot. We've heard him out here. We've heard rumors of him. So there were a lot of like climatic moments.
I think it was you. Maybe he caught a glimpse. Just saying. If the shoe fits.
Yeah.
He thinks that Bigfoot lives in Arkansas?
I mean, where else would Bigfoot live? I don't know.
In the Pacific Northwest.
Like Washington.
I didn't realize there was fact-based geolocation for
so it's based on a real animal called Gigantopithecus that actually lived in the Pacific Northwest area of the U.S., Canada, those parts of near Alaska, like that region of the planet. So not Arkansas so much.
Yeah, I've heard Rogan go in on the Gigantopithecus and how it could have been a real thing, that maybe people saw the last of the Gigantopithecus and then
the Thunderbirds as well.
On. Yeah, true.
Thunderbirds were these giant birds that were big enough to like yoink a kid and take them off, and the natives had like stories about those birds, and people were like, oh, they believe in sky birds, and they were like, holy shit, look at this beak I found, Mike. It's like, there were Thunderbirds.
There were some noises.
There was a toucan.
Yeah, there were some noises that we heard out there that I'd rather it have been Bigfoot, because the idea of a man wandering around the middle of nowhere in Arkansas and making these noises around us while we're in the boat was scarier. We heard a gunshot at one point. Like, that's almost more of a scary thing. Humans are way scarier than mythology.
And the two of you can more than handle yourselves, but you don't know what you don't know how many people there are, what kind of weaponry they brought. I could beat Bryce Mitchell if I have a gun.
But if Bryce has a gun, there's no.
I'm making the rules in this scenario. I can beat Bryce Mitchell in 2 things: if I have a gun and strictly over the internet.
I love my chances against anyone if I have a gun and they don't.
Yeah.
Like, undefeated. 100-0. Just put them in the ring.
That seems to be the standard. You're good odds if you have a weapon of mass destruction.
And a little distance.
I don't want to sound too English here by saying mass destruction with a simple revolver, but Bryce Mitchell with a gun is someone you do not want to encounter in the fields of Arkansas at night. I tell you, dude, that's a dangerous man.
We had a blast. Have you at gunpoint and be like, the earth is flat. And you're like, okay.
Yeah.
I always kind of questioned it.
Yeah. No, but he's actually the nicest person I've ever met in my whole life, which is I was expecting him to be nice, but it was real. I hear about Southern hospitality as an Englishman, and I was like, okay. Mm-hmm. But he was extra, like he had a place for me to stay. He cooked for us, like everything, dude. He was just the nicest man. And there was no mask slip where he got sick of this act of being nice that he was putting up. Like that was genuinely
secret intellectual. Actually,
how long was it?
Yeah.
Like
how long was it?
Yeah, how long did you hang?
I got there at 2 p.m. left at 4 a.m. So it was the whole day and then the whole night. We chilled in the day at the farm, and then we spent about honestly like 10 hours out on the lake. It was crazy. Damn. And then we got back to his, ripped the bong, and that's where the true stories and conversations began.
That
was the biggest trip for me, dude. That's something I'll remember. Like, I remember the day when I was ripping the bong with Bryce Mitchell in his camper eating steaks and talking all sorts. It was a good time.
We were talking about this a while back. The commentary team, we've kind of had it with the UFC commentary team. I got nothing against Joe Rogan, but his commentary sucks. DC's is so biased and so bad. Bisping has become one of my favorites because at least he'll talk about fighting occasionally. I would love to have you and Bryce Mitchell do my commentary because your play-by-play is legitimately like S tier. Like it's as good as any pro that is on an ESPN broadcast. It's better, honestly. Like if I were listening through the radio, I could close my eyes and I could see the fight when you do play-by-play. Bryce Mitchell is the perfect color commentary guy. Because if there's ever a lull in the fight, if we've got like a Yoel Romero versus Adesanya type thing where we're just shuffling our feet and looking at each other, Bryce is going to fill the silence with some good stuff.
Oh yeah, Guru, I've been reading about Jews. It's like back to the
anyway, good jab from Strickland there again.
Romero was actually part of a communist program to make a Cuban Superman, right? Actually, I did know that.
That's why I have those gay urges.
We're having problems with my Bryce Mitchell's microphone here.
His mic is saying ridiculous shit. Do you have any favorite commentators, Guru?
Oh, I agree with Kyle here. And I do like. I think the new age ones are better. DC and Rogan. There's a thing on commentary where they get so comfortable, where they know they're friends with Dana and they know that the UFC loves them, and they kind of just sort of treat it as a bit of a podcast. And they sit there and they yap. And DC is eating into the microphone, and I just got a text message from so-and-so, and I'm like, there's something going on. Like there's a KO literally happening and unfolding within our very eye, or in front of our very eyes.
Shots in every can. Meanwhile, they're like counting the guy out on the floor. Yeah. Like, what are you
I can't remember the name of one of my favorites. Would you help me? He's handsome. He was one of the smaller champions. Uriah Faber hates him. He's Dominic
Cruz is
That's
the guy.
It. Thank you. That's what I needed. Yeah, I like Dominic Cruz. He's not always right, but
he's actually one of the commentators that has got the most backlash for the McGregor-Habib fight and the way he was talking about it. But I think that the fact that he is expendable and he can be fired and been got rid of is what makes him good, because that sort of job insecurity is what will make you actually really pay attention and do your research,
He criticized DC pretty strongly, and his criticism was that DC didn't prepare for the fights. And he's like, this is what I do. And he's got all these notes in front of him that he can refer to during the fight to do the best job possible. DC, on the other hand, just sits down and wings it with some Popeyes. And it's like, this isn't going to do.
I saw a picture of DC, and I'm not a MMA guy, so I don't watch it, but I saw a screenshot
of him
sitting there recently in the last 6 months, and he like had a tremendous like a cane Raising Cane's box combo, all 6 tenders, like right next to him as he's doing the commentary for the fight.
That may have been edited. That might have been edited.
It wasn't Raising Cane. It wasn't Raising Cane. It was that amount of chicken. It was like whatever they're serving there. But he was eating
tenders though. That's what it always is. Like I've heard. I can't remember the other person. Oh, it was I'm spacing out. Who's the funny comedian with the mullet?
Theo Von.
Theo Von was talking about, like, if you ever see him attend a UFC event, whenever somebody hooks him up with tickets, he's there at the first early prelim, sitting there by himself, like, yep, it's gonna be some good fights tonight. Like he's a fan. And I've heard him talk about, he's like, DC's over there with that box of chicken tenders he's trying to hide so bad.
He's pretty based.
Yeah, he's a diehard fan of the UFC, big time. But I like Paul Felder. I think is a good one because he's very professional and he does do a lot of play-by-play. But I think I don't know. I kind of like that the UFC commentary shit because it gives me space to exist.
That's true.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point. I think I saw Paul Felder. I think I have the right guy get into it with a fan. The fan just absolutely like trashed him over Twitter, and he's like, "I dare you to say that to me, my face." And he goes, "Oh no, you'd kill me. I'm going to keep this on Twitter." I was like, I like your energy. I'm here.
I think he said fair enough, I guess. Yeah. I've seen that. Yeah.
Laura Sanko does a fine job. She seems to know. She does her homework. She knows the fighters. She knows their background. She knows that her position is probably a little tenuous and that people are going to be likely to not accept her. So she comes prepared, and she clearly knows the sport. She knows mixed martial arts. She talks about jiu-jitsu moves that I don't know. I'm like, oh, is that what that's called? Okie dokie. All right, nice to know. I just learned something from Laura Sanko. So I like her. I don't mind whenever she's on my TV. And she's pretty. She's nice to look at.
Yeah, she's
on another fatty.
Thought of it.
Guru, so there was a time you've watched long. The meta in MMA keeps shifting, right? Like at first it was Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu like back in the 90s. And then it sort of changed to wrestling. And then these strikers like in the Anderson Silva era seemed to dominate. And all you needed was defensive grappling. And then grappling was the meta for a while, like in the Khabib era. And even now you could argue, the Islam and until recently.
There's only one champion with a wrestling background. It's Islam.
Oh, now there is
boxing and
kickboxing.
Oh, currently. Yeah. And I was going to say until recently, the unpronounceable dude that looks like he has a hair lip but doesn't. Someone help me.
Yeah. Chimaev.
Khamzat Chimaev. I feel like in real time, we're seeing the meta shift away from grappling.
It happens. Whoever's on the top is the one to chase. Like the game, that's how the game improves over the years. A lot of people say that like, it used to be way better back in the day when Anderson Silva was doing these superhero moves. But that's also on the part of like Anderson Silva was like the only good one. Like if Sean Strickland was facing the part-time history teachers that Anderson Silva was, he'd also look like he was entering the Matrix.
You talking about Rich Franklin?
Yes, Rich Franklin, a little part-time history teacher. But I think whoever's at the top, that's what people chase. So once you see that wave of like, oh, Umar might get the bantamweight belt, Merab has it now, Makhachev's got this, Chimaev's got this. All of a sudden, everyone in their gyms are going, okay, we need to go grappling, like grappling heavy this time. And then strikers will take over, and then everyone's like, okay, everybody needs to hone in on their striking. So it's just like a balancing act of like what contenders are focusing on at any given time. And yes, Kyle was right. There's only Makhachev left. One more target to remove. But it is what it is.
Taylor, pop quiz. Do you know what Chuck Liddell's career was before fighting?
Oh my God. Like bodyguard,
garbage man,
bouncer.
Maybe you know MMA Guru?
Was he an accountant?
A certified public accountant.
Yeah.
Or company.
Oh man, you led me right into that. I should have known. There's no way I would have given a fucking ass if it was anything other than accountant. Damn it.
Damn. I bet he can't even do his own taxes now.
I bet you're right. Oh, I'm sorry. What'd you say, Taylor?
I said that's why he's so hardcore. He's an accountant.
Yeah. Oh my God. He's just like, it's like looking in the mirror when I see that guy fight.
The reason he must have quit is because those giant fingers must have been too big to work the 10 key.
The adding machine, right?
Yeah.
Dude, that's life on the edge. Accountancy is life on the fucking edge. Dude.
They made a movie about it.
Real.
With, Ben Askren. Ben Askren. No, what's his name?
Not Ben Askren. Yeah, not Ben
Affleck. I was close. I'm so bad with. I'm losing my mind.
It's just names and faces.
Ben Affleck is just that movie.
The fact that it takes me 4 times longer than an average person to gather a video game map, but otherwise I'm fine. I don't think there's anything wrong.
Ben Affleck in that movie isn't even autistic. He's just like really impolite. Like he's just overtly rude to people. They're like, "Do you want to get lunch?" That like cute girl, and he's like, "No, go away. I need to do numbers." It's like, my God, like just go on a date with the girl. She wants you.
Yeah. So oh my God, he's like Rain Man. You know, like he's crazy how rude he is. Go on, Carl.
Last time we were on, I said something probably stupid, but I watched the Nate Diaz fight, and I came away with it thinking that I could survive a round with Nate Diaz. that I wouldn't, and if worst case scenario, I wouldn't be afraid. Like if I went in there with Francis Ngannou, I am so afraid, and I'm hoping he'll show mercy. If I go in there with Nate Diaz, I'm like, there might be a moment where I make this guy look bad. He might trip over his own fucking feet after I watched him get disassembled. He looks so. First of all, I never thought much of him at all, but he looks so bad and over the hill now that it's like, how bad is Nate Diaz? You know, they do that thing. Just how good is Conor McGregor?
Yeah.
How bad is Nate Diaz?
He has fallen off a hill so bad. And I think part of it is Mike Perry. He is a fucking pit bull of a fighter and an absolute powerhouse.
This man
take him right out.
Yeah.
This is
I wish
would
didn't have the before picture in it, but okay.
You know, let me all reddened over there.
No, that guy on the right loses to a 4-mile walk without a drink.
Yeah.
Like
I would lose to Nate Diaz in 30 seconds to I could go around with Nate Diaz transformation right here. That's the type of mindset this transformation will give you. I don't think you're lasting around with Nate Diaz, by the way.
He would piece you up, dude.
Even what if he was keeping it on the feet? You don't think I could last around?
Do you think that helps?
Oh, it helps tremendously. I just have to absorb the 5 punches he's going to throw.
It doesn't help.
You just have to do that.
Yeah,
he's a professional fighter.
Like I just, if we go to the ground, he's an incredible jiu-jitsu practitioner. He would do whatever he wanted to me. But God, he looks bad on the feet. He just looks so slow.
Just looking at his professional fighting acumen and your professional fighting acumen, like those punches he's throwing are gonna land. Like he's not gonna be stymied by your panic. He's gonna hit you up.
And you'll say, I never realized how tender that spot was. Like, have you been hit in the kidneys? Have you been hit like at the bottom floating rib? It's not fun at all.
I'm with you on all that. I'm just still saying he looks like shit, and I would not be afraid to fight him.
He also tends to throw at half power. Like his bunches of punches, half power. Like he's not a knockout
he unloads
artist.
on me instead. He knows he doesn't have to make it around 4.
100%.
That's what my fucking boxing coach would do. I've told this so many times. It's a dull story now, but like he'd hit me in the body, and I'd be like, "Are you hitting me?" Like he was a pro fighter, not like a good one, but like a guy who occasionally fought for money. And I'm like, I gotta know, like, what is it like when you hit in a fight? Same fucking thing. I don't think my coach was holding back, at least on body shots. He didn't do any brain damage. That was something else, I guess.
It's very nice of him. But I do agree that if I had to, if there was a fighter that I had to choose, like if you lost per second, you would make $1,000 in a cage. And Ngannou, you're leaving broke. You're like, you might leave in debt $1,000, like a minus.
You might make 8
and you've lost. But Nate Diaz would be the guy that I would choose.
Or what about Chuck Liddell? Because I think he's worse. After watching
in his prime?
No, like right now, today.
He'd still put mustard on you and catch you with some heaters, I swear.
Okay.
He would. Because he's he's got the barrel old man. Think about the toughest old man is still somewhat intimidating. Chuck is that guy, but he's actually that guy.
Yeah.
It's not like he would still put a lot of steam on you. Are you a professional fighter, Kyle? What is this?
It's just he's just old men with brain damage who move slowly, and I think, man, I just don't see the explosive scariness that I see from everybody else. Like those two matchups come to mind as two of the most lopsided ones I've seen in the last 10 years. Like when Tito went in there and massacred Chuck, and then again the other day when Perry just sliced Diaz apart. I watched that with my girlfriend, and I was she must have thought that I was in the fucking like UFC at some point. Like I was like calling every fight because they were so easy to call. Like, I think you said it in one of your videos. It's like we had A side versus C side all the way down the main card, and it was easy to call not only the outcome but the method. I was like, Ronda by arm bar, less than 60 seconds. Watch this shit.
Yeah.
Boom, 17 seconds. I go, it's over. She was looking at her phone. She's like, "What do you mean it's over?" I was like, "That was it. You can't look away."
Kyle, I don't know where this is coming from, but I don't like this newfound confidence that you can beat up MMA fighter. Like,
I disagree. Kyle and professional fighter give him both 6 months, right? So this fight takes place November 2026.
He doesn't get 6 months. Don't do that.
No. Hear me out. Muhammad Ali.
He gets 6 months.
I destroy Muhammad Ali. All right, No sweat.
Yep.
I mean, he's just bones now.
He's all dried up now.
I just put the corpse of Muhammad Ali.
Chuck Liddell would knock you out so quickly. Like I saw that guy's hands in person. It was like the kind of hands you would notice in public. Like those are gnarled. They're like tree roots and they're enormous. Like his forearms are still big and the hands are ridiculous at the end of them. Like that guy's throwing heat. He's got Lesnar hands.
He is brain damaged though.
Yeah, that helps. That means he doesn't know the word defeat. Literally.
My goal isn't to win. My goal is to survive a round.
Okay. So that's different than what you were saying a while ago about how you beat them.
We've backed off a little bit.
I don't think I could defeat any of them. I would have to be hitting them to win the fight. Like unless Nate Diaz is literally going to trip and hurt himself.
No. I'd get fucked up by any of those people. I suffer under no illusion. Who's the smallest woman? That's who I would pick. Like 100-pound woman.
Probably Sam Hughes. I'm gonna go unranked with this. Like I know the small women out there,
and just hope that I could get a purchase on her wrist. Because if I get that, she's not gonna get out.
Like, while I don't truly have any illusions that I could defeat any, even former UFC fighter, Ben Askren I could probably take.
He just had double lung surgery though.
Just had double.
You're really picking on the down and out. Here.
I don't like the way you're making excuses for the professional fighters, right?
Right?
I mean, guy who almost just died.
I mean, it happens though. Like Jake Paul did knock these guys out, so it is this new thing where, like, if you're young and in your prime, it is over.
First, you guys are like, "Oh, boo-hoo, he's dead." Now you're like, double lung transplant. You're just making excuses for these people.
Yeah, it's true. Ben Askren is hilariously unthreatening on the feet, but he would grapple your ass off, though. You a grappler, Carl?
Nope, not at all.
Then it's over. Then he'd barrel you over right now.
I know his health is way better than it was, a year ago. Is he okay today?
He's existing. He's like moving around and talking, but if I would not want him running at someone or trying to exert himself in a crazy way.
No, I wouldn't want that either.
He had two.
No, I don't think I could defeat any of these people. I'm saying survive a round with them. Like, and if I and those are the three. If you're gonna throw poor Ben Askren in, hope he does improve. I always like that guy. If I'm getting paid to survive a round, I'm picking Nate Diaz. I just God, he looked bad. He looked so bad. And especially, I definitely could take, I might even be able to defeat the Nate Diaz at the end of the fight. Like if they take the guy who couldn't get up off the stool, who may have shit himself, and then let me step in fresh, now I really like my chances.
What about DC, but you've got like two pockets full to the brim of tendies?
I think DC could kill like any three of us combined almost. You know, I feel like he would slam one of us. Remember when he picked, was it Stipe he picked up and walked around with before losing to him?
Yeah.
He would do that to each of us. He could do that to two of us at once. I feel like he's just such a low gravity. He's a gravity well. He's a problem.
Taylor, did you mention the chicken tenders as like that would be Kyle's advantage against DC?
100%, because then you could toss them out to distract him.
Yeah.
But once he knows you've got them on you, That's just going to give you all the more motive. Now there's something on the line for him.
I didn't think about that.
Right.
Now he's a prize fighter out
like
there.
Fighting a tiger covered in bacon grease. This is a mistake.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, but Gaethje says when it comes to fighting a professional fighter, how long you could survive, it's like how long can you sprint for? Because that's the cardio that it is in the cage.
I have a different strategy. It's all about the pre-fight. Like hey, Nate, have you met my special needs son? I care for him. Right? That's the kind of thing that gets me to the third round.
Your special needs, you got you know the struggles.
He depends on me. This is something you should know going into the fight.
I mean, that could work. It could work. But Nate's kind of got a bit of that in him.
Yeah, Nate might not be the guy. Maybe we need like a Chael Sonnen or a DC or something, right? And it's not even about their fighting ability. It's about their tender heart.
Yeah.
Nate seems like a good guy, but behind the scenes, I really like those stories of Shane Gillis talking about hanging out with him. Those are really funny.
Nate's quick to fight, though. Guy. He likes to fight guy.
He is.
He's always on the edge of being insulted and wanting to fight about it.
Yeah. You don't want to be a stranger approaching Nate Diaz on the streets in New Orleans. You'll get guillotined and dropped like a bag of shit in the street. We saw him do that to that poor random guy.
I also think there's a thing with Nate where if you're a casual and you don't know MMA, you could look at him and think, I could take that guy. Whereas with a lot of other, even if you look at Chuck Liddell these days at a bar, you would still think, maybe I don't want to press his buttons. The Mohawk at 60 years of age, that's a statement.
He's like 54 with the Mohawk, and he's like slurring when he's ordering his chicken tenders. You're like, that guy fights. That guy's ears are disgusting.
Yes.
That's a good sign.
I think this was one of the best versions of Nate Diaz physically we've seen in a while. I think they're all juicing. They are. Like everybody on that, even Ronda looked pumped up on something. Like she had her mean face on, her pouty face that I never believe. Like you're angry?
I think the UFC fighters are juicing too. They're just held back by having to pass tests.
Yeah, they can't go all the way.
Yeah, and they exactly. There's limits on what they can do.
I do think there's a lot of natural fighters though. I think it's honestly about there's 25% of them that are on some. I really think the majority are.
Wait. Would you change that percentage if we were just talking about people ranked in the top 5?
Oh yeah, probably. Yeah. But overall, I look at some of these guys and I'm thinking, if you're on Source, this is pathetic, especially when I look at a lot of the unranked fighters.
Help me with his name again. Khamzat Chimaev? How close did that come?
Chimaev, yeah.
That guy, I have looked better in a mirror in the last few years than he did in the octagon recently.
Are you guys just a bunch of absolute giga chads? Am I getting the wrong impression from the PK podcast?
We all work out. We're all pretty strong.
Okay, cool.
Woody's got the 6-pack rocking these days.
Okay.
Oh my God, I have more stories to talk about with that.
What are you about?
Endless stories about your 6-pack, yeah. I mean, you should be in better shape.
It's not bragging, but
it's not.
We all bench press.
Was there more to the Chimaev tangent than you just look in better shape than him?
That was the whole thing. Well, that and he really struggled to make weight and gassed out in the first round. And I think that this guy needed to have a lower body fat coming into the weight cut, and he may have had a better fight.
I don't think he gassed out.
What?
Yeah.
Oh, that's me.
That is you. That is a build. You have got abs. You have got a 6-pack, I guess.
Yeah.
How old are you?
I'm 53.
Fair. You know what? Congratulations.
Thank you.
Testosterone?
No, he won't. I can't get either of them to get on the juice with me. It's like they don't watch professional sports or something like that. They don't want to be like their heroes for some reason. All right, like get on the sauce. Nobody's testing you.
But on the Chimaev topic,
safe.
Yeah, on the Chimaev topic, I don't think he gassed. I think it's just like the way he fights. If it is shut down, it is shut down all the way until he gets a chance to second wind himself. He's all gas, no breaks. His first round, Khabib gets you into a dominant position and keeps you there. And he doesn't really have to work from that position and he can breathe. But Strickland did a really good job in round 1 against Chimaev of making sure that anything Chimaev got as an advantage, there was no breathing time. There was no time for him to just sit there and go, Like everything that Strickland did to defend him round 1 made Chimaev have to jump to the next move to keep him there. You know,
I see it differently.
Back at the end.
I recognize your MMA guru, but Khabib was like an anaconda with his grappling, where he'd get a hold of your ankles and work his way to his knees and then your hips, and and then he'd work his way to his submission. And he seemed to have the cardio to do more than just maintain position. He could advance position and threaten submissions. Whereas, I'm retarded. Khamzat, thank you. I appreciate the assist. but whereas Khamzat, my goodness, like he gets the takedown. And then all he wants to do is hold position. He doesn't advance, really. He doesn't really threaten submissions very much. I know he went for the RNC, but by and large, he would just lay and pray all fight long if he could. And I think it's a cardio issue.
Yeah, but that's what he did against Dricus du Plessis, because he could do that against Dricus du Plessis. He could hold him down and breathe. But against Strickland, what I'm saying is that he couldn't hold down Strickland. No one can hold down Strickland. It was like a secret amongst MMA gyms. That's why a lot of the fighters had picked Strickland, and it's probably a good thing they stopped fighters from being able to bet, because Masvidal retired from the UFC and he said he put a large amount of money based on rumors that he heard.
100,000 on him at like
I didn't
4-1, 5-1 or something.
Yep.
I can't remember Strickland being bested in grappling, but I just didn't recognize that his defense
didn't go his way.
Yeah, true.
I just didn't remember his defensive grappling being that good. DDP, though, I remember him just like, I swear he'd bend at the waist, run forward with the windmill punches, and they'd land sometimes.
Dricus is that guy.
Style. That's why it's so fun to watch him.
Yeah, it's all damage. Like, you aren't the same guy you are in round 2 if you've taken some big clobbering hooks off of DDP in round 1, and that's why Chimaev had the approach that he did. But my whole overall stance is, you didn't gas out if you're pushing Strickland backwards and somewhat keeping close to his pace in rounds 3, 4, and 5. Like, if that's Chimaev gassed out, I don't want to see him when he's not gassed out, because he's going to be an absolute insane monster. Khabib's a lightweight. Chimaev's a fucking middleweight. That's a huge difference in terms of keeping pace. Strickland is known to make people fight at his pace, and they can't really do it very often. Adesanya couldn't do it. A lot of fighters in the top of the division can't do it. And Mavov couldn't do it when Strickland took the fight on 2 weeks' notice. So I think if Chimaev was gassed, how is he pushing forwards in round 4, throwing jabs to the body and the head? Like, it was, he did gas out, but I think it was because of what Strickland did and not just because of some bad weight cut. Fighters have bad weight cuts all the time.
I don't understand the bad weight cut. Now, this is where, like obvious. I know I can't fight Nate Diaz, but I can out weight cut him. Like, I've cut weight before, and it's just not.
We saw
hard.
the picture 5 minutes ago. Yeah,
like I cut like, I wish I could remember the exact numbers.
But you weren't prepping for a fight.
I cut like, but what's the difference? I was physically like going at it hard every day. I was running 5K every single day on a restricted diet and lifting heavy, and I cut like 15 pounds in a day or something like that. It wasn't a big deal. It wasn't a big deal at all. I went from like, I don't remember the exact numbers, but I went from like down to 160s, like down to the 160s from the 180s, like something like that.
How tall are you?
6'2".
Okay, so that's, you still got some size on you though. I used to weight cut over the school holidays. Like the last week of the school holiday, like over the school holidays, I'd really let myself go when I was younger. And then in the last week, I'd be like, let me just really trim this down. So the first day when I'm back at school, people are like, holy shit, it's a whole new guru. You know? And then within week 2 of schooling, I'm back to my general blobbish appearance. But it was a good disguise for at least a few days at the start. You know, first
your
impression.
reveal though, you're not nearly as chunky as people thought you were.
No, I've got weight on me, but it's more like a fat guy you'd see on an NFL field type of shape. You look
like a lumberjack.
Yeah.
Like I'd buy some pancake syrup if you were on the front.
He's just a fellow Moonface King.
Yeah, it's true.
I was trying to articulate it, right? Like from the collarbone up, if I was to imagine the rest of your body, I would imagine it to be not as fit as it actually is.
Yeah. Well, while sat down, it is an unpleasant angle, I will say. But stood up, I think I've got a good old frame on me. I'm a bit of a frame merchant. I get away with a lot due to the frame, you know.
Do you lift?
Yeah.
I don't really. I when I have like a public appearance, I'll do like a 3-week training camp, 4-week. Like, let me just pump some bicep curls and just, feel like mentally good about myself going into it. But I don't really lift, to be honest with you. I'm just kind of big, to be honest with you. I don't know.
It's a big Brit naturally.
Yeah, I think so. I think I've got a bit of a strongman build, but I just sort of like squander. I'm a squandering man, I think.
Yeah, like this is the picture. This is the first picture I think most of us saw. This one that Woody just linked here of you next to Drickus.
Zach will have it up in a second.
Yeah, I feel like if you lifted, you'd be enormously strong. You look like you're built to be powerful.
You should
see people watching. Is this what you thought he looked like?
There's another one where I'm a bit wider on the right. If you click that right button,
yeah, that one's better.
The other one, but yeah, notice the deceiving pinch of the bottom of the shirt.
Yeah, I noticed.
Crafty move.
Wait, what did you do?
The pinch at the bottom of the shirt, just to tuck that sort of waist in a little bit.
Didn't trick for a second. I've been there. Done that.
I know.
Wait a second. Pinching the bottom of the shirt should be legal. That doesn't work if your belly fills it. That is just exposing what you have.
It's a black shirt, another excellent tool of our kind.
Yes, it is. And also Taylor would know. I wore this shirt when I was way fatter. So the bottom of it is like flared out for my previous girth, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's a bit of a quagmire. I definitely am a right-handed man there.
Yes.
Yeah, I didn't notice until you pointed it out. So that now I know how you masturbate.
Flaming up a little bit to the right.
True.
Yeah, you just have the physiognomy of like one of the guys probably sitting in a bog that Julius Caesar saw, like invading Britannia back in the day. Being like, these people are insane. Yeah, face painted blue, eating cheese and milk, gigantic.
This is great for my self-esteem. I'm glad I came on PKA today.
Yeah.
That's what, anytime I'm out in public or I get pictured at like the gun show or whatever, all the comments will just be like, his head isn't as outrageously big as I thought it would be. And people will be like, it's still pretty fat. And they'll be like, true. And it's like, thanks for that.
I've got a massive cranium on me. That's my big... I have a giant head. It's a real
problem. Do you
problem.
buy regular hats, like baseball caps, or do you like find hats for big heads?
That's a van cover.
I've never been a hat man, and I think that is sort of like
I'm looking at you. We can all see you.
You're a hat man.
Was that to me or Taylor there?
You're wearing a hat, Guru.
Oh, I meant like a Taylor type of hat.
Okay.
This has been stretched to oblivion to fit this cranium. But yeah, I know. I have a giant head. It's what it is. It comes with the territory here. Big old cranium on me.
That's one of the hallmarks of a champion fighter. They carry that big old noggin around. They get a strong, thick neck. They don't take as much concussive damage when they get hit in the head.
Makes a lot of sense, right?
Remember that they have no neck.
Look at Conor McGregor's head sometime. Like first of all, Conor McGregor, you talk about physiognomy. Look at his build. His hands are way too big for 145 pounds.
His arms are long.
His head way too big, like all that stuff. He's built very funny.
Yeah, like if you were to go around Ireland, and I don't know if you should be doing this, but if you were to go around Ireland and look at teenage boys to like decide who would be a top level fighter, let me finish.
Just
that
a Saturday for me.
Yeah. But you would immediately point out like a 13, 14-year-old McGregor and go, oh, we should train him to be a fighter because his arms are crazy long. He's got really broad shoulders, massive hands, a massive cranium on him as well. Like he is definitely built for what he ended up doing. It's one of those cases. And this is a perfect segue because guess who's back? McGreg's back on the scene.
I'll believe it when I see it, first of all. Like he's got to show up and fight. I won't even believe it fight week until he's in the cage.
Hasn't it been
I'm betting
like 10
on him.
years?
I literally bet Woody a small amount that McGregor would win his fight. I think that Max might look. I'm a huge Max Holloway fan. He's one of my top 5 guys all time favorites. I really enjoy him. I love his boxing. I love his attitude. I love when he points at the fucking ground and bangs it out.
Oh my, yes.
All great things. I love his Hawaii pride. I wish that UFC would do a Hawaii event just for Max Holloway. Like I wish all those things for him. But they don't have the infrastructure. But I think that he's kind of washed. He's got a little CTE. Woody didn't notice it, but when I see his live streams when he's gaming and stuff, he's slurring his words more than he used to. He's not as clear. Yeah. He doesn't like hit all his consonants every time. I think he's got brain damage. I think he has CTE, and I think that in that game, in professional fighting, you hit a wall. And you were good last fight, and now you're not anymore. Like, even if you won the last fight, and he didn't, sometimes they're not the same guy the next fight. And I think that McGregor's been off for 5 years at least. It's been 10 years
since was Obama president the last time he won?
Last time he won.
That's the start, right?
So he's been resting up.
He's been hibernating. It says he beat Donald Cerrone in 2020.
Oh man!
Wow. Yeah. Okay.
Was that during the pandemic, the Donald Cerrone fight? I'm sure there was a crowd. How quickly were crowds back during that?
That's time? January 2020. So that was before it really kicked.
Right before.
I think March is when it really kicked off.
Yeah,
those shoulder strikes that broke his nose, and then that head kick, and then the ground and pound. It was a beautiful fight for a McGregor fan.
I think Cerrone submitted before the fight started. I've never seen anyone else ever get hit by shoulder strikes and stop fighting. They're the fucking toe stomps of MMA, right? Like, they do them, they try them, but it never is actually effective.
Yeah. I mean, Cerrone that's the trademark Cerrone thing though. Is that he will, if you put pressure on him early, he will break. That has always been the Cerrone thing. So in hindsight, that was always going to be a first round McGregor KO over Donald Cerrone.
My favorite Cerrone fight is one where he lost to Nate Diaz. Do you remember that?
Oh yeah, middle fingers.
Yeah. So they both thought they were him. Both fighters were just like, this guy has the audacity to think he belongs in the octagon with me, and I was here for that energy. And before the fight, they're both like, that motherfucker. They thought they were gonna win. They were excited to win. They were like. It was they didn't like each other. They both thought the other guy didn't deserve the arrogance that he carried around. And after 2 rounds, Nate Diaz was piecing up Cerrone. It was just like, and I think Nate Diaz flipped him the bird, and Cerrone goes,
yeah, he had this look of, you got me,
Here's where Cerrone won me over. Then he answered the bell, and he lost, but he gave his best effort, right? He was like, this next 5 minutes is going to be terrible, but when it's not going to be, filled with cowardice. And I love the heart of the fighters. It's one of the things that makes me a fan. And in that loss made me like him more.
Yeah. That Nate Diaz that for Cerrone, Kyle, you ain't lasting around there. He back then when he fought Michael Johnson, I don't know if you remember that fight, but he was in such good shape for that fight, and his hands were fast. And actually, he was the type of fighter compared to maybe nowadays where you go, oh, damn, he can cause harm. But watching him against Mike Perry, I do agree. It looked like a guy who couldn't hurt another human. I described it on Twitter, I believe, as this feels like watching an old man get jumped by Mike Perry. Like, he was getting battered around, and he pooed himself in that fight. I don't know if you saw the reports.
Yes, part of a champion.
Yeah, I told the guys here, he 80% sure he shit himself. He was bleeding so much, it was hard to tell if that was shit on the stool or if that was blood. But there was something on the stool, and he was waddling around the whole fight. Like, he'd been waddling since the second round, like a guy with a crap in his pants. But I do like Nate Diaz, so I don't even like saying that. I feel bad. It's like, I'd have probably shit myself too, man. Mike Perry beat the fuck out of him. Like, watching Mike Perry work though after his bare knuckle fighting experiences that he's had, seeing him work those uppercuts in, and just so often uppercuts don't get through. People block them, people parry them, people just get out of the way. Nate ate every one of those. And then the elbows, like these weird Muay Thai over the top, diagonal slashing elbows he was throwing at. I was like, okay, he's not bleeding. He's not. Oh, he's bleeding now. Like, they all just started bleeding at the same time. It was like in a movie where someone's been shot, but they don't know it yet. And then everything starts, they open their shirt and it's just red.
And imagine going through all that and also having to poop. What a nightmare. Terrible. What a total nightmare.
It was those early body shots
here,
that did it to
in his hair. Like nasty cuts.
Yeah. He's been cut so many times that they're just waiting for them to be opened up again, those cuts on Nate Diaz. But Mike Perry actually messaged me after that fight saying, I watched your commentary back along with the fight, and shout out to you and that. We were talking back and forth. Nice. He didn't like that I was a little bit critical, but I cleared things up. We were chatting back and forth in the DMs about it, which I thought critical about. I like Mike Perry. Huh?
What were you critical about with him other than him losing that boxing match?
Yeah, I had just watched the UFC card because it was back and forth with the UFC, that Netflix card. And the Netflix card, they will never admit this, but they were very clearly holding them back, ready for the walkouts until the UFC fight had a finish or went to a decision. Because I thought I was going to be having to watch two at the same time, but every time there was a break in the UFC, they would walk the Netflix MMA fight out immediately. Like, there was a first round finish. Go Perry, go Diaz, walkout.
You think the inverse happened? Did the UFC also? No.
Because the UFC pacing was very regular compared to what it normally was. Whereas the Netflix one, they would have like a "we'll be right back" sign come up on the screen for like 15 minutes. The reason why Perry was critical was because I was critical saying, because I just watched the UFC flyweights and the bantamweights. And then I went to watching Diaz Perry. And in the middle of it, I went, oh my God, the skill level is completely changed here watching this fight. And he was like, something about skill level changed. What did you mean by that? And I went, oh, this is what I meant. Because those lighter weight guys in the UFC, that's where the highest skill in the sport is.
Mike Perry's
flyweights and that.
Didn't he fight pretty light? What did he fight in the UFC? Do you know?
Welterweight.
170.
He's a real welterweight. Yeah, 170. Yeah, he's a tough cunt. I like Mike Perry. BKFC, all about action. Those are the fighters we need more of, man. It's kind of something that's going away from the UFC. You mentioned it with Diaz versus Cerrone. There's so few fighters now that are there to just put on a fucking scrap and really get bloody and batter each other. There's some good ones still in the UFC, like Yuri's there, but
I disagree
don't have
a bit.
That plethora of them. What do you reckon?
My thought is this. If grappling is the current meta, I would hate to have UFC champions knowing there's 7 guys in Dagestan that could beat them. Like, open the doors, let the best win. If they're not using fucking elbows to the cheekbones to get it done, then they're not using elbows to the cheekbones to get it done for a reason. There's something else that's more effective. And the meta will shift again. It seems to be happening right now. I just want the toughest guys on the planet to hold the belt.
I didn't say that it shouldn't be that way. I just say that I miss guys like Perry.
Okay.
The sport, when it was back in the day, before this new, like, you have to be perfect at everything sort of evolution thing. It used to be a lot more of like, there would be a Mike Perry on the roster who was just some tough cunt from where's he, St. Louis or Flint, Michigan? I think he's from Flint, Michigan. Or something. And he's just he's a street fighter. We don't see those street fighters. Yeah, we don't see those street fighters turned MMA fighters. They're MMA kid prodigies that go on like that. There's less of that story of like the guy from the streets has made his way, I'm
telling you this because you're not American. You might not know. Flint, Michigan is famous for one thing: lead in the water. There's lead in their water system.
And that's flammable water problem. I think they fixed that to their credit. I think they got it.
I think it's been fixed since then, but you could also perhaps imagine that Mike Perry was a product of it.
Yeah, I've heard Flint water used. Yeah, I've heard Flint water used to describe disgusting swamp water. Basically,
it's poison. Yeah. It's poison.
Yeah.
I like real beef. That was my biggest thing when I came away from the Strickland Kamzat fight. I was annoyed that they're all buddy at the end. I hated that. Like I was like, I don't know what Strickland's thinking in that moment. Like you gotta double down in the post fight. You don't tap his glove pre-fight. Don't touch gloves. Don't clap each other on the back between rounds. Like, and at the end of it, be like, that's what you get, you goat fucker. That's what you get. That's what you fucking double down. You say some hardcore shit. Yeah. I destroyed you like Palestine. Like go after this guy.
Well, I don't condemn Strickland for doing that. I don't condemn Strickland for doing that, but I do admit I would have liked him to have kept the theatric going for a potential rematch. Because they're talking about a potential rematch, but now it's like, well, you just kind of made up. But I don't condemn him for like the way he behaved in that broken emotional. Because Strickland never thinks he's going to win is a big thing with him. He's the underdog, shitting himself backstage. So he has that moment of proving himself. It's just like, yeah, give a handshake.
He ruined the what is it called, kayfabe?
Yeah, he broke kayfabe.
Yeah, where it's like,
do you know who Jerry Lawler is? Jerry Lawler was a wrestler who had beef with a comedian named Andy Kaufman back in the day, like 80s or something like that. They had a fake beef going on where, and there was a moment in the and like Jerry Lawler is a professional wrestler, and Andy Kaufman was doing this bit where he would wrestle women. Like, and not,
he would wrestle any woman.
Any woman. And he would talk, he would cut these WWF promos where he's like, I will fight any woman in the country. I don't show mercy. And then he would like throw some like 50-year-old broad on the ground and like tap her out. And like Jerry Lawler's like, I don't like how you touching these women. How about you fight a real man? And they've got this beef going on. Oh, they're going to fight in like some WWF wrestling ring in the South somewhere. And then it got to a point where
Andy Kaufman looks like it. He looks like a just schlub comedian. Yeah. Just a goob.
They're going to go on like the Tonight Show, like the Carson Show or something like that. And they're on the phone with each other before it. And he's like, they want us to, I figured tonight they want us to squash the beef. We shake hands and we agree to be friends. And Kaufman's like, no one's going to watch us fight if we become friends. What if you just hit me? What if you just slugged me for real? And you watch the playback, Jerry Lawler punches this little comedian in the face like he's trying to kill him on the set and knocks him to the fucking ground. And of course, like he does the cowardly thing. He runs around with a neck brace saying he's going to sue him. Yeah. and it builds and builds and builds. They made a ton of money with that. That's what you got to do. You don't ever squash the beef. It's always death. It's always war. It's always hate. And when I saw that, I was like, fuck, man. I was sweating. I couldn't watch the fight. I didn't watch the fight. I was sweating getting updates on Reddit, like refresh. Using their comments to gauge how the fight was going. And in the second round, they were like, USA, USA, USA. And I was like, oh, I turn on Paramount and it's like, oh,
it's happening.
It was a great night for me.
It seems like the same thing happened with Ronda Rousey and that big titty bitch, where like as soon as the fight ended, they were like fucking Clooney and Brad Pitt at the end of Ocean's 11, like hugging.
It was anti-beef. It was literally like Ronda saw Gina got canceled from Disney because she compared COVID restrictions to the Holocaust, and that
was enough to get you canceled back in 2021.
Oh yeah, she lost her Mandalorian show. Like she was on like a big show. She lost the movies that are coming afterwards. She got fired from Disney, got blacklisted and all that. She ended up doing those like silly movies with
Ben
Shapiro type
Daily
shit. And Ronda's like felt bad and was like, man, we'd make a ton of money if we fought, but she was pregnant at the time. So a couple of years go by and they made the fight happen, and there you go. Gina gets 1.2 million, I think, something like that. Like it was a payday for Gina. Although Gina settled with Disney for an undisclosed amount, who knows what they paid her for that?
So with I think at least tens of millions would be.
I hope so.
Enough for Ozempic.
Yeah.
She lost 100 pounds, she says.
So they
That's
say.
such a big number.
Well, showed that picture
100. I don't know if it was 100.
Dude, she was.
I'm gonna make it up. She did.
She was. She was porker status.
Kyle maybe actually now I'm thinking about it. Yeah, Deadpool Gina. I actually preferred Gina Carano that way. That's a hot take from me. Deadpool Gina Carano, little butch. Oh god.
Let me look.
I want to see this now. Zach, can you also find Deadpool Gina Carano? I can't picture.
She looked good.
I didn't notice her.
Yeah. So we're talking like season 2 of The Mandalorian. Gina Carano, who's wearing a cummerbund. And then after she got fired, she really gained like another 50, 60 pounds because I saw her on some podcasts and she looked very big. This is actually Jerry Lawler and Andy Kaufman.
Damn, Gina really was looking bad, huh? That's her in the middle.
That's what Guru thinks is fuckable.
Zach, that was 10 minutes ago or something insane like that.
He had it loaded up. Leave him alone.
Okay, and also I can see just looking at this is significantly wider
better than my memory
than the link file shared.
That's hot.
That's not 100 pounds bigger either. I don't think.
For sure. No. Yeah, no. I think she was heavier than this during the filming. Okay. Like, not obviously not at this day, but like during her tenure on the show, she got much bigger.
Yeah. This is Deadpool, as you said.
Yeah.
Okay. Now I understand. I thought it was Mandalorian.
Yeah.
And I agree with Guru. Ain't nothing wrong with this.
Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah,
he may be biased on this topic, Taylor.
I'd like to see her spin a little bit. But,
I want to see her bend over. I want to see that big ass.
I've always fancied Gina Carano, though. I don't know if you back in the old days of MMA when there was when she was looking at the camera in the crowd, I was like, who is this? I was like that Lego man meme that they post as the gif of just enamored by Gina Carano at one point as a young man. Crazy.
Yeah, she's light years better looking than every other fighter at the time. There's only like 3 good looking like UFC fighters anyway, and she was always one of the best looking.
There's way more than 3.
There's more now. There's quite a hefty amount on the unranked.
Paula Costa. Right?
Oh, I was thinking women.
Oh, now we're gonna limit it. Okay,
Luke Rockhold. Okay, let's keep it going.
Connor's a handsome guy.
Who was that one dude who looks like a Russian propaganda poster? Chael something that.
Chael Sonnen?
No, it was that guy who was super like blonde and handsome and jacked, and then he
did flips.
Sage Northcutt. That's
Super Saiyan Sage. Yeah, he's gone now. That's him.
He might be best looking guy ever to be in the UFC.
I mean, he's just like a genetic experiment. I don't know if you're
talking about the girls though. Anytime.
Yeah, we can talk about the
I just shifted right off that for some reason.
Yeah, but he's gone now. That Sage, he's out of the mix now. I haven't heard from him.
He quit.
He got knocked out in 1FC by Cosmo Alexander because 1FC have nasty kickboxers. That's one of my new favorite pastimes. Even though I don't cover it much, I'm always watching the 1FC kickboxing because they're such crazier fights than the UFC. People always say when you watch the UFC, if you don't like this, go watch kickboxing. And I'm like, I literally do. And I go, okay, yeah, I will. I'll go watch 1FC for a weekend and get my mood back up. But yeah, this Cosmo Alexander guy, he isn't even the best in his realm, but he was really good. I think he broke Sage Northcutt's face in about 5 places.
He did.
Yeah, he shattered his orbital, put his cheekbone in, broke his jaw. Like, it was really bad.
It was a brutal clip.
Is K1 still going?
Huh?
Is K1 still going? Is that a top?
I don't know.
Kickboxing? I don't know.
Glory is kind of the statement kickboxing promotion right now. Glory kickboxing is where Alex Pereira came from, Adesanya, all of these guys.
Yes. And experiences like that tell me there are people on earth who could walk into the UFC and with a little experience become champions. And I don't like that. I think the UFC, like every other organization, should be like, yeah, thank God they can't grapple here. Thank God there are rules that protect me from these well-rounded killers. Yeah, and if that's not true, then get them in the UFC so that they're the champions.
Yeah, the UFC cut Muhammad Makayev, who would have. There's a good chance he would have gone on to become another Dagestani flyweight champion on the roster. Like, he was a really good, well-rounded grappler. He wasn't the most exciting, but he wasn't as boring as the others. But he was really not. They had some disagreements backstage or something. The story never came out, but they basically cut him after a win when he entered the top 5. And I always said, like, yes, I'm glad that he's gone because I want better styles to exist at the top, but that should happen via them being beaten in the cage, in the octagon. That's the way it should happen. It shouldn't be that, oh, this guy might become a champion in his style. Let's get rid of him, Like, find me a guy to knock him out, and then that's the way it should be done. That's the way it should be handled.
There's
so I agree with you.
School champion Tanner something. I think he committed suicide in the desert. Do you know
Evan
this guy?
Tanner?
Evan Tanner. Thank you.
Like welterweight guy, welterweight champ.
Thank you for being here. Yes. Anyway, he used to talk. He's like, when you're on the rise or when you're in the amateurs, it's about winning. But once you become like an established pro, it's only half about winning and it's half about entertaining, which ties into the way Khabib talks. And that guy, he makes his fighters learn English. I don't know how well they're doing it, but he instructs them like, you got to learn English. That is a big part of this job. It's not just the kicks and punches. It's the microphone work too. And I found Khabib endearing. I don't know how much you like him, but I liked him on the mic. He had this, it's almost like he was taking a remedial test while the other guy's taking AP calculus. Cause his opponent would talk all this trash and he's like, it's not Tony time, it's Khabib time. And I'm like, oh, nailed it. Killed him. When in reality, that's not that hard to come up with.
This guy brings fake belt. This guy fake belt.
But
he's
when
gonna talk. When I fight, I win. Dana, tell him, Dana. And then everyone's like, oh, wow, what a classic one-liner.
Right. But in reality, it's just delivered with an accent, and the timing is kind of good. And it
hasn't learned prepositions.
But imagine if Alex Pereira came out with just a basic, simple shit-talking line in English. It would go off. That's just the way it is. Sure. If Alex Pereira said to, I don't know if Cyril Gahn would talk shit, but let's say him and Tom Aspinall got into it for a bit, and Pereira just went, hey, shut the fuck up, pussy boy, man. I'm going to knock you out cold, man. People would love that, but he still refuses to shift in his stance of not using the English language, I guess.
Remember when Conor was like, if it was the old days, I would storm your keep with a battle axe, but it is a new age, so I will destroy you in the octagon on Saturday. Like he's like bring up this like warrior ancestry that he supposedly has, and like hitting off that. Yeah, Yuri kind of does that a little bit, but with somebody else's ancestry, I'm okay. Yeah, Yuri's, which is funny.
Yuri's a bit of a
weed. Samurai. Honestly, really, because you sound Polish.
Yeah, he's like the world's toughest weeaboo. Is kind of Yuri.
Yeah,
I love that from McGregor.
Izzy wants a piece of that title, but we'll see.
Is he?
Yeah.
Israel Adesanya, isn't he a bit of a weeaboo, a little anime guy?
The last style bender? Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, he used to do like the Death Note thing before his fights. He would write people's name in there. That was marketable, to be honest. That reached a whole Japanese autistic black audience.
I guess I'm not the autistic. I never understood what he was doing with his hands. I thought it
looked like he was doing some Hadouken shit.
He was.
Yeah, it looked like he was. And look, there's a big group, bigger than you would imagine, I think, of like extremely like casual fans who are like, wait, is this guy like a Shaolin monk or something? Because I don't know how this beefy wrestler is gonna handle a Shaolin monk. What if he like tears the skin off his forehead with or he uses some sort of Hadouken
monkey style?
Yeah.
What if the monkey grabs the peach? Whatever they're doing.
I don't think there's any rules against these things. Like,
do they work? I don't know if the rules are the only.
Well, that's the issue, right? But if you could reach through a guy's chest and pull it out, Indiana Jones Temple of Doom style, then I think there's no rules against it. They're like small digit manipulation, can't do that. Grabbing the heart from a chest, as far as I know, that's cool.
Yeah, that is cool. Pressure points, I think, would have been used by now if they did exist in the world. I'm not sold on the pressure point thing.
I've never seen anyone use a pressure point intentionally, but remember when Sugar Sean took that weird like nerve impact on his leg, and like his whole leg went numb? It's like if you could do that on purpose, clearly no one can. Then that would be the most effective move in all of MMA. You just cripple people with a single strike.
For a while, Joe Rogan acted like calf kicks were, the ultimate weapon in all of fighting. That these really light touches just below the knee were, making people unable to walk again. And then that meta didn't last long. I don't know.
No, people figured it out. Because the ONE FC kickboxers figured it out, and then they studied, bro. They studied in the war room. And they figured it out. They figured out calf kicks, but Rogan still fucking talks about the calf kicks. That's all he fucking said. Honestly,
I've seen maybe 5 fights ever won by leg kick, and Rogan, every time there's a leg kick, is like falling out of his chair. I'm like, stop it, you fucking thumb.
One more of those, he's gonna be in real trouble, folks. Never happens. And
they never talk about that these guys are breaking their feet throwing those like so regularly.
True.
At the end of one of those battles where the guy throws, call it 10, 15 leg kicks, and we're going to be like, you really should have not gotten away from those leg kicks in the later rounds. It's like, dude, his feet are broken. He's been kicking a guy, and he's going bone on bone with the power of 2 professional athletes for 20 minutes. His feet are broken. And you'll see him after the fight. Their feet will be swollen up 3 times too big, like a pregnant woman. Yep. Like, I don't know. They should have some sort of foot wraps or foot pads or something.
You can have an ankle sleeve brace. It's got some thickness to it, but they don't wear it. They love the fighters. They want the most flexibility possible in every position. It's the same reason why they don't fix gloves for eye pokes, is because they would have to not be able to extend their fingers all the way in grappling moments. Like they want that freedom of limb manipulation.
Also, I feel like if I grappled a guy who had on like ankle sleeves, it'd be another grip. Like it'd be a little less slippery than sweaty skin, and I could slip a thumb in there and get a better grip than just around the radius or diameter of it.
Yeah, they don't do that.
Makes sense.
Broken feet is something. UFC has taught me that maybe a broken foot isn't that bad because, as you said, so many fighters break their feet, and you would never know.
Bones are not that bad.
They really
small
are.
Bones suck at healing, but everyone acts like breaking bones is super painful, and it's not.
Yeah, I have a titanium elbow. I have a whole fake elbow joint in my arm, made out of metal. And when it happened, I literally walked to my friend's house. My elbow fell out of my arm on the floor. On this concrete, and I was on my way to my friend's house. I went there. We played Halo. I didn't hear what you said, Taylor. Sorry.
You said you had a terrible surgeon. How did your elbow fall out?
No. In the incident, of course.
That's how you got it. I don't understand the mechanics of this injury. You were just walking and your elbow fell out? That's crazy. I was 15, I think 15, 14. There were these older girls sitting on this like grassy area. And I was like, I honestly think I invented mewing because I was like keeping a cool side profile while I was going down these concrete steps. And I was like mewing, like protruding my jaw and just trying to look really cool and keep my sort of like, I'm going to look cool.
like cool guys do.
Yeah. That's absolutely what cool people do.
And then one of the concrete steps crumbled under my tremendous girth. And my foot just went through it. And I slid down this railing and ended up elbow dropping the floor, like the concrete floor with the way that I landed. And my whole elbow fell out. And I looked at it in like a car window reflection and thought, oh, my arm's completely fucked. And then I went to my friend's house. And he said, "No, you're fine." And we played Halo for like an hour. And we were playing I think, the Flood.
And then the pain overtook you.
Yeah. And then his dad came in and saw it and went, "Your elbow's dislocated." And he started trying to put it back in. And I was like, then I started really feeling pain. And I got taken to hospital in the back of some African man's cab.
When you fell, though, because there were girls and you were trying to look neat, like after the initial fall, did you get up like, I don't even care? Like, just keep walking.
Yeah. I got up, brushed myself. It was at this weird level of stoic. I channeled myself in such a way to not show weakness there. Even a woman walking past with her pram checked up on me because I must have looked like I had just seen a ghost, like death in my eyes. But I think I played it off well, to be honest with you. I think I handled it pretty well.
Did you get pussy from any of those girls?
No, I did not. I did not get pussy from any of those girls.
But the surgery...
Did
they like remove your elbow like by the bicep and by the forearm and then replace it with a metal one?
They put a new cap in my arm, 2 rods, a plate, and then they drilled it or something. Like they drilled them in, and then they took the drill parts out later on. But if I go through an airport security thing, it's going to beep off because it's almost like a protective shell of what the elbow cap would have been. Yeah. I don't know if you can see it
on the broken bone thing.
Oh yeah.
It's a new profile.
It goes all the way there.
I was playing men's league hockey and it was playoffs. And in this league, you could show up to the game before yours or after yours. And if they had the wrong number of players, like 11 is a bad number for a team. 9, it's not a very, you'd rather be at 10 or 12. And they would pick up someone from another team and they just join. Anyway, puck hit the side of my foot and broke it. And I played 5 periods on a broken foot, like 2 for that team and then 3 for my own. And then it does help that the boot is really tight on his skate and kind of held it together. Once I removed the boot, the limp was a lot worse. But the point is, broken bone sounds like the worst thing ever and it looks bad. But as far as pain goes, it's pretty low on the list.
As long as there's not a real snap. Like you're probably going to be okay for it. You can handle it,
Yeah.
Not a mine hurt really fracture. Bad.
Really? Would you break?
My ankle.
Your ankle.
I felt I heard an audible pop when it did it. And it was, I thought the bone was going to be sticking through my leg when I looked down. I was afraid to look down because there was such a loud, like concussive pop and I could feel it and hear it. And I'm laying out there on the baseball field screaming. It was the best part is I could hear my mom so clearly through the crowd go, like a movie. And that was embarrassing. And then like by the time we got to the hospital, they were like, yeah, it's, you know, maybe this and that. And they sent me home. And that night I woke up with like the worst pain. I woke up with it. Every heartbeat was like a dagger, like down into like the like inside of the ankle joint. It felt like it was, you were wiggling a dagger every time my heart would beat, and it was broken pretty badly. And I had to wear a boot for weeks and weeks.
But it wasn't surgical. Like you just needed a boot. Yeah.
Yeah. I just needed a boot.
You could probably take Nate.
Do you remember what the soft tissue injury was? Was there any?
Yeah, it was a bad sprain. Like that was part of it too. Like there
did they call it a high ankle sprain? Do you know?
It's been I don't long. Know. It's been too long. I was in 9th grade, something like that. Yeah.
That's arguably
the worst. Plate, and like the metal cleat caught on the plate, and it made my foot made my right foot go out, like away from my body, bending that way. Like if your right foot bends away from center, not towards center.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
It bent that way almost all the way around until it popped and broke.
Yeah.
I learned anatomy by getting hurt, and I haven't had that injury, so I don't know. Like, I break my ankles by twisting them, not that way, not by rolling them.
Yeah, that was awful.
Are you sure you weren't being a big baby about it?
I mean, the X-rays don't lie.
All right. Before we get to more injury talk, we're going to hear from a couple of wonderful sponsors. Club WPT Gold. All right, everyone. Here's a quick word from today's sponsor, Club WPT Gold. Club WPT Gold is an online poker platform available to most of the U.S. and Canada. If you sign up to Club WPT Gold and use code PKA, you'll get 10 bonus chips to play with after making any purchase on the site. These chips can be redeemed for real dollars after playing with them. Whether you're a seasoned grinder or just someone who wants a shot at making some money, it's a no-brainer. Minimal risk, real rewards, and a pretty fun way to test your luck and skill. So check out Club WPT Gold, and don't forget to use code PKA to get 10 bonus chips added to your account. Again, Club WPT Gold, use code PKA, get those 10 bonus chips, and have some fun. This episode is also brought to you by Lock and Load, Gorilla Mind, the whole company. Code PKA, code Jizz, you save 10% not only on our product, Lock and Load, but everything. Derek just sent me a bunch of these Gorilla bars, these protein bars, cookie dough flavor I requested. Delicious, fantastic. Had one of those right before the show. So check out everything over at gorillamind.com. Protein powders, energy drinks, weight loss supplements, dream supplements, multivitamins, anything you need, efficaciously dosed and high quality from gorillamind.com. Code PKA or code Jizz for 10% off. And also our merchandise, of course. Get yourself a t-shirt, get yourself a hoodie, get yourself some mugs or stickers or whatever you care for. 10% off with code PKA10. So check out all of our sponsors below, Gorilla Mind and Club WPT Gold. Click those links. Make us look good, boys.
Links in the description. Give us the hookup.
Yeah. And also, if you're listening on YouTube still and you're like, this isn't as convenient as I would like, check us out on Spotify. Listen to us on Spotify. If that's more convenient for you, it helps the show.
And have a yabba dabba do time.
And have a yabba dabba do time.
I thought I'd give a closing statement there.
Yeah, I disagree that Kyle says breaking bones is painful. I'm not a baby. I broke my nose a couple times, and it was like walk in the park. Yeah. The scary part was the amount of
blood. About your nose?
Nose ain't that bad.
Shattered my nose twice. Dude, how many times have you broke your nose?
Did you have the once, but did you have to have surgery for yours?
Both times.
Yeah, I just had it the one time, but like it didn't hurt.
And I told you I used to have a bigger nose, like a big nose hump. And when I was like in middle school, or maybe this was the grade school one, I don't recall. My mom literally, while I was in surgery, told the surgeon, like, just shave that down while you're in there. And he was like, will do. She got me a nose job.
Hookup, though.
Yeah, she did.
Like you went through the rest of your life more handsome than you were otherwise going to.
Thank God. I need everything.
Like a member of
APAC.
Yeah.
I've broken my nose 4 times.
Now you're
John's
just like the rest
best
of us goyim. Now
I could have got a little foreign aid if I had.
How did you break it? Like somebody.
Me? Who are you talking to?
I guess I was on a Taylor, but we can all do nose breaks. I got punched in the nose.
The first time I broke it, I was 7 or 8. My brother, I guess, was 5 or 6, and we were playing tag, and we're only a year and a half apart. And I was sprinting through the basement, and he was sprinting the other direction, and I was much larger than him at the time, and so his forehead just collided with my nose, shattered it. The other time in middle school, and we had to shut down half the court because I was bleeding so much, because it like seemed to break along the same seam that it broke the first time, and then it also shattered a couple other places. We were playing basketball, and this dickhead on my own team ripped down a rebound and then started throwing bows to like create space, and he broke my nose. And it just like the first one there was a good bit of blood, but the second one, it was like my nose exploded. Like the whole key was full of blood at the basketball rink or basketball court. Yeah, really seemed like a basketball head there saying ring.
And now, next up at Broken Nose Anonymous, Woody, do you have any stories to share here?
So twice it's happened in fights. Once it was punched and kind of non-consequential. Twice it happened in I was wrestling my dog Dakota. He was a yellow lab, like 130 pounds, and I don't know, I was just kind of like hugging him from behind, like kissing him, like top of his head between his ears and stuff, and then he arched back and broke my nose. And being a slow learner, that happened another time too. But one time I got punched in the nose. That was the worst. And we're all like, nose punches are no big deal. This was like the lead up to a fight. It's the one where my arm was in a sling, paralyzed from surgery, and my friend talked trash and got me in trouble. And I put my arm to like hold my friend back while the other was in a sling. And that's when the guy punched me in the nose. Broke it bad and completely removed any fight spirit that I had. I just bent over at the waist, and I was in awe at the amount of blood that was coming out. And it was in a parking lot. So like I must have filled like half a parking space with my blood puddle from my nose. Damn. And an ambulance came and took me and everything. Like I was a real wreck. But that's when I was like, man, I'm like one punch away from being the biggest pussy ever. And like, it might be that everybody is, I'm not sure, but I'm telling you, the other 3 times, no biggie. That time I had no fight left in me. One punch, I was cooked.
I couldn't see. My eyes immediately filled with like tears of like I wasn't like crying, but it was just like, I mean, I was, but it was like, I couldn't control it. Like the impact on my nose, like squeezed my tear ducts. And like and then it hurts real bad. And then of course you've been hit in the head, so you're a little out of it anyway. Yeah, it took me completely out of the fight as well, Woody. There was no fight after that. I was like, I guess you win. Yeah. I didn't know that was an opening move. I should have done that.
Touche.
You saying that the dog throwing the head back thing reminded me of something I haven't thought about since I was a kid. Me and my younger brother and my mom were in like our minivan driving home from school, and I was in the back seat for some reason, even though I'm older. I should have been in the front seat. And my younger brother like was in some sort of, it wasn't even like an angry fight. It was like some sort of affectionate tussle with my mom, like a hug or something before we'd taken off to get out of there. And he threw his head back the same way your dog did. And he knocked out both of my mom's front teeth, and she had fake teeth. And so then like the whole way home, my mom's like, he knocked my teeth out. He knocked my teeth out. And she's got blood all over her.
You should have mocked her. Oh, you had no teeth, Mom?
You have no teeth? Yeah, but I just remember like how unnerving that was to like watch her driving us home, just blood all over her, teeth gone. And I think she dropped us off at home, and then she went to like the emergency dentist. Yeah. We're more fragile than we like to think. Yes. Pretty easy to break.
Yeah. No broken noses over here in bottom right corner of the stream. It looks like a nose that should be really easily breakable.
It's quality nose.
It's a small, dainty nose. But I've been hit so many times hard in the nose, and it has never broken. My brother, he would test WWE moves out on me at times. And at one point, he hit me with what's the one where I know it's the Rock's move, but he like runs
or the
over
rock bottom?
Yes, the people's elbow. Is that when he runs over them? He runs over them like one way, then the other way.
No,
that's the five.
Yeah. He does like a wind up where he runs back and forth, and then he does an elbow drop.
Yeah, it might be the 5-knuckle shuffle as well, though. He would run back and forth, and then instead of a people's elbow, he'd like jumped and 2-foot curb stomped my face while I was winded on my back. You know, when you, I was struggling to breathe on the ground, and he, in the process of me like thinking I'm gonna die of not being able to breathe on the ground, I see him 1, 2 running over my body, setting up a dastardly move, and he just completely 2-foot stomped my face in, and it didn't break my nose, but it really did make my nose bleed. But somehow, I mean, I've done taekwondo for like 9 years. I've been spinning kicked in the head, and
how much older is he?
Don't break. Ronda Rousey claims her nose is unbreakable. She was on like the late night show. Do you know this interview?
I've seen her late night trauma. She had.
I don't remember who the host was. Right? Call it Fallon or something. But she's like, my nose, it pushes all the way in, and then he pushed her nose, and he's like, wow, yeah, like it can just smush like a Nerf nose or something.
Mine doesn't, but I don't know. It's just, I guess, reinforced to protect how dainty it is. What was your thing there, Taylor? What was your question?
I wanted to know how much older your brother is than you to have done a 2-head stomp, or
3.5 years older. So this would probably been when I was 8 and he was 11 turning 12. Something like that. I was 8, 10, and 9. Anyone else have older brothers in here?
It's mean-spirited. I am the older brother, and I wouldn't have done that. I only accidentally gave my brother 2 concussions, and one of them probably wasn't even a real concussion. He was just a baby and went to the hospital. But the first one was
wagon incident in this one.
No, because that wasn't a concussion. No, but we were mimicking moves from WWE 98 on the N64 in our concrete unfinished basement, and I picked him up and I slammed him, and he got a little rattled. He got knocked around.
I mean, who could have saw that coming? All right, I mean,
it was loud enough noise, and then
he's in the fencing response on the floor. It was like, come on, stop snoring. It's not nap time.
Not quite that, but it was closer to that than like normal. Like he was fucked up. Then my dad came down, screamed at me, got furious, took him to the hospital, came back home later with him, and I got what for from my dad.
If I had a brother, one of us wouldn't have survived. Like we'd have been like daring each other to do stuff. Like I was already like wild to the point where like if somebody dared me to do something, like I would do almost anything. And so if I'd had a little brother or even a big brother to be like competing with and one-upping each other, like we'd have jumped off the house until one of us was crippled or something like that. You know what I mean? Wow. Like when Jackass came out, I immediately started making Jackass videos, like rolling down the hill and jumping in bushes and electrocuting ourselves. And that was on my own. That was just me.
I remember when parkour became a sensation on YouTube, and everyone was doing their little like hops over a fence that felt really cool, but were really pathetic looking back at them. Woody, do you have any brothers at all, or is it just me and Taylor here?
I have an older brother. He's 2 years older.
Right. So, as an older brother, Taylor, but Woody and I as the younger brothers, when you were in a swimming pool with him, did he try to drown you thousands of times over? Is this a thing or my brother thing? I was telling this to my stream the other day.
Yeah. So my brother had his way with me, in the living room, at the house, outside the backyard, etc. But you tickled my little domain there. No, in the pool, I was just fine.
Okay. Well, Martin used to like there was a funny banter thing in the UK, I guess. I don't know if this happened in the US or if any audience members have an older brother out there, where they would bring you to the brink of drowning and then let you live. That was the fun of the game in any swimming pool, was like, haha, I could have drowned you there, but I didn't, and you're still with us. But I remember in swimming pools fearing for my life that out of nowhere my ankle would be grabbed and I would be dragged into the depths and held there until there was I was on 1 HP basically. And And other brothers and older people at like these holiday places, like my family would go to like an abroad holiday in Spain once every 2 years for a week, and all the older brothers would be doing it to their younger siblings, just like momentarily drowning them, and then like taking turns with us. Like it was like a bonding thing. Like my brother would have done it to me, and then now I'm being drowned by this random kid from Liverpool who's older than me. Like it's his turn to like drown me as fun. Like it was a really weird thing. I don't know if anyone else.
That's pretty ruthless.
Yeah,
the only time I remember
I never drowned
people underwater was, and it wasn't just like a younger brother thing, is when we played pool basketball, and pool basketball very quickly becomes wrestling. And so someone just has the ball locked in and you're trying to get it from them, and you can't really get a purchase on the ball because it's smaller than a regular basketball. It's like a little rubber. You can really grab it. And so you just have to like hold them underwater. And this happened to me too. I'd be held underwater until I was just like, let go of the ball, let it float to the top, get back up, go to the edge, breathe. And then like 20 minutes later, your mom would bring out sandwiches. And then you'd go out there, eat those as fast as possible, get back in.
It was about being brought to the brink of drowning, because I said it at the end there. I never did drown, so they really were good at what they did. In a way, I weirdly admire the
experts at their
craftsmanship. Yeah, but
they were like
basketball,
like Navy SEAls. Like,
true. That's true. Nobody gets SGA treatment in pool basketball, right? It's nothing but roughhousing.
No, that was the best kind of basketball, pool basketball, because if you were the biggest kid, you could just be like the juggernaut and just like walk.
I'd love to watch professional pool basketball. Like, I wonder what kind of archetypes would there be? The swimmer, right? The dolphin who just like goes and gets to the other side of the court quickly. It'd be like rugby, where there's like room for all sorts of different body types, I bet.
Yeah. It'd be fun, and then like a Dagestani wave of pool basketballers would show up and hold you against the filter for a while, and then change the rules or something. But
put your mouth on the jet until your lungs are full.
No
do you remember swimming next to those jets as a kid, and it brushing your dick and being like, "Ooh, don't mind that."
Oh yeah, right. As a kid.
I always put mine in the filters.
That's so long ago.
Oh, with the dead frogs? Gross.
Yeah, with the dead frogs.
Dude, I got Auschwitz in my backyard with all the animals we find.
We had bullfrogs. There would be like bullfrogs in the filter. So you'd pop that little top, in the concrete, and he'd like jump out like as big as your fist. Like we had the really big ones in my dad's pool.
Oh damn!
I never got drowned by a kid, but there was a dad, like somebody else's dad, nearly drowned me once, and my dad cussed him out and threatened to drown him at the party. That was the end of that barbecue.
It soured the mood.
Good old Lamar laying it down.
Soured the mood. He had it was a grown man. When I came up, I'm like,
what was he thinking?
Like coughing up blood. No,
if he was like wrestling with you or something, and he's like a family friend, I'd be down for it. But it is your obligation to make sure that kid is enjoying this.
I was not enjoying it. I was afraid for my life. I was 11 or 12, maybe tops. It was
he should have switched to the move where he like throws you in the air and lets you splash.
Yeah, I still can feel the panic in my heart of not being able to gather oxygen.
Jesus Christ!
It's one of the scariest things I think that's the scariest thing. Like drowning or almost drowning is terrifying. You were talking about, I know Woody's a fucking Aquaman. I often wonder how you do it, that Navy SEAL pool training, because they do some interesting stuff. There's one where they have to go down to the bottom of like a 10 or 12 foot deep pool, and they have to tie knots. There's like a weight down there that needs 5 different knots tied onto it. And they're, I don't know, some sort of Navy knots, who knows? But there was a guy who drowned down there. He goes unconscious. They have to bring him up, CPR him back. And he's like, "Oh God, did I fail? I'm so sorry." He's like so bummed out. They're like, "Well, I mean, you didn't tie the knots, but you didn't stop until you died. That's exactly what we're looking for." And I love that. It's like,
we just dude,
you think knot tying is very important around here? It's like,
I don't know if it's true. Stop. There's another Navy SEAL training story where the guy like desperately wanted to be a Navy SEAL, and they got to the pool time and he has to, do whatever. The fucker can't swim, but that's not a problem. He jumps in the pool and he starts running across the bottom as best he can. And he gets to the other side, takes a breath, works his way back. And they're like, you know what? You're in. We can teach you to swim. It is hard to teach that heart. So I don't know if it's true, but
it's like
I've heard multiple stories like that where the guy was like, I want to be a Navy SEAL. And like, can you swim? It's like, nope. We can figure that out. It's not a big deal. Like that's just
that's why I've daydreamed about Navy SEAL training a lot. And the pool stuff, to be honest, I would do really well. MMA Guru, I used to be a swimmer. I broke records at my college and stuff. I used to be competent at swimming.
I was top 2 swimmers in my school back in primary school. I was pretty good. I was pretty good for sure.
You learned from the drowning.
Yes, I did. I was survival technique had just sort of built into me, an evolution. How good were you, Woody?
I mean, national champ. Good. No. I was never like a threat to make the Olympics or anything. But I was
You competed in swimming.
I competed at the high school and collegiate level, and I had records at the school level in each of those. Okay. Yeah, and I was also a surfer. So I was competent in like the ocean water. I never miss a hurricane, shit like that. I was a lifeguard. I act like I don't know the number. I saved 132 people. So that was a good swimmer. But the Navy SEAL pool stuff I do well in, but there's all sorts of other things, that sugar cookie business, carrying the boat. Like they might get me to quit somewhere else.
So if they made me run on like a sprained ankle, I feel like I could do that. But that sugar cookie business, like for those who don't know, they make you go into the ocean water, which I find to be abrasive after you dry out just from the salt. Then they make you get in the sand and roll around and turn yourself into a sugar cookie. It's all stuck to your body. Well, it gets all down into your shorts, between your balls and your fucking taint, between your thighs, everywhere, your dick. And so then they make you do calisthenics for hours and hours on end, and you don't bathe for days. You don't sleep for days. You barely get a moment to eat for days.
You get standing mats.
Sandpapering your everything.
Dressed appropriately. They're in long pants. No. So the sugar, like it's chafing your thighs every time they rub against each other, you know, where you're behind your knee, stuff like that.
Every joint, every rub point in your clothes is getting sandpapered. And then they send you back into the salt water and that burns. And then maybe you're out long enough for them to like scab over a little bit. Get back to calisthenics, rub the scabs off, now back in the salt water. And you do that for days. It's a week of that.
Right. I was going to say, it's not like this is a one-day event. Like this is the body that you have to do the rest of training with. It's a problem.
Oh my God. Yeah. Jesse, the body Ventura. I always call him the body. Governor Ventura tells the story about, he did Navy SEAL training way back in the day. And he said at the end of the I wish I could do his voice as well as Taylor. At the end of the first day, they asked us if anyone had any hangers. And I was like, I don't know what a hanger is. Blisters. Oh, I know this guy. Blisters hanging off. Yeah. And I was thinking, yeah, dude, my hands weren't toughened. I was covered in these big, nasty blisters. And he had a medical kit. So I thought, I need some medical help. He said, let me see. And he starts tearing them off. He just tears all the blisters off barehanded, like rips them off his hand. There you go, Ventura. Got those hangers off for you. And it's like, that's the kind of shit that makes me ring the bell. Like, you take blisties? Come on.
I would not the hangers
and cocksucker.
I would quit Marine training upon being shouted at. I think that would be where I would if somebody was in my face shouting at me, I don't know how I would take that.
I know myself, and like as soon as the real rough shit started, I'd be in my own head convincing myself like this all this shit's fucking gay. Like who even wants to be a part of this? I don't even want to do this. This is stupid. No. I'm above this. I would elevate myself. I'm above this. Meanwhile, I'm like getting totally dominated by everyone else. In
the way those contracts work, they sign up to be a Navy SEAL, but if they fail that training, the Navy owns them for like 4 years, and they're gonna make them like, I don't know ranks, but they're gonna make them like fucking seaman first class or some shit. And you're just gonna be on a boat somewhere doing whatever fuck all job they want you to do for 4 fucking years.
No, they wouldn't. If you were high enough to like be thinking you're going to get into the Navy SEALs and then you fail by
these
a
guys
little bit.
Enter in like with that being their goal. They're not just some like other guy who's done some stuff who wants. I've heard them tell that story a bunch of times, how risky it is. Because I've seen a guy on a podcast, he had done that, and he's like, if I had failed, they owned my ass for 4 years, and they were just going to stick me on a boat somewhere, and there was nothing I could do about it. So it was do or die. That Navy SEAL training shit sounds horrific.
I don't think I have good enough vision to be a part of any branch of the military other than like Army goober. Like what else?
They give you glasses, right? Like I don't.
But then you'd get nicknames. They'd have like a funny nickname for him if he wore glasses, like "Hey, Blinky, you again?" You know, like that would turn into a new problem, I think.
In the world of nicknames, not too bad. Blinky.
It is nice, but then it would devolve into worse, maybe. You know,
they break my glasses. They'd beat me with soap.
Yeah.
As long as your glasses will get you to 20/40 vision, you can get in. That's the deal.
Oh, you just looked it up?
Yeah.
Then I could get in.
You could?
Yeah, and the cutoff is now 40 or something, 41 maybe. So plenty of time.
Oh, the age, they raised it.
Yeah, they raised the age requirement.
41? I got 6 years.
I thought they were doing amazing on recruiting. Why did they raise the age requirement?
I don't know.
Remember that? Like, as Trump became president, a lot of people were enthusiastic about serving in the armed forces. And then they raised the age?
I have no idea. What's it like in the UK? Like, what's your age limit? And
I think
is it like a culture of joining the army there?
No, not at all. UK is very different than it was 10 years ago. No one's trying to fight for the UK at this point. I think the people here don't want to fight for it because they feel like the government hates them, and then the new people here don't want to fight for it because it's not their. They don't really see it as their country. It's like I don't think there's any passion to join the military because the UK's fighting beyond like the 1600s has been mostly defensive. Like don't invade the UK basically has been our sort of like military need. Of course, we had the wars that you guys in and get dragged into it, but I don't think there's any motivation to get into it. They tried to groom me into the army in school because they would do the thing in school where if you were a bit naughty, they would say, do this, you come join the military cadets. It's like a young youth military group. So I would go to like a army center on extracurricularly and do some kind of military stuff, but it was so gay. I hated it. We went to a couple camps and I just thought, I could be playing football. I could be playing Black Ops 2. I could be doing anything else, but being in this I could be doing anything else than shining these boots and making my bed. I'm 27. I know I look 50, but I'm 27. I've looked 30 since I was 12.
I'm just saying you missed out on the 9/11 like time. Like after 9/11, everybody was pumped. Everybody was
in America.
I wanted to go. I was like I remember watching Shock and Awe in fucking high school and being like, we're gonna miss it. We're gonna miss it. It'll all be over before we even graduate.
Little did you know it was a forever war.
You weren't quite old enough to join after 9/11, but you could have popped in 2004, 2005, whatever.
For Afghanistan, or rather, Iraq. Actually, we went Afghanistan first. Like I would have been the right age for Iraq. One of my buddies went over there. He was a year younger, and Ryan had been over there for like 3 months before his group was like tricked into going into a building, and they detonated the whole building and brought it down on his whole squad. It was this big CNN story. Like 8 or 9 of one of my friends from high school, like 8 or 9 of them died in like one incident. It was like one of the biggest mass casualties of U.S. troops. It was one of the worst days for a long time in the war. It was a bummer. He was such a good guy. He only went into it because he had such a hard life. Like he had really smart guy, like could have done handsome, intelligent, but he had like the worst home life. Like he had to get out and get gone. He had like an abusive stepdad who was a cop, so he could like get away with it. There was like growing drugs in his house. Like on top
his
of that,
cop dad was growing drugs.
Ryan was growing drugs in the house. Yeah. And it was a problem. But yeah, they got blown up in Iraq right away.
That's what I was thinking when MMA Guru was talking about how people weren't enthusiastic about patriotism. And look, I'm sure some of the people who joined our armed forces are there because they're patriots, but I think a lot of them are there just because it was the best opportunity that they saw. Like they'll pay for my college if I go, or I'll come out of it with some sort of job skills, or maybe they just saw a commercial about a Marine with swords fighting dragons and said they want to do that when they grow up.
Bring that commercial back.
The UK commercials for the military are sick. Yeah, I'll be honest with you. They really are. When you watch them, like, I'm going to go fucking die in a desert somewhere. Like it really does convince you.
Yeah, for America for some reason.
Oh yeah. Dude, when the US is at like peacetime, the military commercials are like that gay Google art of like I joined because I care about accountancy and they would allow me to do this afterward. And then when it gets to wartime, it's all just like white dude sword, like storming a beach.
No, it is. They do get you.
I don't really
in the UK,
like the less than macho accountant we had in that story. I just want to. I'm going to let that slide.
I should have said an actuary or
some
other.
Pick on attorneys or something. Those JAG people are pussies.
Some pussy JAG guy. You're right. I never should have come with the accountants, Woody.
Space Force is the
one. Liddel about you.
Like if you're going to join, like Space Force, right?
Yeah,
like, I don't even know what they do.
Space Force.
Like
they don't fight.
There's got to be mostly like scientists, right?
Yeah. No, it'd be such a gay fight up there in space. They'd probably be casting spells on each other or something.
It's all quiet.
Yeah,
it'd be satellite warfare. Like I know the CIA has like a space plane because they've released photos the CIA took with their fucking space plane, and it's like they're real far away. What kind of space plane do y'all have? I want to know more. They've got some classified space plane, but I bet Space Force has something neat too. Because the idea would be satellite warfare, like going after your enemy's GPS or their military satellites and defending ours.
But it wouldn't be like a soldier. Like there's not a guy up there with a gun in a NASA suit.
No, it wouldn't be. It'd be more, it would be more techie, more technological warfare up there. But I guess it would end up being the point where let's see how Iran deals with no internet for 24 hours. Like that would be the sort of game plan.
We bomb them into getting like mentally healthier.
Yeah,
like
right. They all stop doom scrolling.
They doom scrolling.
Just fucking Facebook and Reddit and Twitter anymore.
The UK adverts for the military were so good when I was younger, so I guess that did create a wave. Because at the start of it, you'd be watching it going, I ain't gonna join the army. And then at the end of this like 30-second advert, you'd just be sitting there with this look like Israel needs me. You know, I've got to go. They were their whole thing was like, I used to be a criminal, now I'm a Royal Marines commando. And it was just like, I used to be unloading things at the dock, now I'm in a river in Burma.
No, I'm loading into civilians in Palestine.
Yeah.
Oh gosh.
I used to be an accountant, but a kid just threw a rock at my tank. And now I'm
can't stand for that.
And it's about to get real.
He's loading it into the
awesome.
barrel.
Yeah, I think they need to do a better job of it.
Sick name. Like the Royal Marines.
Oh, yeah, the Royal Marines.
I love that.
And a commando. Cool. Like I like that the whole title there. That like I was like, God damn it, I'd love to be a Royal Marines commando.
Yeah.
That's it. I feel like you say that in some pub somewhere. Just like bitches get wet. A Royal Marines commando.
Yeah.
Oh wow!
You made her sound ugly. Somehow.
I did.
Olive oil from
that works.
No, none of us. No.
No. I only pointed
to the docks.
Yeah.
Oh, the docks! Shit.
I gotta learn more about the UK. Pretty much everything I know about the UK comes from Top Gear, Clarkson's Farm, and Jeremy Clarkson, and then jokes on South Park.
Yeah,
and that's about
South Park's Oliver Twist thing was real bad press for us. I don't know if you remember that when he met Pip from Oliver Twist. Oh, metal newspaper! What do you need a metal newspaper for? All of that. So the teeth. I mean, come on, guys. These ain't that bad.
No,
you're
good.
Yeah. I mean, you're an outlier. What do you want? What do you want?
I'm actually number one. In the UK, I'm an 11 out of 10. It's actually an insane status that I have here.
But are you pure English? You got some Irish ancestry with that ginge?
Yeah, I got some ginge in me. I'm a bit of a day walker. No, I'm like I did an ancestry test. My mum is Welsh, my dad's English, but there's like some Norwegian and Irish in me, little percentages of Norwegian and Irish. But I'm Welsh and English. Yeah, they say it's pure. Is what
I'm also pure blood. I want to get these two to do the full genetic thing so that we can have Russian? A full breakdown. No, it's like almost all Irish and English with a little bit of like Norwegian shit and some Slovenian somehow.
Oh, wow.
Who does that now? Isn't 23andMe out of business? Or there's still ones going?
Ancestry? I think is the one.
Oh, Ancestry.com. Okay. Taylor, I had a question for you. You said something earlier that piqued my interest.
Yeah.
You said you should have sat in the front seat because you were the older brother. This is a parenting thing, and I'm curious. Like in Jackie's family, the oldest sister got the best parking spot in front of the house, and then the middle sister got the second best, and Jackie got what was left over. In my family, they worked very hard to make everything even or needs based. Like my brother had a job, so he got like preferred parking. And so like you kind of get that. When you have kids, will you give the older one the front seat every time, or will you rotate it? Like what's fair?
I think I'll do it the way my parents did, because the reason I said I should have had the front seat is because I should have been faster, because they always had like whoever races there first, you call it. And so I'll just do the same thing. And so I usually got the front seat because I was quicker than my younger brother at the time and was able to hop in. And so I think I'll just, because I was a big kid and he was
you want the big kid in the front seat. Like you have to be like, I don't know, 80 pounds or something to set even like way for the airbag. Yeah.
I think my parents got that right. You let them battle it out. If they're sons, you can't have like an older
right.
son,
if you have a boy and a girl, that girl's gonna get stuck in the trunk.
She's gonna be in the trunk the whole time. There's no way she's gonna beat them in a race. And so
I always sat in the back seat on the way to school. I wanted the whole back seat to myself. I had my like CD player and my headset on, listening to Eminem getting angry on the way to school. So I didn't, I was.
You made your mom drive you to school like a chauffeur?
Yeah, that's exactly what it was
insane. Like. You didn't sit up front with her?
No,
that's crazy. That's so rude. That's so.
I think my sister was in the front seat. I think she was.
Oh, okay. Well, there was someone else there. Okay,
maybe. Yeah. We would both be going.
I sat in the front seat, but I bet my mom would have preferred I was in the back. I don't think my company was such that anyone would enjoy it.
God damn.
I never thought that. I was like, my company is a pleasure for everyone around. Just getting in there. You want to hear me do Donald Duck, Mom, again? You want to hear me do it for the whole ride? That's what you're gonna get.
Hey, the back seat's pretty comfy. You might
if you had to join the military, what would you do? Let's say right now that
probably be killed.
We've all got to go. Let's say there's a big draft, and like regardless of age and any other thing, we've all got to go. It's time to sign up before the draft comes. We know the draft is coming. Where are you going?
Where are we fighting?
Yeah, where are we going?
Wherever Donald Trump wants us to go fight. Probably the Middle East.
You got to pick a place. Pick a place.
Pesky Middle East.
We're going to Iran. Kyle, boots on the ground in Iran.
Oh, am I old Woody or peak Woody?
This is you right now.
Old Woody is funnier.
Okay. I want to be a medevac pilot, a helicopter that rescues people. That's what I want to be.
Oh, that's not what I thought you would have done. I thought you'd want to use your IT skills to join Space Force and sit behind a computer monitor somewhere stateside and be like, check, and like 1,000 people die. Like, you'd be that guy. or you'd be like running maybe there's a pilot out there that's searching for someone, and you're the guy back over here looking at satellite images, relaying that to your superior, who's sending that to the CIA, who's using it to find him.
I can see why I might be a fit for that. MMA Guru, I was a software engineer for like 2 decades, but that doesn't tickle my dreams in quite the same way. I'd rather be that helicopter pilot some guy's hurt. You saw Starship Troopers, when they needed to be evacuated, and he's like, "Oh my God, it's fucking crazy down here. Well, send us a crazy pilot." And then they get fucking Woody on that's who I want to be. That's the guy that I aspire to be.
Sick.
Okay.
I'm trying to think of something that's not shameful, but also not putting me in any immediate danger. What else could, like, maybe I could delay it by being like, I'll go to law school to be a JAG. Like, I'll go do that for a while. I don't know. Because I don't have any, like, I couldn't be a mechanic. I don't know mechanic shit.
They teach you all those things. Whatever you want to do, they'll teach you to do. You need so you can just pick a job.
No one goes into it knowing how to fix Apache helicopters. They teach you that there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Probably then mechanic or something where you're
Imagine
away
recruiting
from
18-year-olds from high school and turning them down because they don't have any avionics experience.
That's true. I didn't think about it really. But I was thinking about myself at 35, being like, "Oh, okay. what army skills do you have? You're not."
They would have some experience under fire, being from the US.
Yeah,
that's just high school around here.
Yeah, I'm from St. Louis. This is a pretty nice city, actually. It's a bombed out Bangladesh city.
I think I'd join the Navy. I think I'd like either. I think the submarine thing would be cool.
Oh my
I think
God, that's terrible.
Yeah, but see, like the downsides of that don't bother me at all. It looks. I've seen some videos of like what submarine life is like. Doesn't look that bad. They're like, yeah, we have ice cream on Thursdays. It's Pizza Friday.
One day a week you get ice cream?
They have like an ice cream. They're having an ice cream
Taylor's
party.
tapping out.
I'm out. Actually, I would be that's what I would do. I'd work at the ice cream food truck at the base.
Don't you think you'd be more of a
trucks in this universe?
Yeah. Don't you think you'd be more of like an important target if you were in a submarine? Because that's like a really heavily utilized weapon of.
I think it's where we're furthest ahead of the enemy in a lot of ways.
Okay. So you're thinking that way.
Like Iran's not going to be able to contend with our submarine force. They're probably going to be standing off shooting missiles, depending on what kind of submarine it is anyway. Unless it's like a hunter-killer submarine that's like up above the Antarctic ice, stalking some Russian submarine and just keeping tabs on it. They never do anything. Like they're just chilling in there.
I think I could be wrong about this because I definitely don't know what I'm talking about. But I think a lot of Navy jobs are just maintaining heavy equipment. Picture big gears that need daily oiling in the salty environment, decks that need swabbing, things that constantly get repainted. I think there's so many Navy jobs that I just wouldn't find any joy in.
Aircraft carrier has, I think, 5,500 sailors on it. Like that's a city, you know?
Yeah.
Like, there's got to be so many jobs on there.
I bet 4,000 of those jobs maintain equipment.
At least.
Yeah.
Right?
At least. Like
the shit goes wrong, if shit goes wrong kind of crew, you know? Like,
you know what the best job there? Guarding the reactor. I want to be the guy who just stands there all day with an MP5. Like, no.
I too want 6 fingers. Just guarding the nuclear reactor all day.
That's never been an issue. I saw somebody talk about like the safety of nuclear power today. Like no one ever mentions the U.S. has like 80 nuclear vessels that have never had an incident ever. And they've been running them since the 50s. Like it's never had an issue.
Did you see that Russian ship was sank? I think it was going to North Korea and it had a nuclear reactor on it.
Yeah, it had nuclear reactors for submarines on it.
Yeah,
mysteriously sank.
Wow. You know, the darndest things happen.
You know, them fish are getting sharp.
Maybe it was a swordfish. People don't think about it.
True. In answer to the what would you be in the army question, I would go immediate. Like I can translate. I would get Duolingo up first thing. The second I heard the country that we were going to, I'm getting fluent in Iranian real quick. Like I think I could be witty and likable to where I get
other languages, but you'd instantly volunteer as a translator with an iPhone.
I would learn them, you know.
Okay.
I think they would find that. I think they would find that more endearing because if you were already fluent in Iranian, they would think this guy's fucking us over, you know. But if I genuinely went there, like trembling with a phone in my hand, like trying to get them to translate, I think they would think, poor kid, you know, let's not.
It'd be like Navy SEALs. Like, we can teach you Farsi, but it is hard to find a guy who thinks he knows Farsi already.
Yeah.
That's a rare skill.
Confidence can't be trained, son.
Yeah, I think there's almost a point in being endearingly bad at something in order not to be killed. But I don't know how like forgiving and nice an Iranian military soldier would be in that situation if we were to invade. What country would you want to kill and go to war with?
Ooh,
we haven't killed whites in so long. We haven't killed whites in my country.
We're running out.
You guys.
You want to give Germany another run?
Oh, that's right. Yeah. Somehow I forgot about World War II. Yeah.
Let's
give the Jerry's another what for? I think the Germans seem a little pompous, and I gotta say, whenever I see them like go way to the right with their Israel support, they're like knocking the teeth out of some German girl because she like said Netanyahu's a killer. They're like beating people in the street who are anti-Israel. It's like, They might need correcting again.
Their right-wing parties are heavily Israeli. It's the same thing in the UK as well. The Tommy Robinson guy is Israeli, and he's like the leader of the far-right movement. Any like opposition movement to what's happening is very masqueraded with like an Israeli undertone of, garnish.
Has the Israeli government managed to convince the UK to give them money too? Are you guys also like?
Yeah, I'm sure we do, dude. The UK gives money to fucking Tibet or whatever.
America's given more money to Israel than any other country on earth, and not just for 1 year. This is like cumulative.
Yeah.
But when you think about Israel, like they're not a big country. Like, why are their needs that much bigger than China, Russia, Nigeria, India? Like I don't know. It's disproportionate. This is a tiny little country that gets the most money.
Or America could go to America, where we paid for it.
America. Well, I was thinking of foreign aid, but yeah.
You're saying the foreign aid, Israel, #1 recipient since 1975, I believe. It's probably since before that. The #2 recipient, Egypt.
China. Oh.
Why? Because we bribed Egypt with money to normalize relations with Israel. So basically the top two are just
Israel and Israel by another name.
Yeah. I think there's like
that $2 trillion war we fought for them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's statistics in the UK.
Yeah.
Go on.
Oh, he's quibbling over like the 25 or 30 billion that we've straight up signed over to Israel over the years when we fought a $2 trillion war and lost like 10,000 Americans for them.
Way more than 20 or 30 billion.
The US is like a leading GDP in the world, so them giving foreign aid is interesting. But the UK, I think there's a statistic that came out recently where on GDP, we are poorer than Tennessee. Is that the poorest?
Mississippi, I think, is our poorest state.
Yeah. And we are poorer than if we were a state in America, we would be the 51st.
Oh no!
Poorest state.
Oh yeah,
and we give foreign aid to like a large percentage of countries that are more well off than us at this point.
That's
like
wild.
It's a really weird thing. I think we give like a large amount to China, which is really strange.
You give to China? What the fuck?
I'm fairly certain there's percentages of foreign aid that go to like China and something about Hong Kong. I know the British rule
like reparations for the Boxer Rebellion.
Yeah,
you guys did a lot of wrong over the centuries.
The Opium Wars, maybe. We got them hooked on heroin, didn't we?
Yeah, I saw that. And then like I watched YouTube videos about like houses in the UK, and Ameribros, we're spoiled as hell.
Yeah,
with the size of houses in this country. Like the houses there, they'll be like, it's a beautiful 4-bedroom, 2-bath, 680 square feet. And it's like, oh my God, look at this. Tiny. You can't even fit a king-size bed in some of these rooms.
You can spin around in this one with your arms out wide without hitting nothing. Like it's really bad in the UK. Like,
do you guys have air conditioning? Like is it everywhere?
I have air conditioning, but that's not a thing. But I'm rich. I'm well off now. I'm doing very great. So
air conditioning is not something I think of as a rich people thing.
Well,
true. That actually probably tells you the story there.
It's way, way hotter in most of the US than Europe.
Yeah,
that's true. Yeah.
But UK is pretty cold. The south of the UK gets some heat, but only
in the reef keeping hobby, all the British guys have coolers for their tanks because in the summer it'll get so hot it cooks your fish.
Fuck.
Oh
yeah, so they're just sweating in their living rooms while the tanks have air conditioners cooling the water off.
Get an AC before you buy a giant reef system. Like,
get a window unit. It's not that hard.
Yeah, order of operations here, folks.
A big part of the culture in the UK is sitting topless in your front room with all the windows open while a miniature fan blows on you every now and then on rotation.
You do that with AC.
You could. It's not a thing. AC is just not. I don't know why it's just not a thing.
We can't gloss over this and move on. Do the ladies sit topless too?
Maybe bras on. I would imagine. I don't know. It depends who's over.
Fuck it. No, I'm out. Tapping out.
Yeah, air conditioning.
I thought the UK was one of the better AC countries in Europe. I thought it was like mainland Europe that was like you talk to some guy in Poland or Slovenia or Slovakia about AC, and they're like,
"Oh yeah, they've never heard of it." Yeah, you probably they've never heard of that.
It might be better than some other European countries, but it's not
probably.
By American standards, it'd be worse than anything we have here. Like if your house doesn't have AC, it can get classified as blight and torn down.
Yeah, like I had a lot of friends in primary and secondary school. I
That's
knew
big.
no one with an air conditioning unit in their home. No one I knew had one.
Oh, not
Ever.
even a unit? We have
No.
central air here where it's just pumped through.
Yeah, they're just vents in our ceilings that blow cold air out because we live in the first world. It's so crazy to me that anybody doesn't have it. Whenever I've vacationed in like Seattle before, and the house there didn't have it, and it wasn't listed on the Airbnb, no AC. Me and Chiz go to that place in the middle of the summer, like July or something, and we had to Amazon buy fans. Like we both got like fans like blowing on us constantly. We're sweating. Like it was miserable.
That's
I might have bought a cheap window unit. I wonder how low they go. I bet for like 180,
200. The thing was, we had the first house only had like 3 or 4 days of availability, and then after that, we were going to another house that we had made sure had AC after the first day at house number 1. So it was like, man, do we Amazon a $200 or $300 window unit that will have to stay here? I guess we could return it, but then we're stoned. Like the whole point of this trip is smoking weed in Seattle. So it's like, do I want a bunch of like UPS busy work? And we just sweated it out for 2 or 3 days. It was terrible.
Sweat out. Yuck.
Dude, if my AC goes out in the middle of summer in Missouri, it's so thick and hot and muggy within 40 minutes that I'm like on the phone. Like someone's got to get here now. It's an emergency call. I'm sweaty. I stink. Yeah. My hair's getting greasy faster than it usually does. Like
when my AC went out like 5 years ago, and it was like days and days with it not getting fixed, and so I would go into a hotel and spend my days there, and I made the rental place pay for my hotel and pay for the window unit that I had purchased to like finally just exist in my house. And they're pretty cool about it. I had a meltdown on the phone. I didn't curse like following you guys' example, but I was like, this is unacceptable.
Huge.
I was like, I started making up all kind of lies. I've got a baby here. I've got an elderly grandmother with dementia. Have you ever had to give an old woman 5 sponge baths a day? Have you?
Wow.
Have you? Like, I had a full meltdown. I'm like, we're staying at the Holiday Inn right now. I've got a baby and a wife, and I'm like listing all these people. It's just me. It's just me.
just you and your dogs.
I had a fucking meltdown. But like living without AC was like hell. I always say,
was that house one zone?
Yeah.
Sleeping is the worst. Sleeping without AC is a near impossible task. That's the worst thing for me. I need it to be cold to sleep. That's always been my thing. So I've always got the AC going now, or a fan on, or something. I'm thinking about moving to Spain, and one of the main things that's holding me back from that is that my memory of going to Spain when I was younger is that it's so hot you can't even fucking think in the day. Sometimes you like have this mental fog based on how humid and hot the south of Spain is.
Their work ethic reflects that.
Yeah, it does. That's actually true. They close in the middle of the day. Enough to save myself from being lost, I would say, but not in any way fluent or conversational. No way.
You get much better.
What about America?
He can learn it while he learns Farsi.
True.
Two very notoriously similar languages.
I can't tell the difference. It's all Greek to me.
Yeah, I've thought about moving to the US. Bryce Mitchell said he'd save me a plot of land near him if I ever wanted to move there. But I don't know. Nice. Spain is like a 2.5 hour flight away from where I am and where my family is. It's really easy. It's not that long
time
of a flight.
zone?
I'm sure it's about 2.5 hours, maybe 3 hours.
How different is the time zone?
Maybe an hour difference. Portugal is the same as the UK, but Spain is an hour ahead. Which might be bad.
I find that to be the bigger deal. Like, you know, if you're 3 hours different, then you're not really thinking about calling home until they're ready to go to bed. And, bigger deal.
I just need another look. I think I want to learn another language accidentally via being somewhere.
If you decide to live near Bryce Mitchell, you could get like a house with 5 acres for like $150,000.
I know.
No, you could not get a house.
That sounds too low, but it would be affordable in Arkansas. You
can get a couple $100,000.
Let me link you to the house in Arkansas with 5 acres for $150,000.
Is there an active murderer? Like, what? There's no way.
Damn. Oh, land.com. Does it have a house?
Oh my god, that's
what am I looking at?
You're looking at a 5-acre property with a 700 square foot house for $145,000.
Bring it up on screen.
House is pretty generous.
This is a refurbished like utility shed.
It's like
first, show me that interior.
That right there, a fixer upper. I know that
house, of course.
Bryce handled that. This actually looks like Bryce Mitchell's house.
Wait, go back. What?
Wait,
what kind of people? What kind of people lived here? They have a Grinch.
No, it's not
Bryce Grinch themed bath mat and a Grinch themed curtain.
Yeah. They came as a set. Clearly,
they're gonna take that with them.
I guarantee. And a Grinch themed toilet cover.
I saw the thing that wrapped around the toilet that your feet go on, like little toilet shaped carpet.
Why have I seen this house?
I guarantee a girl who never doesn't wear pajama pants lives there. Like that has to.
He's been wearing those SpongeBob pants for 2 weeks straight.
I bet this is awful.
Horrible and awful. Look at this. Not only do you have a Connex box like tool shed in the back to tie up women and rape them endlessly.
Taylor looking down his nose. How many Connex boxes do you have now, Taylor? 0, I bet.
0 Connex boxes.
Who are you to talk shit about this place?
5 acres of land. Now here's what you would do there. You live temporary. 5 acres is a large amount of land for when you're 145,000 in and you have a place to live. You have a horse barn, which probably comes with a horse.
You have a demo job because that house is terrible.
You could build your new house there. Maybe you could throw up a cabin.
You could repaint the Connex box, Taylor. You lack imagination.
You're right. Spray paint it.
I don't know why you're hating on that. That's 5 acres and a UK-sized house for 145,000 US.
Yeah, coming from the UK, it's a UK-sized house, I guess.
Yeah, you could. I would get one of those log cabin kits that are like $100,000, $125,000. I'd build it myself over there in my spare time. Like after a year or two, I'd have it built and you'd be done.
In your spare time, when you're not shivering in the rain.
MMA Guru is doing well in social media. I think he's more of a Monaco
This is to
kind
give
of guy.
This is like a barometer reading of like what the deal is, though. Like for $400,000, it's a mansion now. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
There's a huge jump up. If you don't want 5 acres, is the land's probably worth $10,000 an acre or something like that.
Yeah, the Monaco tax haven is very appealing. Very appealing as well. And then maybe you can go check out the Formula One with some champagne.
It's the worst race of the year.
Or you can move to
I know, but it's
you know about Dollywood?
I don't know about Dollywood.
See, Dolly Parton has her own theme park.
Oh, wow. How American.
It's a treat. Okay? It's a treat.
Yeah.
First of all, there are bald eagles in there everywhere just flying around. They have a giant netted canopy over the whole park. And so you're walking around eating your snow cone and there's a fucking bald eagle flying overhead. It's America personified. It's wonderful. Roller coasters. They have like a live like cowboy street performances with like blank fire guns and stuff where they have like a bunch of cowboys get mad at each other and have a shootout in the street. They have like live performances and lots of music. It's a great time.
They captured a bunch of bald eagles and put them in a canopy. I thought that wasn't allowed. I thought
they're probably rescue eagles or something. I don't know.
Narc?
I guess so. Because I know once every few years you see a story where it's like some guy in Washington kills a bald eagle and they railroad him. Where it's
taking a feather is illegal. I'm pretty sure that like collecting feathers off the ground and keeping them is illegal.
Oh yeah, Mr. Beast had to change his whole filming location because it may have interrupted the breeding of eagles in that area or some shit like that. I know you guys have a lot of laws about preserving eagles and stuff like that. I was actually shocked by how American America was. When I went to Miami, I was like, okay, this is kind of just like any other. It's American, but it's kind of very city-ish, diverse, you know. But when I went to Nashville, that's when I realized, like, holy shit, I'm in America. These guys are LARPing as cowboys walking around. They actually believe they are cowboys. Cowboy hat.
Major city.
Nashville's an outlier. Nashville's an outlier where it's like the country music, like center of the world. So there are a lot of like guys who are all hat and no cattle. You know what I mean? A lot of those guys.
Okay.
It doesn't make sense for people east of the Mississippi to wearing a cowboy hat anyway. And I always say that to my redneck friends. It's like, you're not a fucking cowboy. You are. If there's country and western, you're country. Don't blend into Western. You don't ride horses. What's that belt buckle? You didn't win that. What are you doing?
You got to be east of the Mississippi to wear a cowboy. Like
I agree.
Do you mean west?
I'm sorry, west of the Mississippi. Sorry.
I want those, a cowboy hat Texas though, Rangers. And I have a tractor, so I feel like, look, I saw Footloose. You wear cowboy hats on tractors.
Shit.
It comes with it.
Getting it from Footloose doesn't help your point.
Noted cowboy Kevin Bacon wears one. What's your
yes, that's what I'm getting at. And also it'd be good for sun.
And like,
what if it was a straw cowboy hat? I feel like that's a little more flexible in its location.
That's the weak.
Oh, really? It has to be like a
cowboy hat edition, the straw one. You got to get one that hurts to wear. I think is probably that's a real cowboy hat. You know,
it's got to be leather. It's got to be uncomfortable.
Yeah, sharp leather, like it rubs. You get a rash from it. You know, that type of cowboy hat.
We went to Texas.
You're not selling it.
We went on a Texas hunting trip, and me and my cousin were looking at cowboy hats. I was like, because when in Rome, and my dad's like, nah, no good. Grabs the biggest sombrero they have, and he wears it the whole trip.
Based?
He got into so many conversations over the hat. People love the hat. And he was like, "Oh, you like my hat? Well, let me tell you this." And they start telling him stories, and he would have a fucking crowd at the bar talking to the sombrero man.
I like to picture that it was one that had like those little tequila shooters hanging. From
no, it was like a muy authentico sombrero. He like he got a good one. It was absurd. It was so big, and he was like, "Man, this is the best sun hat I've ever had." He would wear it back home riding the fucking tractor. He'd be out like on the tractor with his sombrero.
I want to be Lamar when I grow up.
Unironically, my grandpa, also Southern Missouri farmer, he also wore a giant like straw hat for a while because it was so good when he was mowing or doing any work around the property. Like he really did. And he couldn't care less. Like he's an elderly man. He's like, no one's looking at me. Who gives a fuck? But my grandma would be like, he's out there and I see him right now. He's on the tractor and he's wearing his big old hat. And I tell him he looks ridiculous. And he says, shut up. And
as he should.
As he should. Yeah.
Taylor's grandfather was a cattle farmer.
Oh, wow.
Yep. Cattle farmer, trucker. When in the 60s, he was a linesman for a while, like for the electrical company, like climbing up there and doing shit. Oh no, not the NFL.
Is that what it is? Linesman or O-line? A lineman.
But singular lineman.
Yeah, okay. But he was climbing up there and doing stuff. He's got great stories. I wish I could
ever see anybody get jolted. Anybody ever take a charge?
Yeah, he said he saw people get hurt, and he was like doubly careful as a result of it. But he never got shocked or hurt.
Yeah,
got hurt a bunch on the farm because, like, but farming apparently like is the most injury-prone profession of all time. Yeah, you're just working with, especially in modernity, you're working with giant machinery that can crush you, fuck you up. My great grandpa was missing like parts of 2.5 fingers because of farming shit, and I remember being spooked by it when I was a little kid. Like I'd go see him, and he'd be like, "Come over here, Taylor," and I'd be like, "Ugh." He's gonna grasp me with those weird paws, where he doesn't have nails on any of them. Yeah, like just half off.
Oh, my grandpa.
This is your grandfather
like that too.
My great grandpa was missing the nail part of his thumb, and then pinky finger, ring finger about halfway. And so he had like his index finger and his ring finger were good. And then the rest were all nubs. And I just remember how fucking fat the nubs were.
You knew your great grandpa, like you met him and saw him?
Yeah.
Me too.
Damn. Young child havers in your family tree then, I guess. I didn't even fucking speak to my granddad. I never met him.
Oh, not even your regular grandpa?
No, neither of them. I mean, they were alive. Like, there's pictures of me as a baby just fucking precariously held by them. But I never had, like, a conversation with either of my grandparents, like my granddads. I know what they did, and I've heard stories. But, damn, hearing you guys talk about, my great-grandparent. I remember he had this and that, dude. I I don't remember any of that shit.
I knew my great grandmother, and I knew both my grandmothers, and one of my grandmothers had remarried, and so that guy I knew as my grandpa, my papa,
Okay.
and he had like lost 2 of his fingers in the lumber yard, like a giant stack of lumber had just crushed the tips of his fingers off, and I always thought it was cool. Like, it was never scary to me as a kid. I was like, that's fucking neat. His fingers are gone.
You thought it was
great.
neat? It's spooky.
Yeah, dude. So my father-in-law, he like lost part of his finger. It wasn't in combat, but it was in the Korean War. Something happened, and they like reattached it hastily or something. And then his sergeant would have him move rocks for no hecking reason. It was like part of his rehab. And he's telling the story to me like it really worked out successfully. Like, man, it hurt, but he made me do it. I had to pick up the rocks, put them somewhere else, take them, put them back where they were before, just moving rocks until my finger was good again. And it's like, I can see it. It's crooked. It's not. You don't have a fingernail, and the end of it is like has an extra knuckle that goes off to the side. And you're retelling the story like you have a good finger, like this was a successful rehab, but it's not. That's
people don't recommend that anymore for rehab, is lifting large stones over and over. So were you like, how old were or did your grandparents die prematurely? Maybe, like, is that why?
I'm having like an existential thing now because I've just realized that the male life expectancy in my family is like 50. I think.
Oh, that's good. That's good. Retirement planning gets easy.
Yeah.
Okay. My dad's like really breaking records right now. I'm thinking about it right now. He's getting up there. He's beyond 50, and he's really setting the fucking tone of the family history here. Because I'm thinking about it. They weren't that old.
What are the causes of death?
Like probably heart attack, like illness, maybe like my every male in my family has been incredibly stressed. I think it's like a big thing. They all look like pink with stress, like a lot of them. You see photos.
It's a very British look.
Yeah, it's a very British look. It is. So I guess I'm going to have to try and set records here because I was just thinking about it when you said that. Yeah, they haven't. My family don't really age. They don't get old. The women do. The women. I have like an auntie who hit 100 and something. And when you hit 100 in the UK, she's dead. I don't think you'll be getting a letter from the Queen now, but you used to get a letter from the Queen if you made it past 100 years old. She would send you a birthday card.
The king doesn't do it?
The king might pick it up, but I don't know. Maybe
I'd like him to.
It used to be a queen's thing.
It's a good little tradition.
Yeah, what the fuck has he got going on, the old cunt?
Yeah, I don't have any grandfathers either. One was a bad person and left early, and the other died of colon cancer.
Mm-hmm. Both of mine were bad people, and they both died of alcohol-related stuff early. Like one of them died of cirrhosis of the liver at 35, and the other... Yeah. And the other also, I think it was the early days of the internet, like 94 or something like that. And we found him on the internet and he had died in Dallas. And that's how we found out he was dead. Like we had no inkling that he was dead or alive. But
so he wasn't even part of the family.
Really. Oh no, they were both abusive alcoholics. And my mom's dad, he had like divorced and abandoned the family after deafening my grandmother abusively, like slapped her in the head and ruptured her eardrum, so she was always deaf in her right ear. And then he fled the state. And then her next husband was like worse.
Oh, wait, your step grandpa wasn't even cool?
No. That was the third husband.
Oh,
see, she had 2 white guys who were abusive pieces of shit, and then she went and got herself a Honduran that she could bully.
Okay. I was going to say.
Papa.
At what point is she the problem here? All of them, all of them end up beating her up. I mean,
we've already established she can't listen.
Yeah, it might be time to look in the mirror here.
My mom always told me the story about how like she had found out that her second husband was cheating on her. He was at the baseball field with another woman on like a date watching baseball. And my grandmother went there and beat the shit out of the other woman in front of everybody at the baseball field. So yeah, nice. Like the only guy I ever knew was my papa, and he was the best. He was just he was a Honduran guy, so hardworking and so like loving. Loved the Atlanta Braves. Like we'd sit there on the couch for hours watching movies and watching the Braves and having a good time. He's a great guy.
Yeah, I had that too. I had 2 living grandparents. Sorry, go ahead, Woody.
My mother's mom remarried, And I guess I was young and stupid because I didn't call him my grandpa or papa. I called him Uncle Shirley. And I love that fucking guy. He was always nice. He always had time for me. He'd always like sit on the floor and give me attention and stuff, like play cards. And he had a swimming pool, which I just love. So I just go there and be a fish. And yeah, Uncle Shirley was dope. He was an engineer. He worked for RCA.
That's awesome.
Nice.
Yeah. My guy was great. He'd teach me a little Spanish. And he would do this thing where we'd be sitting on the couch and my grandma would be cooking, and he'd like pretend like his toe was possessed or something like that, his feet, and he'd start like creeping them toward me, and he'd like pinch me with his toes, like his big toe and his second big toe. And I can still remember being like, Nanny, Papa's doing something. And he'd be like, I'm gonna get you, Kyle. I'm going to get you, Kyle. He'd like come at me with the toes. It's great. Love that guy to death.
Yeah.
He'd work out. We'd work out together. He'd put on his like sweats and his gloves, go in the backyard, pump iron. He's like 5'6" tops, like little guy.
Oh,
Great
so he
guy.
could
So
get jacked
hardworking.
then.
You can get
I
huge.
mean,
if
he
you
worked
wanted to.
hard. Like he worked in a lumber yard his whole life. And like he was like fit for sure. Like fit for because he was like 65 even then. Yeah. Those guys live forever.
My great grandma knit a quilt for me when my mom was saying she was expecting me, and she died like 11 days before I was born. I still have the quilt.
Is it heavy as fuck?
It's a thick quilt. Yeah. It's like an Afghan, like one of those inner knit things.
Yeah, they're really heavy.
Yeah. My grandpa used to fuck with me when I was a little kid. Like I would be playing with Play-Doh, and he made I was like 4 or 5, probably 4. And he made a duck out of Play-Doh sitting there with me at the kitchen table at their house. And I was so infatuated with the duck because I was trying to build things and I was 4. So I did a poor job of making things look correct with the Play-Doh. And then like when I was like looking at it real close, he's like, Taylor, take a look at this. You like that duck? And I was looking at it. And then he brought like his giant farmer hand down and he went quack and he smashed the duck right in front of my face. And I was distraught. Like I was like I cried. I was crying tears of anguish because of what he did to that, or maybe just from the startling. But yeah, he laughed and laughed and laughed, and he had his fun. So
toughening you up,
to Grandpa James.
That reminded me. It's kind of different, but my grandparents got me a kitten, and they were on the way over.
Smashed it.
Yeah, yeah,
yeah.
Meow.
Yeah. They got me a kitten, and they were getting like packed up to come over to our house to present me with that kitten. And Papa was walking outside out the front door with like some like bags and stuff, and he didn't see the kitten, and he crushed the kitten and killed it. And then they came and told me, they were like, we were going to bring you a kitten, but Papa crushed it. And I was like, why would you tell me?
Why even include that in the story?
Was there ever a round 2, or were they just like, that was your one shot?
That was it. That was the one kitten. Like they went and got a kitten. Like they had a kitten.
Parent.
They only had the one kitten.
Right. So
what
hard
a life
to find
that
people
kitten
giving away
lived.
kittens.
That was it. That was my one shot at a kitten. Didn't happen.
Great life.
Kittens in the country are notoriously difficult to find. They don't just breed and go everywhere.
The older people in my family threatened to kill pets, but they never did. My uncle used to hate small dogs, really small dogs. He didn't mind dogs, but he hated like chihuahuas. He used to call them little rats and stuff like that. Like he really didn't like them. So I remember being a kid and my cousins would get, who were a bit older than me, so they were like borderline adults, would get like a little puppy chihuahua type thing, little terrier. And whenever we were at a barbecue, he would chase it around with tongs around like he was gonna fry it up. I remember it used to like traumatize me. Like, no, don't cook this dog in front of us, please. Obviously he was joking, but yeah.
Guru, are you a big dog guy or small dog guy?
Medium to big. I don't like small dogs. I like a dog that like it's almost big enough to feel like a bit of a human with you. You know what I mean? I don't want to have to watch where I'm walking or stepping or.
I'm outnumbered on this show. Taylor likes small dogs. Kyle likes small dogs, but he is dog flexible.
Okay, dog flexible. And you are in What department are you in? Big dogs?
Yeah, I have Great Danes.
Oh, that's retarded. I don't want a Great Dane. But that's like just too much effort, I think, to have as a dog.
There's
like
no room in my bed.
Yeah.
Why do they lay sideways? What are we doing? I know corner to corner. There are downsides. I like emergency bought new scented candles because they can be gassy sometimes. Like, I don't want to not have scented candles for my fucking pretzel tonight. Like,
man, dude, if my dog could out fart me, emasculating. Like,
my dogs could thoroughly out fart all four.
Oh, yeah.
It's just not terrible.
We're shopping for a new bed now because the dog takes up too much space. Like
what size?
I thought for a second, I thought you were asking about the dog, but you mean the bed.
Oh.
I don't know. There's a few different ones. Obviously, it's going to be one of the Colorado or California King. I think the California King is just longer and maybe not even as
it's a little more
like
narrow.
That. Yeah, that's what I thought.
It's longer, a little narrower, but it is bigger. Just, like the square footage.
And the way that helps.
Okay.
What's wider. The Alaska King? Isn't that
one of them is much wider?
Yeah. There's a Wyoming as well, I think. Yeah, what do we have here?
Ooh, beds
will help tremendously.
Ooh. Wyoming. That's not how people look on a bed. Jesus, they've done a bad job with the human examples.
So, the Wyoming King is probably the answer to my problems. That gets me 8 more inches, which is a ton, I think, in the end game, and it's just as long as the King. Because when I lie down, if I don't go put my head all the way to the headboard, my feet will hang off a King. I can't go any shorter, and I definitely want to I need wider because my dog's a Bernie Doodle. He's like 80 pounds. He's no giant or anything, but he lays sideways. He takes up as much space, and he wants to be on you. So he does his 3 little circles and then collapses like a house of cards onto somebody. And it's usually my girlfriend, and I can hear it. I'll come to bed late and he'll come with me and she's dead asleep. And I see Toby doing his little circles. And when he falls on her, I hear her go, oomph. Fuck.
Dude, splurge for the Alaska King.
I don't think I have the room for it. I don't know how big his bedroom is.
It would fit in there, but I think actually I've got nightstands on both sides, obviously, of the bed. I think if I add another 2 or 3 feet, I'm not gonna fit in the room. I think the Wyoming King is the way to go, and I bet they're very expensive because I don't want some spring mattress. I'm definitely gonna get a Casper equivalent mattress, so it's probably $1,500, $2,000.
And you're gonna need a whole new bed frame, headboard.
That's the problem.
Those are really cheap.
The comforters can get expensive, especially when you go into the specialty kings.
Yeah, comforters and sheets and all that's going to be expensive because I like bougie sheets. I like high thread count sheets that feel silky.
Oh,
I'm a basic bitch when it comes to my bed. Just a simple thing: 2 pillows, duvet, cover may or may not be on, depending on whether or not. I don't know. I sleep well as long as it's cold. I sleep very well.
If
it's in any way hot, I'm out. Yeah, they call it a California King, I think, in the UK.
There we go.
Oh, no. Yeah, that's a good size. I want a bigger bed. I could use a bigger bed. I'd have to measure the room to see what fits. We might have to if we gave up a nightstand on one side, we'd totally fit any of them. But the bed itself, the foot and the headboard and stuff, they were really premium. It's do I have to start over on that? What am I going to do with this? I don't want to be a money asshole, but I think we have an $8,000 bed or something. Just going to throw that away and start over.
That's a nice guest room now.
Who's going to buy that?
It's a dope guest room.
Yeah. I don't know. That dog takes up way too much room. It's a problem every night where I end up with barely enough comforter, or my little Pomeranian does the same thing. So he's here on me while I'm asleep, under my chin going, he snores. Like an old man. He's gonna have to have that surgery to fix his
No, just get him a BPAP.
He's got a little teeny deviated septum.
Yeah, he's got a teeny deviated septum or something like that, and he snores and snorts all the time. I hear him now, that cocksucker. So I'm sandwiched between them with no room at night. I'm just this is my bed. This is my bed.
You need to man up a little bit and have a bit of a fucking revolution.
On one hand, it is silly that he's getting pushed around in his bed by a Pomeranian. On the other hand, I have no room to speak because my dog likes to lay on me, and I just put up with it.
Great Dane not laying on you is crazy. I don't know.
Yeah,
2 of them.
Yeah.
I
do like big dogs though. Big dogs are cool. My family's always had. Right now, they have a border collie mixed with a whippet. At the moment,
that sounds neat, but also high energy. I bet.
Yeah, it was, but it's dying now, so the energy levels have come down a little bit, which is fine. It's a kind of a double-edged sword going on right now, but it is going to be a traumatic experience when she goes. But yeah, most of the time there's been big dogs, Alsatians. My dad used to have an Alsatian. My auntie used to have a big pit bull called Zeus, or a Rottweiler called Zeus that was like the sweetest dog ever to us, but to anyone else was a brutal threat pretty much. It was like a weird dynamic going on. But yeah, I've always preferred big dogs for sure. It feels cool to have a big dog, no? Like it's
no,
like
you just like I have guns. Like I don't need, like you know, we can just have guns here.
You do have guns, to be fair.
Can't you guys have like what's the UK? Can't you guys get like hunting rifles, like regular like 30-30s or something? Like
depends where you live. You know people that have guns in the UK. Some friend of a this of a that has a gun, typically. But most of the time you'll have like a rifle, but you're only allowed certain types of bullets to go with it, and it can only fire certain types of bullets. Something like a 2.2 rifle or something. And then if you're in the farmlands and if you're in the country, you can have like some pretty decent weaponry. I'm pretty sure if you have need for it, like pests and stuff like that, as far as even rabbits, like you can, if you are responsible for livestock, you can have guns.
You can buy a minigun here.
Yeah, it's fucking insane. I know it's the land of the fucking free. Don't need to remind me, mate. It's so like horrible over here. I hate it.
What caliber are you allowed there? Like 22 can't be the max. That's insane. Like because I know people deer hunt there, which means they need at least a 308, Kyle.
Yeah, I guess something along those lines. I don't know. I have no idea what a fucking caliber is, to be honest with you. That's how much it's been beaten out of me, the possibility of owning one.
Caliber is roughly the diameter of the barrel, and
I know what the caliber is, but I don't know what the caliber is. You know what I'm saying? Or what
I'm sorry, I understand now. Yeah.
I know what a 4570 is, you know.
That's a 4570 government?
Is it? Okay. Yeah, something like that. A UFC fighter threatened to shoot someone by saying, all I need is I'm going to bring my 4570. That's all I'm going to need, 4570. That's all I'm going to say, 4570. He kept just like reciting a caliber of gun.
It's like not a common caliber.
I know, it's like an ominous way of threatening.
It's a large caliber.
Someone. Wow, there you go. That would explain it.
It's an old cowboy rifle.
Yeah, it was Kevin Holland. UFC fighter Kevin Holland was getting into it with Rampage Jackson on his podcast. It was one of my viral videos covering it. And Rampage was like talking to him. They had some beef, and he just kept saying 4570. 4570. Just reciting.
What did Raja get? Did he basically get off? Did he get probation?
Oh my God, he got 90 days with probation. Some of it's already been served, I believe. 81,000 in damages. He basically got nothing, to be honest with you, compared to
paid for the medical bills.
Expected.
That's bananas.
And he has to stay out of trouble for a while.
I know.
He tried to kill somebody.
Yeah, the guesses were that he would get 6 years, and then there was people saying that because of his status and financial situation, he could bring that down to 3 or 4. But to get 90 days is actually insane. And how long they took to get to the verdict as well is just, I mean, how about that California justice system, guys? Well, classic. Eh?
It's on video.
I know it's on
him
stream.
Like trying to kill someone who's like, we're here. He's like the other guy's like the great Kali or whatever, like doing a stunt. And then he just gets attacked viciously and beaten near to death. That's crazy. That guy should be in jail. You can't you can't behave that way.
Do you think there's a weird thing going on with streamers where they're just not actually getting in trouble for anything whatsoever that they do? Because didn't that clavicular guy run over someone and then look at the camera and say, I hope he's dead? I know that. Really? I know. Yeah, clavicular. So. No, he said, I hope so. Yeah.
That's a real Jim from The Office turn.
Yeah. There was this like a fan that was like standing in front of his car. So he just floored it on him pretty much. He stalked Clav. Yeah, he did. He was following him. But then Clav just like sort of like was sick of him, so floored his car over the top of him, and you could hear him boom, boom, ran him over with a Cybertruck. And the guy's in a wheelchair now. The guy's in a wheelchair now, from what I've last seen. And the cameraman goes, "I think you ran over him. He could be dead." And he goes, "I hope so." And he got no jail time.
Well, you can't prove intent.
Vehicular manslaughter mod.
Could have been an
ominous
accident.
look into the camera and saying, "I hope he's dead," is kind of a weird.
Yeah, that could be taken so many ways.
Well, did you see that Chud the Builder guy?
I did. I don't know. How do you guys feel about Chud
the Builder?
Brand
the Builder.
Did someone lay out? I've seen headlines, but I don't know the story.
So I think Chud the Builder is I didn't know about him until like all this happened. But what I heard is that he's a streamer who will just straight up call black people the N-word to like provoke them. And I guess he was at a courthouse, I think in Tennessee, maybe filming, and I'm imagining that he called a black person the N-word, and that person attacked him, and he shot that person to death. Also shot himself a little bit somehow.
No one died. In his leg. I saw in the story no one
died though. No one died.
Oh, okay. Well, that's good for him.
My understanding, and I also don't follow this guy because I do have a extreme dislike of the streamers who just bother people in public. I fucking hate that. That's so shitty. But he was going around being antagonistic to black people, and I guess it went fine for a long while. And then this one dude, the guy who ended up attacking him, is what he would say, was posting on social media being like, "I'm going to find where this guy is, where Chud is, and I'm going to get him. I'm going to find him and I'm going to get him." And so he was posting on social media he was going to do that. And now I think the defense claim is going to be this guy posted, said he wanted to attack me, said he wanted to get me, and then he saw me in public, came over, attacked me, and I defended myself.
Yeah.
I saw a video, can't tell anything because it's in the shade from fucking a mile away, and so I have no idea what the truth is there.
Yeah. Apparently, we used to provoke people. Chud the Builder's like this massive guy, right, with the mustache and the cowboy hat. And you can see when he's like streaming himself and he goes up to black people and he'll basically just say, "Look at him, chimping out again." And then they'll turn and go, "What?" Like they're about to knock him out. And then very quickly they go, "Oh shit, he's actually fucking massive." And then that's how he's kind of been getting away with it, really. Is that he looks like a big guy. He does. He has
like if you show a picture of him, his mugshot with the mustache, he looks like someone who should have been fighting in the Civil War.
Yeah.
Like if you can get a front forward facing photo of him like that.
That's General Chud the Bigot. He leads the dirtiest brigade out of Mississippi.
Yeah, doesn't he have Civil War looks? Look at that.
I asked ChatGPT if that was legal. I was like, "What is the law around this?" Like, there's a thing called fighting words, where like if you say the right bad thing to me, I'm legally allowed to fight in assault. Apparently, the N-word is not that. It doesn't justify assault. So that guy who went into violent mode because he was called a slur, like, I guess he is self-defense.
This guy seems like a complete dickhead with his behavior, but like
he does.
If someone attacks you because you say something they don't like, you can defend yourself. Like that's
right. Well, also you can defend yourself if someone says the wrong thing. Like this is a Supreme Court decision. I looked it up. Like there's something called fighting words, and you can commit the first assault with words. Maybe I'll look it up.
Assault and battery is a thing because assault doesn't require you to touch them. Assault is if I like bucket you, or if I say I'm going to beat you up and I'm walking toward you aggressively. Yeah. I've assaulted you just by doing that. The battery is when I lay hands on you. When you hear those charges go hand in hand.
Okay.
You can routinely get in the way of someone's movement in the UK, and it's considered assault. Like if you like someone's trying to get past you and you go up, and you're like stepping in front of them, that can be considered assault in the UK. Like
that makes sense. Yeah.
So I have a little bit fighting words which would let you defend yourself physically, direct face-to-face threats like I'm going to kill you right now, extremely personal insults delivered aggressively at close range, and certain epithets shouted directly at someone in a confrontational way. Isn't that what Chud did?
Yeah. I thought that fighting words were just the threat part. I didn't know the rest. Where it was like, I'm gonna fucking kill you. Like,
I think what the conversation is right now on social media is that if the M word and slurs are not fighting words, as you put it legally, then this kind of thing is gonna be the type of situation that will lead it to become that. Like this guy is probably gonna be precedent. This will be the type of thing that will set a precedent for that moving forward. I think
they're going to argue.
I think he's a piece of shit. I think Chud the Builder is a piece of shit, to be honest with you. Everyone always asks me in my chat, "What do you think about him?" Hilarious.
Seems like a dickhead.
You stream. Listen, I'm racist, but listen, man, let's have some class about this. You know, that's the way. Everyone sort of does that a lot.
And figures, folks.
Like, come on, man. I get labeled that a lot, and because I get labeled
racist.
Yeah, because I get labeled it, you always get like the Fuentes questions and the Chud the Builder questions in chat. But let's have some fucking decorum here, because you're walking around the street, you're provoking people, and then this is the bit where it's kind of just a bitch move. They're like starting a fight with you, and then you're pepper spraying them in the face. Like, that's some gay shit, man. You know, that's some weak shit.
Did he pepper spray him too?
Yeah, he'll provoke them. I've seen videos of this.
Oh, other incidences.
Other incidences where he hasn't shot them, but he always has a gun on him. Where he'll provoke them, they'll say, "Oh, you want to do something about it? Like, you're really gonna go there with this?" Like, they'll usually be acting out in the first place, but then he'll insert himself and be like fighting words. And then they'll start going after him, and either he'll pepper spray them in the face and they'll immediately not go after him anymore because they're fucking blinded. Or he'll, off camera, you'll see a little movement, and then very quickly in these black guys' eyes, they'll go, anyway, man. Like, and he's very obviously just like reached for a visible weapon on his holster or something. And that's basically what he's been doing for a long time.
If he gets away with this, other people will follow the example. Like,
I know.
It is not a secret that if you say the N-word, a lot of people want to fight you over it. You know, like if you say the N-word to a black person, it's almost a standard response to go violent, right?
Yeah.
That's not good, though.
Even if they told you to say it, this is the age-old trick that black people pull, that they used to pull, because I went to like a majority black school. It was kind of like 50-50. The age-old trick is if they're telling you to say it and there's a couple of them in front of you, still hold your ground and do not say it, because they're just, sometimes they are just looking for an excuse to attack you, if we're being very honest here.
This guy seemed like likes to shoot guy, and drummed up a scenario where he could do it.
You see what his bond was?
What was it?
Has he shot other people? Like, is this the first?
This is the first time he's let loose bullets.
Pepper sprayed, I think.
Yeah,
you see what his bond got set at?
1.25 million or something like that, right? Yeah,
his reaction to that was like, he's a piece of shit, but I felt bad. He just goes, he hears that number and he's just like, don't have that.
But I did see, I saw a post about it. His bond was set higher than that black kid who stabbed that white track kid to death in his own. It was set higher than that. And then people funded almost like $1 million for the black kid. And he got to walk for graduation after murdering someone. Yeah.
Whatever happened to that kid?
No one knows now. Yesterday's news, right?
Well, the white kid's dead. I don't know why.
I knew what happened to him. Yeah, the black kid. Like, what is he in jail now? I hope.
Let's see. What's his? I hope he's in jail. You can't just fucking.
I'm more lenient than most people on kids.
Yeah, go on.
Like I was a dumb kid. I never killed anyone, but I was just dumber than most kids, and that extended all the way to like 19 or so. So when I see a 17-year-old do the worst possible thing, I think I have more empathy than an average guy. And like, but that cake is still cooking. You can't judge it by 17. You know,
but no.
Okay.
But at the same time, don't carry a knife to school and stab someone to death because they told you to move the seat. I would never think of doing that when I was a kid.
Yeah,
I would never think the vast majority of people would do
that. Yeah.
The fact that he had it in his bag should have been sealed and dealed. This guy's going to jail for a long time.
Well, it wasn't like knives are more common here. I have a knife in my pocket right now.
I mean,
yeah, but you wouldn't stab someone to death because
you're a craftsman
you
who
went
collects
into
knives.
their
He's a
track tent.
16-year-old like kid at a track meet or something. Like he didn't need a blade there that day. You know what I mean? I never carried a knife at school. I mean, I worked on a farm, so I had a knife. I had like I had my case folding knife and everything, and like I wouldn't bring that thing to school. I remember one time I accidentally brought my dad's like a pack of cigarettes to school. I told on myself immediately. I was like, hey, I accidentally brought some cigarettes to school. We got to do something about this. I can't have these. Like there's no way I'd have had a knife.
Carmelo Sincere Anthony is the name of the guy who murdered Austin Metcalf. His bond was set at $250,000, which is what 1/5 of the total of this guy who is claiming that he defended himself. Who's to say if he was defending himself or not? You know, we'll have to see what pans out.
Did you find out where he is now?
Well, he walked for graduation and his bond was posted, and so I would guess that he's free.
Didn't they have witnesses that said it was an argument, but it wasn't physical before the knife came out? I'm fairly certain they had a witness there that claimed it was an argument. It was a heated moment. But
you might know more than me about it. I thought it was because the murderer went into like a tent for their track team.
Oh yeah,
for the other track team, and then stabbed him. When
the trial date
when the murderee said, "You get out of here! Like you're not on our track team. Get the fuck out! Like you don't.
Yeah,
you can't be hanging out in our tent."
So fucking crazy.
Trial begins in June.
Well, there you go.
Yeah, he's facing 5 to 99 years, and it says he was on house arrest. He wasn't quite free.
Xbox.
House arrest, Xbox, gets to walk for graduation.
Dude, he should have became
it's like almost $1 million from
he should have became a streamer.
Him.
You're right. That's a good investment.
Yeah. He could have gone Johnny Somali mode.
Yeah. The donations he would get. He would make so much money off people donating like $2 text to speech saying, "Get out of that chair," just to see how he would respond to it, you know. On the Chud the Builder thing, he had a GoFundMe that was quickly raising money, and they just blocked that, didn't they? They just blocked GoFundMe. What? He's not allowed to raise money for his bail or something. I even heard a thing on Twitter about him on audio over the phone saying, "Adam Ross, I'll fight on brand risk for free if you just put some money towards like." Yeah, you saw that as well, Kyle.
Yeah,
he's been like he's been trying to sort of expend every option that he has.
He needs to get out of jail.
Yeah, because there's
he's
a
in
lot
a Tennessee jail. He needs to get the fuck out.
He's gonna get killed.
It's unlikely you'll get killed in jail.
Hear me out. What if he brings a gun?
I'll just smuggle him.
I bet they took that off him when they booked him.
Oh, I think that.
Yeah, I would not want to be him in jail. I don't know how big of a jail he's in, but like the little jail that I was held in was nothing. It was a bunch of people who've been caught for like meth and stealing fucking hubcaps and shit. They were good old boys.
You think Chud is going to make a principled stance and not join the white supremacist group?
Hopefully he doesn't end up in prison where that actually exists.
I mean, I can get behind a lot of his behavior, but hypocrisy, I don't know if I can.
You're a Latin king? What the fuck, bro?
I mean, do all that, but don't you dare be a damn hypocrite in here.
It's literally the old Norm Macdonald bit where he's like, hey, you know, the worst thing about these rapists is the hypocrisy. It's like, no,
it's the hypocrisy.
I was thinking it was the rape.
The drugging, the scheming. Yeah, I remember he mentioned scheming is almost as bad to even think about such a thing. I miss.
You ever watch that show 60 Days In, where they send the undercover people into jails? The Atlanta jail is the only jail that ever got featured twice. They did a whole they were like endless material here. Let's just do another fucking season. That's how rough the Atlanta jail is. And there was a part when I was being sentenced for my marijuana thing where it was like best case scenario, house arrest. I'm like, whoo, that sounds good. I'd love me some house arrest. Like worst case
Would you
scenario,
notice the difference?
No. I wasn't going out anyway, bro. I was dreaming of house arrest, and I was gonna really have to play it up how disappointed I was to receive it in court. Oh no. I was praying for it. But worst case scenario though, was the Atlanta jail. Because they were only going to give me 60 days, like worst case was like they just put me in jail. And it's literally that jail from 60 days in where people are getting beat up and like jumped into gangs and shit. It's a rough fucking jail.
You got to hope for a good pod boss. You don't want Rue or whatever his name was. I've seen so many 60 Days In episodes. My chat often asks for
I wish Taylor was here. He's a big fan.
We had a couple of those guys that had been on the show as guests before.
Nice.
That's always been interesting. I think that guy died. I think the guy we had,
the cool white guy.
We had the
was
guy
his name
from
Nate?
Yeah, Nate.
Something like that.
He was like cool with the black guys in jail. They actually liked him because he could play basketball, right, or something.
Yeah, I think it was that guy.
Yeah,
I think he died over something with a girlfriend or a breakup.
He self-done him.
Yeah. That's kind of
named himself. Yeah,
I think so. Real shame.
But he seemed cool.
Atlanta jail's fucking scary.
His audio was terrible.
Like if Chud's in a place like that, he's not safe.
I'd have given him 60 more days for that audio if I was king.
Okay, he's dead. Just talking about his dead, and you're speaking like you're at his funeral. His audio was just fucking abysmal that episode.
That guy showed up talking to his cell phone in a car or something. It was ridiculous.
That wasn't him, was it?
No, it was. I think I seen a clip of you guys talking to him. It was bad. He looked like he was still in a cell. It was I love 60 Days In. I love you know what I loved is how Abner went into there and the cell wasn't really doing the racial stuff. And very slowly over Abner's stay, he made it racist, basically. Like he made it a racial segregated place. They were kind of getting along. Like they were chilling in races, but they were cool with each other. Like it wasn't
my favorite one was, and I don't remember where it was anymore. It's somewhere in the South, I'm sure. But they send in a big black guy as an undercover. And he immediately, I think he had been a prison guard before. So he's like steeped in prison politics. And he immediately like takes an alpha position in the pod where everybody's kind of worried about this new guy. He had loaned some guy some soups or something, like some ramen noodle packs or something who didn't have any money. Like, he loaned them to him. And then the guy is like, I can't pay you. I'm not going to pay you. He took that man's pants. He took another man's pants away from him as collateral till he could come up with the soups. And it's like, dude, you're not a real prisoner. You just took that man's pants. He's like, couldn't let him punk me like that. Yeah. Couldn't let him punk me like that. It's like, fuck, dude, you're not. And he was finding blades and drugs and stuff. He would come into the interview and be like, I got this. Like they're giving him weapons because he's like the alpha now. he had really
Tony. That was Tony. This is him. I could fucking run this place. Yeah. He was bad. He was a former corrections officer, and as soon as he went in there, he like immediately ran the place, basically. Like straight away, he was like, who's in charge? Like who thinks they're big dog in here? And there was a guy called Champagne that was in the cell with him, who was like this taller, 6'5", skinny kind of looking black guy. And he was like, he basically intentionally lended Champagne something so that if he did give it back, then he would know that he feared him. But if he didn't give it back,
or
no, it wasn't. It was like ramen or something. No, Tutor was in a different pod. I remember Tutor. Okay. But he lent him something so that it would basically give him an excuse to jump him if he didn't give it back. And then I remember him taking that guy's clothes. He right, go in the cell and give me everything you have on your body under the cell door. And he basically stripped this guy nude in the cell, taking all of his clothes under the door. And I remember he said something like, Champagne thinks he's tough in here, but if things got busy, I would definitely put Champagne on ice. Like he had no fear in that pod. There was another
he
other than him and Abner.
He was probably the most dominant ever. Aaron was another good one. The white guy. We had him on the show, I think. Yeah. And then he, I believe, killed himself.
Oh, okay. It's that guy. Yeah, I mentioned that a moment ago.
Yeah. That was Nate. Yeah,
I thought it was Nate though.
Nate. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And then
there was another guy, Ryan, the combat medic that I liked on the show. Nice. He went about it in like the way a reasonably defenseless guy should. It was cool to see that other dynamic because him going in there, he probably had Asperger's, probably a little bit of an autism in him. He thought he was this genius guy, and he kind of did smart his way through the system by just being cool and being of benefit not to get beaten up.
Who was it that started leading prayer groups? Like started a whole prayer group.
We had him on the show too.
Yeah, we had him.
Yeah.
Mark.
Yes.
Yeah.
I was like, man, that's the most manipulative thing. I'd have never thought of that. Like you became their fucking reverend. Like, oh man, what a way to get like respect from just about everybody and to make sure nobody bugs you and to actually get some preferential treatment. Like nobody's gonna fuck with that guy. He leads the prayer group. What are you gonna punk him for? He just taught me yesterday about Elijah.
I mean,
that was smart from him too. Yeah, that was smart from him because he did look like a bit of a victim. Like when I saw him loading in, I was like, "Oh god, dude, this guy's gonna get done like that one guy who basically was within an hour of being in the pod on the brink of being raped. Basically, was one of the contestants was so bad, like he was just sitting there like while they were tickling his ears and going, ooh. And he was like freezing up on the ground. I'm like, dude, start acting like you have a headache immediately. Like you got to
get out of here. You need to say, 76 or whatever needs to happen to get you.
God, I have a really bad headache. My shoulder's acting up. That's the two that they tell him.
That's a great premise for a show. I like anything hidden camera. Have you seen? I think it's called Jury Duty, where here's a premise of Jury Duty. It's a reality show about a jury, and they're like, we're going to have cameras in the courtroom, we're going to have cameras in the jury deliberation room, we're even going to follow you back to your hotel because this isn't about the case, it's about the jury. Except there's only one true contestant who's on a show about a jury. Everybody else is an actor who's been like practicing this for weeks. There's a full production crew. It's all hidden camera bullshit. There's no case. There's no judge. There's no defendant. It's all bullshit. And they've got this. They've got a Hollywood actor named James Marsden. I think he played Cyclops in the X-Men movies. He's part of the Jury Duty too. So that throws this weird wild card into it, where he's being like an obnoxious Hollywood guy. And the one guy who's getting pranked, essentially, it's like the whole way through, he's just a wonderful person. Like he's given all these opportunities to like be the bad guy or like be a piece of shit. And at the end, he wins like $150,000 when they finally reveal to him, like he's able. All the jury wants to convict the guy, and he's able to guide them to the correct choice and find the guy innocent of everything that's going on. And at the end, when they reveal, like the judge is like, I mentioned at the beginning of this case that this would be my last case because I'm retiring. It's actually my first case because I'm not a judge and this isn't a courtroom and you're not on a real jury. And like the cameras come out and everything. And it's this ridiculous reveal. It's pretty good. It's pretty funny.
Yeah. I like those types of shows.
It's a high risk show because all it takes is that guy being like, this sucks. Or like leaving. And
he's in jury duty, so he can't really leave. He's like, that's part of the beauty of it is they get sequestered right away. So they can't even leave their hotel. So it creates all these like.
So this guy had to miss like 3 weeks of his real job.
He was signing up for that. He was signing up for jury duty, and also at the end they pay him. I think it's $150,000, like a prize.
Not too bad.
This show could never happen in the UK because they are bypassing. They're trying to push a law to bypass the possibility of having a jury decide your crime for certain crimes under a certain level. They're trying to push a law to where there will be no jury possible, and they'll sort of speed through.
What sort of crimes? Like, were you guys get a little too edgy on social media?
Yeah, I mean, that included, but probably like assault and like simple shit where it can be like witness this, that. No jury needed for a lot of those types of things. This is what they're trying to push, but there was massive backlash. It feels like there's a protest every week in the UK these days.
Oh, this is a UK story. I saw this Sikh. Did you see this Sikh guy like murdered a British kid?
Yeah,
like in the street. And then when the police showed up, Kyle, I don't know if you've heard about this, because Sikhs are allowed to carry gigantic knives, and the rest of the population, I guess, isn't. Sign of a conquered country. Who knows? But they have it, and this guy murdered a kid, like an 18-year-old, with a knife stole his phone and other things from him. And then when the police got there in the UK, the Sikh guy said he was being racist. And so they handcuffed this bleeding out, dying kid on the street. And he died on the street.
Handcuffed.
Died.
They didn't get him an ambulance or anything. It's crazy.
Did he kill him with the ceremonial like sheik blade?
Yeah, he killed him with the ceremonial Sikh blade. The kirpan. Whatever.
I've known Sikh guys, and they wear a necklace with a very, very tiny, like not even a letter opener type thing, just to fulfill the religious requirement.
Well, this guy was in it to win it. The fucking 8-inch blade. Like just
they basically saw, the UK's allowing us to. Basically, if something is of a culture that isn't British, they will allow it to happen in the UK massively. They even like had a big thing in Houses of Parliament to where they're now pushing through like acceptance of cousin marriage again. And I remember seeing that on the news and thinking, damn, when I was 10, I thought we were going to have flying cars. And I'm looking at Parliament decide whether or not cousin marriage should be normalized. It's
going to be rickshaws for you.
Yeah. I wonder why that is.
Yeah, but that kid got stabbed. That kid, and then while he was bleeding out, the police came, and the guy stayed there. The Sikh guy stayed there and said he was in a really drunken rage, and he said all of this racist stuff to me and tried to knock my turban off or something like that. So I stabbed him to death, which even still is a crazy response. Yeah. But it's all, there's at least some argument for him to get a lesser sentence, maybe, unless he's Raja Jackson, I guess. But he had like a big thing about how the guy was in a drunken rage, and the police, while he was bleeding out, I guess, did a blood alcohol thing on him, and it was under the legal limit to drive, so he could drive. He wasn't.
So he couldn't handle his alcohol.
You're like bleeding out and handcuffed. Like, I'm dying, and the police are like, blow into this, mate.
Yeah, it's a crazy thing.
You fucking
But the thing is, there are still people in the UK that will completely ignore that so as not to be called bad. It's a really tough time. The UK is probably the highest percentage populace on earth of retards and gays, I think, at this point. I don't know how much I've been saying on it, but
you guys aren't able to like push back meaningfully at all. Not even on social media. Like, you'll get arrested if you say something like racist or perceived as bad.
Yeah, you do have to go quite extreme.
We were just talking about Count Dankula. He had the pug that did the Nazi salute, and he got in all that legal trouble.
Hilarious prank, by the way. Like, that's funny.
And by the way, it's just lifting its paw up as I don't want to do it. Fucking hell. It's just lifting. Oh, God, it's got a mind of its own, this thing. No, it just kind of lifted its paw up. They're acting like it hit the tash as well on it. Like, he really just lifted his paw up,
I think it lifts the paw up to a verbal command, and I don't remember what it was, but it might have been something like Sig Heil. Like, you know what I mean? Like I think he would say Hail Hitler, and then the dog would do it. That was the verbal command.
Can you imagine how much work it took saying Sig Heil to get a dog to respond to it? And how much effort it took for this prank, for this joke?
If he had thin walls, can you imagine what his neighbors were thinking was going on? Hearing him repeat that command over and over until he got it.
No. Sig Heil. Jeez,
yeah, like this.
Again.
Yeah.
And we've had Count Dankula on the show. We know he's not a fucking Nazi. Like, it was funny.
He is an edgelord, though,
Of course.
Yeah.
Which is why
you need
a Nazi saluting dog.
You need edgelords.
Pushing when we were all edgelords.
Keeping it around. Yeah.
Hopefully get him on soon. I've been asking for him again for a while. I know isn't he in like he's not he just looks like that guy. He's in the UK.
Scottish. He's Scottish, right?
Scottish. Yeah, he is.
Yeah, he's great.
Do you as an Englishman have any animosity towards Scots or Irish like in modern day? Like, is there any of that?
There is, but it's performative. And even me saying that, a Scottish person or an Irish person would be like, no, it's fucking not, pal. It's not performative at all. And they'll get up in arms about that. But it is. It's like a beef that we have, but it's not really a beef. It's just.
I imagine it being like SEC football.
Yeah. Like if we were both in a foreign country, we'd get along like we're the same thing. That's the
like
way
if
I
Scotland's
like
playing England in a soccer match, does that get like heated and physical?
Yes, it's like a big thing. It's a big deal. It's like, yes, we fuck, yeah. Like Scottish people routinely root against England in the World Cup because they never make the World Cup. So they just spend their whole World Cup experience watching England and hoping that they lose, basically. Yeah, but the way I put it is if like a Scottish, Irish, and English person were in a bar in Thailand, they would get along like they're the same thing. But back home, we're completely different things that are at each other's necks. Like it's not really that way, but it is. It's like a culture of mild hatred. I don't know. And it's not really that crazy. We get along if we're in person, but over social media, it's like a big patriotic thing against each other.
I wouldn't think the Scots would be as bad. Like I would imagine a little bit of animosity with the Irish.
Yeah, Scottish and Irish get along. English and Irish is obviously going to be a beef because we tried to make their people extinct. Crazy over exaggeration from them. Really nothing in hindsight, but yeah, the Scottish thing.
I remember some bombings.
Yeah. There was something.
I'm pretty sure the potato famine. That was a pretty rough one.
You know what's crazy? If we saw an Irish person when we were kids, and this is as young as me, which goes to show how kind of recent this was. Like it was in the 1900s or the 18. It wasn't that long ago that we were still kind of heavily prosecuting the Irish with the Northern Ireland thing. Yeah. But when I was a kid, if you saw an Irish person, you would go potato. That's what you would do. It was a common thing. There was a comedian on TV in the UK called Keith Lemon. And if he ever saw an Irish person, he would say potato, potato. And like it was a tick, like a Tourette's thing to mention it, which is kind of insane. But, I don't know why they're so bitter against us.
You don't know why?
It's the generations of murder, rape, pillaging. And
Kyle, you should be furious. You're more Irish than Woody or I.
My people left the home country several hundred years ago. I owe no allegiance to Ireland, the country that couldn't bother to fight in World War II.
Yeah, wait, you're not more Irish than me, are you? How Irish are you?
100%, like 70%.
Damn.
Oh,
I could look it up. I think it's like 70%.
Wait. Are you including your English in there?
No, it's like 70% Irish and then like 25% English or something. It's like that's why I say I'm the whitest of the whites.
You are. That is quite the white. The Irish are the whitest of the whites. They are. They're up there. Other than the Swedes, maybe. I think I'm only 5% Irish. Yeah, but the Germans were like larpers as whites. They ain't really whites like that. You know what I mean? They are, but come on.
This man knows what's up. You see this? Echoing my very words. See, I was explaining the other day. They were like, "Oh yeah, all of fucking Europe is white." And
no, they're not, dude. I'm sorry. This is
they're not.
Yeah,
lowercase white.
This is a very special club, and not just anybody can get in. Okay,
how is German not
Italians?
white?
I'm looking at you. Okay, all right, you are not.
Whoa,
you settle down, Darky. No one wants to hear your opinion.
Once we get to Slovakia, I'm on the edge. To be honest with you, Poland, maybe.
Are Russians white?
Yeah, but they're more Slavic. I don't know. It's Russians. They're different variants.
That's also white, though.
It is. Slavs? But it's not white is. Do you know what I'm saying?
I guess I don't, because I'm a mutt from America. But
okay, it is white, but it's not the white that is the white.
That's like white. Anglo-Saxon.
Yeah, I don't mean to be Hitler over here. But
no, I'm just trying to learn.
Hitler was far more
accepting. Being Somalian is a very different thing than being Nigerian. Let's just call it what it is.
Sure.
You're a very different thing with a completely different ethnic group. Just because your skin is the same shade. Like Japanese people are white by proxy then, because even though they're different, they still have white skin.
You're right about Somalia, Nigeria.
People are white, you know?
I did.
Wait, how do Japanese people have white skin?
They're yellow.
They do. If they tan.
They don't look quite like white people.
South Koreans don't look white?
No.
Not really.
You don't think so? What's a South Korean look like? Am I crazy? I've seen
enough
K-pop Twitter things to see that they are very white.
They've got those epicanthal folds for like looking into high winds on the plains. Like, isn't that there?
Bearing like the eagle across the steppe.
And that was, yeah.
I mean, I guess so. I just see it as like different categories of white, basically. You know what I'm saying?
No, they're Asian.
Lump it all in.
Southern Italy is white, by the way.
No, I'm not talking about.
Southern Italy is not white. You know, Southern Italy is not white. You're trying to trigger me.
Yeah.
You know your people aren't white. Okay, get over it, mudblood.
Yeah, I'm not talking about Asians. I'm not talking about Asians anymore. I'm more talking about like, Eastern Europeans more.
It 100% is.
Yeah, I'd love to claim them though. They're some savages at fighting.
Hitler let Mussolini in the gang. They were.
He let Hirohito in the gang. Okay, he was taking anybody who would sign on board. Okay, and he only picked people.
Oh my God, is that why he thinks the Japanese are white? Because they were on the same side as Hitler.
They don't get nearly as much backlash for it. Though,
it's okay.
They don't get nearly as much backlash.
We're going to make fun cartoon. People forget.
Yeah. I guess 2 bombs is about.
Yeah.
No, like I remember like the propaganda, they called them yellow monkeys and they depicted them as like slanty-eyed devils up in palm trees with rifles and shit with buck teeth and those round those round glasses and those rice patty hats and shit.
They were rough.
Yeah.
Those anti-Japanese propaganda posters, like somehow they went even harder than they went against Jews. Like they just buck teeth Japanese, like a line for both eyes.
Mm-hmm.
Brutal.
Did they even have buck teeth?
I don't even think they have buck teeth.
I don't think so. I don't think they had buck teeth at all.
You're talking about China?
Just like
Japanese.
Some guy getting creative.
Oh, it's a big country. Someone must.
Chinese people have. They should have the bad teeth thing. They should have the bad teeth thing. The stigma of bad teeth Chinese people, because they do have worse teeth than British people.
Settle down, UK. You can't.
No, it is true. I watch a lot of travel vloggers, and they're in China walking around, and they're all smiling, seeing like a white person. I'm like, Jesus Christ, what is going on over there, dude? Their teeth are like. It is a bad
I've taken a lot of cruises from America to Europe or whatever around the Mediterranean, and all the British people on it. I'm like, yeah, the stereotype about the teeth, that's on the money.
Dude, show that, Zach. That's hilarious.
Is it a stereotypical British person?
Is that a propaganda?
You know what the funny thing is?
What do you immediately?
I thought it was hilarious.
Don't show that.
You know what the funny thing is about this propaganda poster? I don't think it's about World War II. I think it's just from like the 70s, and it's about fishing.
Yeah.
Why did it give them fangs? Dude, fangs and buck teeth, hilarious. Like
Crazy
going
combo.
for both,
making the fangs useless as well. They don't even get to the bite,
and he's just killing like a trout.
It says the Japs are killing the fishing industry.
Oh my God.
This is from last week.
I mailed the Spotify checks today. They'll be the last ones.
We didn't show it. This is history.
They were kind of cool for a little bit there.
they're pretty. Yeah, calm it down if that's what Spotify wants. Yeah, no horrible images shown.
The reason why the reason why I mentioned the different races of white though is because soon I'm going to make one of my riskiest videos. Okay, I thought I'd maybe like sort of mention this on
it's
video.
It's about time you stop being so cowardly on the race issues. Yes.
Yeah, I know. True. I'm going to make an MMA race tier list on my channel soon, and it may get me off YouTube. So I'm trying to be consistent, because I'm not going to include the Russian whites in with the Western European whites as the same group.
Yeah, those are Caucasians.
I mean,
that's kind of cheating.
Kyle's been tooting on that horn for years.
Yeah,
like, Caucasian and white aren't synonymous.
Not anymore. Not since Habib came along, at least. I don't know. That's how it works. They didn't want to give us him, on our team.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, but it is true. They're very different. I think they share more DNA with like Iran or something than they do.
People.
Yeah, steppe people, Uzbekistanis, that type of thing than they do. Like we're so far removed from that now,
I thought Uzbeks were a little Asian looking.
They are.
They are.
Was a little Asian looking, and you all told me I was wrong.
Who?
Putin is a bit Asian looking. Like I could see him being a quarter Asian.
I need to see his eyes.
He's very short as well, isn't he, Putin? Peter Yan, UFC champion. He's a quarter Asian, and you can kind of see him. Yeah, that's his white working overtime.
I don't think he looks very steppe Asian looking at all.
Can we see a Putin picture, Zach? Try to find like an honest representation.
Find his KGB photo.
No, just find any normal. Yeah.
Well, my point was that old Putin is obviously he's aged, but he's also had like weird health stuff going on where he looks bizarre. Like during COVID, he looked really weird when he was at those like long tables and shit. Like he looked up. There you go.
Oh, you don't see it in the eyelids.
Oh, you think he looks a little? I don't see it. He looks like
it a little.
Look at those full cracker lips. That is not.
Yeah. The mouth is not the same. But can you go back to the other one, Zach? Is that easy to do?
He just looks like
as he aged, his right eye, left of on our screen, looks even more Asian, and that's I think where I developed that opinion from old Putin.
I think that's weight gain.
That could easily be an old Asian woman with a certain wig on. Couldn't you see that easily?
I don't.
His lips got much less plump.
Now there's a real Asian. A A.
There's a real Asian.
Dude, that's a good point of comparison. Dude,
you're saying the one on the right is Asian to you?
Yeah,
the leader of China,
an alien of Star Wars.
Well, Woody, let's analyze it. Let's nitty gritty with our race discussion.
All right. Let's play. Which one's the Asian?
This is
I lose again.
Yeah.
Is it the guy who's maybe blinking right now, or maybe? What are they shaking hands over there?
Yeah, he's really Asian mogged Putin here. Now I think Putin's pure white now instead.
Okay, take a second to look at, is it President Xi? Xi is his name. President Xi?
Xi Jinping. Yeah.
I think it's literally pronounced Xi, like the English word for girl. Anyway, look at his eyelids, how you can sort of like see the eye behind it. Now go to the young Putin picture.
Okay. We're really cross-referencing races here.
We're really trying to get to the bottom of this.
That hairline on Xi Jinping, my God, what a hairline on him! On this
outstanding.
I mean, compared to Putin at fucking 12,
halfway there, like a lot of exposed eyelid.
I'm sorry, this looks like a white man to me.
No, because
he looks very Russian.
It would be the folds on the inner eye that you'd notice with Asian admixture.
Isn't it like typhoon defense? Like, is that why they have their eyes like that? I'm sure I saw something. Not typhoon defense.
Do you mean tsunami?
What do you think those lids are?
Typhoon is like a hurricane, right? In Asia?
Yeah.
What's like a hurricane that's like mostly water is like a type of thing that I was thinking. I'm
pretty sure they're all the weather systems are the same thing by different names.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah, maybe.
Right. Yeah, they just call hurricanes typhoons.
Spins the other direction or something.
Cyclones.
I'm sure I heard it was something about because the reason why our eyes and nose and mustache and everything grows the way it does is because of rainfall, right? I'm fairly certain. Eyebrows to keep
making this up because it's from like my own opinion. I always thought it was sun exposure.
Nostrils down rather than at the front. That's why black people have
Zach's got it right here. It's to protect against extreme cold, high winds, and snow glare.
High winds. Is that not a typhoon? Come on.
No.
Well, because like people
like really high winds. It is.
Hey,
it is.
But it's just a very rare high wind condition.
Yeah.
People in Charlotte aren't developing these. Like
all the boys in Cape Hatteras
are needed for a typhoon. This is very true, dude. Over time, Charlottesville people are gonna really change.
What I want to know, how many racial groups did you divide the whites into for your list?
3. I think I'm going to do 3. I'm going to do the Western ones, including some of the North, but not Finland. And then I'm going to do the mid area, which is like the Slavs, like Croatians, Balkan, Slavic area of whites. And then I'm going to do the Caucasian whites. And I don't know who I'm going to include the white Russians with, but I've still got to figure out. Then I've got
Caucasian whites. I don't understand.
Like Makachev, Habib. They're going to be their own thing because they're such a niche group.
Oh,
like I'm not going to give them. Like I'm not going to credit them the same way I would credit an English fighter. And I'm going to do sub-Saharan African, and then I'm going to call This is where I'm going to get in trouble. I'm going to call a large portion of the map useless. They're going to be useless tier. And
the subcontinent of India,
because there is a large portion of the world that just has 0 combat sport success. So they're going to be quite.
If anything, you'll get hate from your African listeners for not subdividing it up enough.
Yes, true.
Because they're like I've said it before. Every once in a while, I'll go on Twitter and I'll look up like Kenya, Somalia, or Ethiopia, Somalia, and it is the most ruthless battle of all time, where the Somalians are claiming to be the master race of Africans, and then the Kenyans will be like, "Fuck you, you suck, you are the worst, and you eat dirt." Like they're horrible to them.
Are you gonna? Drickus always made the joke that he was the true African champion to guys like Adesanya and Usman, and I always thought that was hilarious because he is an African champion, or he was. Does he get his own category? The African whites.
He is currently the highest ranked African in the UFC. So they may need him on their team at this point, because I am going to discuss the great fall off of the black fighter, but then I'm also going to give them credit historically for their success. Mexicans are going to be their whole group, and I'm just going to do South America as well.
Are there any black champions right now?
No, none. Not for a while.
Ngannou, kind of.
Ngannou, like a lineal sub champ type thing.
Right. Yeah. I don't know if he'd be champ right now. No one stays heavyweight champ very long. You'd think Ngannou may be that guy, but how do you know?
Yeah, but even in boxing at heavyweight, it's been Usyk, Fury, Klitschko's before them. So I don't know. It's
top 5 basketball players are European.
Yeah, but is Wemby European? By my tier list standards, Wemby and Giannis wouldn't be considered European. But yeah, there's a lot of Euroball players that are doing good, right?
yeah.
It's been so long since we've had an American MVP. They just did MVP again, and SGA, Shane Gilgeous-Alexander, won 2 years in a row now. He's Canadian.
He must get confused with the other guy all the time. Like, you're not Shane Gillis.
Am I pronouncing it wrong?
No. You said Shane Gilgeous-Alexander, and that's
what's his name? Shea Gilgeous.
Oh, okay.
Well, it's actually Gillis. The second part.
No, it's Gilgeous, isn't it? Gilgeous-Alexander. I'm sure it's Gilgeous.
I'm so bad at this. I'm the worst.
Shea Gilgeous-Alexander. I'm fairly certain.
Shane Gilgeous-Alexander is so funny. He just keeps saying that.
yeah, Shane Gilgeous-Alexander. Go for that.
Yeah.
If we ever have a competition, I want it to be names to faces.
Yeah, Gilgeous.
Gilgeous. Well, I've pronounced that wrong this whole time.
I want it to be geography.
Oh my God. Taylor sent me that link the other day. How many of the countries did you label correctly with no guide, Taylor?
Either 145 or 147 out of 195, because I couldn't get the fucking system to accept my Democratic People's Republic of the Congo over and over.
You know how to spell it correctly.
I couldn't. No, it's easy to spell. It's just they didn't have it. Apparently, I needed to do rep of the Congo. I checked afterward, not Democratic People's Republic.
I wouldn't have gotten half that many. I really wouldn't have. Like when I saw you got all the stands correctly. Like you don't have I can't. No, I don't know all the stands correctly. I know Afghanistan.
Taylor, the secret is cheating.
There's 7 stands. Right.
I think I would do pretty well with this. Other than like the little mini islands that their own thing, I wouldn't get those, but I think I'd do pretty good at this.
I'm ashamed at my miss of Vatican City and Libya and
Taiwan and
Qatar.
Is this your thing, Taylor?
And Cambodia. I got everything else, but I didn't get these ones. And all these island countries.
Oh, the red ones are the ones you missed.
Yeah, these are all the ones. I didn't.
Missing Liechtenstein's understandable for a non-European. And you didn't get Andorra, or did you get Andorra?
I believe I got Andorra, but
okay.
This is incredibly impressive. And what's interesting about like your second go, you knock out 4 more at least. Like you wouldn't forget things like Taiwan and the Vatican next time.
Missing Palestine is a choice of yours.
We talked about this on the show, and in my heart of hearts, I was like, I'm not saying I can beat Taylor, but I'm not willing to lay down without trying. Dude, I'd have missed Malta, and I've been there. Like, it's ridiculous. I can't hang.
It was fun. I was just sitting there for, I guess.
Did you have a list of countries?
No,
you had to type it.
So I just went top to bottom in both, where I was like, I know obviously the whole North and South American continent, and then I know all of Eastern Asia, and then I know most of Southeast Asia, and then Central Europe gets a little tough with some things, but it's Africa that it really, really gets seedy. and difficult.
Yeah. I will say this. Americans get a lot of shit for geography. But if Europeans do not know countries in the EU like you guys know states in the US, and it's borderline the same thing. That's something that you guys don't get credit for. There's so many states in the US. I'm sure you guys can name them, or at least like 90-something% of them. A lot of English people, like the common English person, would have no idea what's going on in the Slavic area of the
states are a joke. I could name all the states from the top of my head. No matter.
Wait, do you know the capital of Missouri?
I will get it. Missouri.
Why do I think
Missouri?
Missouri has two major cities in it, and they're both trying to escape. And I bet it's either of them.
The capital of Missouri. I don't know what the capital of Missouri is, for fuck's sake.
No.
I don't know.
Feel like...
Here's a hint. It's not Kansas City, and it's not St. Louis.
Nope.
Those are the ones I was referring to. And those are the only ones I can name.
Springfield, Missouri?
No. Jefferson City.
Jefferson City. I would never have
coming. Yeah.
Not a great place.
So wait, hang on a second. I was thinking Kansas City. That is not the capital city of Kansas.
No, Kansas City is in Missouri.
Yeah.
You guys need to really
we need to fix
that. That's an absolute joke.
It really is absurd when you learn that, and because if you don't live there, like I don't, like you just assume that Kansas City is in fucking Kansas.
Is it a little bit in Kansas or something? Like
a couple of the suburbs spill out into Kansas, but it's the city itself and most of the suburbs are in Missouri.
Yeah. The only reason I know state and city names in the US is from UFC Fight Night cards, basically. Like or Des Moines, Idaho, Des Moines, or whatever it is. Yeah, Stockton, California.
The only reason I know countries is because we bomb them.
Yeah.
Like,
and then we learn.
I know I can find that now.
Oh, what did Iraq's capital used to be before we erased it?
It's now rubble. Kansas and Arkansas not pronounced the same. There you go. That's a fun thing.
I mean,
that's a good point.
Wow, wacky.
Kansas.
Yeah, what is the pronunciation guideline for Arkansas? Like, why is it that way? Is that French? Is that
probably? Wasn't the US split up between the English, the French, and the Spanish, and that's why they all have different names? San Francisco, Los Angeles.
Yeah.
Compared to Missouri and like Mississippi and all of these places.
Yeah.
And
a bunch of our states are Native American Indian named.
Idaho.
In the Southeast, a lot of them are. Yeah.
Idaho apparently is a totally made up name. Like a guy just said, there were the Idaho Indians, and it wasn't a thing. He just named it Idaho for no reason.
Sometimes you'll hear about like there'll be a river named the Waxahachie or something, and they're like, "What does it mean?" And, well, they asked the Indian what the river's called, but he thought they were asking where's the river, and he said over there. So Waxahachie means over there. It'll be some shit like that. Like I grew up around the Tugelo River and all that stuff. There's no way that's how the Indians pronounce that shit. There's tons of that stuff in Georgia.
Tuvalu. That's another one of those.
You guys had your own Stonehenge and it got vandalized or destroyed or something.
Yeah, they blew it up with tannerite. It looked like.
What'd they do with it? Is it better? That was years ago.
So it was a mystery as to who had put that there. So it wasn't like a public thing. So I don't think they replaced it with anything. So it was in Elberton, Georgia, I believe, or in that area thereabouts. I've been there before because it's right off the side of the road.
The Guidestones, right?
Yeah, the Georgia Guidestones. It was right off the side of the road near an area we hunted in. There was a lot of public land, and we go bow hunting for deer in there. And so we stopped and like walked around and looked at the thing one time. I think that it had in multiple languages the instructions on how to like rebuild society after an apocalypse, and no one knew who put it there, and it was this big expensive thing, and then some loon blew it up for no reason, but it happened kind of around the pandemic, so it was conspiracies were big, so if they got us locked up indoors and then they blew up the Guidestones. How will we rebuild now?
I imagine some Georgia vandals driving around and they're like, you know what? Mailboxes just don't do it for me anymore.
It was probably a younger version of you. Yeah, just
I wouldn't have done anything like that. Like the craziest thing we did was putting like big fireworks in mailboxes and stuff like that. But the idea, like it's hard to tell from a video, but it looked a lot like when I used to blow up cars and I put 10 or 20 pounds worth of tannerite on something and shot it with a gun. Like it was a big pop.
Speaking of COVID, do you think they'd be able to pull off another lockdown with the way people's minds are now since the first one?
Yeah, most people are retarded. They could easily.
Yeah, they'd stop locking people up again. You know, they'd start dragging soccer moms off of fields for not wearing masks and locking up couples on beaches for sitting next to each other all alone, and people would snap to again, especially if it were an exotic sounding, dangerous virus that wasn't just a super flu or a bad flu. If it made you bleed out your asshole and die, like we'd hunker down.
Oh wait, everyone doesn't do that?
No, Woody, everyone doesn't do that. For the last time, stop sending me those pictures.
Yeah, like the hentai virus.
It's horrible. And why do you have to be in it naked? Like, what?
He's like posing next to the toilet bowl like it's a fish he caught.
Give it a thumbs up selfie. Do a bloody
I just send back a crying emoji every time. Oh.
Yeah, no, Guru, 100% they could get away with it again.
Yeah, you think so? I don't know. I have sort of some respect for Americans not tolerating that shit. I know the UK would be locked down immediately.
I think it'd be much harder to lock down a second time, and people would just have a higher. They demand like better proof.
I will say, was anyone really locked down? Because while we went through the pandemic, nobody was doing the lockdown shit. People were finding ways to get paid, but everyone was still really going about their business.
So some businesses closed. And in that regard, I'd say the lockdown was kind of real, but no one was unable to leave their house. That was kind of a judgment call. Like, try to stay inside if you can manage that.
Yeah, but there was nowhere to go because most stuff other than, what was it? Didn't the government at the time give special credence to like Walmart, Target, large
I don't remember any businesses being closed to like that I would have gone to.
Restaurants were closed, bars were closed, tons of stuff. And I'm in Missouri, and like
sporting events were all shut down.
It harder than most states.
UFC prospered. I missed the pandemic. It was great for video games. It was great for social media. It was great for UFC. Like the UFC was the only show in town, and it was got that fight out. I'm still disappointed from that. That's top 3 biggest disappointments in UFC history that they weren't. I don't know about you, but when I heard we were getting an island, I thought Mortal Kombat. I thought palm trees, sunsets. I thought what's that bullshit? The guy who starts with a K, maybe Kumite. I thought Kumite. I thought like some real deal shit.
Doesn't that mean fight? I
don't know what Kumite means, but I know it because there was this famous. There have been several guys who faked their way into MMA or like its circles by pretending like there's some sort of a guru or whatever it may be. No offense.
Being oddly targeted there.
Catching some strays here, and I'm so sorry.
Yeah, it's
but there was this one guy.
Yeah, go on.
There was this one guy who, he claimed to be like this grand triple black champion of a dozen martial arts. And there was this story about how he had a guy drop him off on a dirt road in the woods. And he's like, I'm going to go attend a secret kumite that's taking place secretly back, and it fights to the death sometimes. And so he's like, pick me up in 2 days. And the guy comes back in 2 days and he's got a big trophy.
And no,
there was no kumite.
Did he go into the Joe Rogan told this story, I think, before, right? He went into the woods with a trophy shaped bag. And did not, like it was a bag that was tight enough around this thing to see that there was some kind of like, in there. And he didn't come back with the bag, but came back with a trophy in the woods. This was the story. And Rogan
trying to crack this case together. All right, boys, put your thinking caps on. I don't know what happened.
The guy in the hot dog suit. We're all trying to find the guy who did this.
If I was let down by Fight Island as well, I thought it was going to be palm trees, 2 men go onto the island, only 1 man leaves type of thing. Or if you lost, you had to row back to mainland type of thing. But yeah, it was just a cave in a hotel.
If they replaced the UFC events with like 30-day survival events.
Yeah, true. Yeah. That would be cool.
Just hunt the other guy down while you're still
better. Josh Fabia,
the Ultimate Fighter, Joshua Fabia.
Yeah.
Yes, I do. Was that Diego
the Nightmare? Yes, Diego the Nightmare Sanchez's bullshit guru coach.
They gay lovers as well, right?
Gay lovers as well. It really seems like that Joshua may have been predatory on in regards to poor Nightmare Sanchez, as I refer to him. And it was literally like manic episode stuff there for a while, where Diego was not all there, either from CTE or mental illness or what I think is both. And that Joshua Fabia guy he'd had him like dangling upside down, like slapping him in the face. He was like chasing him with a knife in like a ring. He's like that. And I guess like you need the fear of like death to like maybe tap into some natural fucking movements or something like that. Yeah. Who knows what bullshit he was making up along the way. Do you know that they tried to set up a bare knuckle fighting match between me and DIego Sanchez at one point?
I did not know that. That is a crazy sub law right there.
So I, of course, immediately, like being a fan of the sport, I know that I have no business being near those people. We know Joe Lozon pretty well. We went on a bunch of like trips with him, and like I've roughhoused with him and seen him like do his thing and his athleticism. Oh my God. Like, you don't want to fuck with a guy who's a professional at beating people up. It's what he does. It's what he fucking does. And any tough guy on the street needs to know that, like, you could be killed. Like, they could take your life. Like, it's not.
Yeah.
But of course, so I knew I wasn't going to take the fight. But I played it up like I was and started talking shit about Diego, and I got him to reply back. It was gold. It was gold. He was like, yeah, I saw that Russian guy. He's all jacked up on steroids. No big deal. I fought people that were cheating before. He's a big boy, but I think I can take him. And I'm like, I love that he's given me so much respect that he thinks he can take me. Like, he has no idea how afraid of him I am. And like, briefly on our show, I was like, all right, guys, this is the part you don't clip out. I know that Diego can murder me. I know that I have no business standing near him or holding his jockstrap. He's a professional athlete. He may not be at the top of his game, but he'll kill me. I know that. All right. Action. All right, Diego. When you're not getting fucked in the ass by that Fabia fellow, maybe you'd like to get slapped around in the octagon by yours truly. Just going on a whole fucking rant. It was great.
And then he only saw that clip.
Yeah, true. That whole Fabia thing was so odd, though. Like the way they would address videos, it almost looked like he had a gun in Diego Sanchez's back or something. Like, it was such an odd moment. And the weirdest part was he won a fight under that training.
Yes.
Was Ronda Rousey's coach's biggest scam artist?
Well, didn't he win it by like? No, wasn't it a DQ win?
Yeah, he got a DQ win over Mikel Pereira.
Yeah,
he got illegally beat up because he was in such obscure positions during the fight. He ended up getting illegally
stumbled and took a knee to the face or something like that.
Something like that. But he was running like this in the fight towards Mikel Pereira, who was just like, what the fuck is this? Like, he was so confused he couldn't beat up Diego Sanchez. And he was using the force, moving his hands around.
Yes.
That's what I miss about the UFC. Where are our autistic people?
That wasn't the one where they told him to throw sand, was it?
Right, that's Tony Ferguson. Yeah.
Yeah, that's funny too.
Give him sand, Tony. Give him sand. It did not work. It did not work.
It didn't work. There's no sand. It's imaginary sand, of course. No, but
they were on Fight Island, though. Maybe that was part. They were thinking maybe it would be a different layout. You never know.
Remember when Diego came out with the crucifix? Like he was about to fight a Dracula?
Yeah.
That's a pretty badass look.
He had like a big one, and he's like foaming at the mouth, literally, and he's screaming some religious shit, like Jesus protects me or something crazy, like, and he's so intense. It's not an act. Like, he's literally hyped himself up like a Celtic berserker or some shit. Like,
he had like a
was it a weak cross or was it a strong cross? Like one of the ones where like Jesus is on there.
Memory does funny things to stuff like that. I love that funny story. So in my head, I'm picturing like a Van Helsing silver cross with rubies on it. Like it's like 8 inches tall, you know, like a big boy, like you'd go fight a devil with. But it could have just been a regular crucifix necklace. But the one guy came out carrying a crucifix. Remember that? Like Jesus. Like he came out like with literally a cross.
Like he was being crucified.
Yeah, he bore Man, he like tuckered himself out and lost the fight.
He brought his own cross out.
No, he carried it over his shoulder like Jesus did, like with the hook of one of the sides.
How big was
it to the cage?
Like big enough to crucify a boxer.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah,
that
like a huge
seems
cross.
like a poor energy expenditure. Right before.
Yeah, this is what I miss though about MMA. We don't have these types of characters anymore. We have Josh Hockett.
Doesn't like that.
Oh. I know, but it's fun. Josh Hockett, I don't know if you guys are aware of him. He's basically, I think, saw what Sam Hyde did as the Candyman, and he's made it his own thing. He only speaks in poems. It's he's got a split personality thing going on where he'll snap out of it and become the real Josh. Yeah, and he's actually pretty fucking good, and he's fighting at the White House. And if he wins, he's going to be in the top 5. So
he's going to be a superstar what we got on the line.
His name's Josh Hockett.
Hockett. He's a former NFL guy.
He is, and a former top Division 1 wrestler.
He's a former what, Kyle?
NFL.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
How old is he?
The guy is a beast. Oh,
he's early 30s, surely.
He's a heavyweight though, so you know what I mean.
They last longer.
His last fight was so good. That was one of the best heavyweight fights I've ever seen.
Yep.
My God, he was active. I mean, they were getting a little tuckered, but that's an incredible gas tank for a heavyweight. When you watch like an Ngannou fight, how slow it is, how few blows are thrown. It was a fun fight. And then to immediately get that rematch against what I think is the perfect opponent for him, a guy with no gas tank and only one move. His Xbox controller has only one fucking button on it. It's and he can wrestle. We've seen what DC did to Derek Black Beast. And I don't see why Hockett can't do the exact same thing. Just fucking take him down and hold him down. He can't get back up. He's so much fatter and so much slower and has less cardio. He's older. He's 40.
Yeah, he's got to be old now if he fought DC. I mean, DC's 40, been retired for a bit.
Yeah, I mean, Derek Lewis has the most KOs in UFC history, right? Him and Matt Brown, I think, are up there.
I would imagine.
So he has a lot. Yeah.
It's the only way he can win, really. I mean,
it is. Every win he has is a fucking nightmarish KO, pretty much.
Yeah. I mean, I think Hockett's going to take that one. I'm excited for it.
This guy, Josh Hockett's Wikipedia picture is him with a beanie pulled over his eyes and seemingly wearing grills.
That's his character, the Down Vato, is when he becomes Mexican and he says, "Hey, Holmes, you disrespected me, dog. I'm gonna beat your ass, Holmes." He was talking
Mexican.
shit.
I see
he's
why
like half Mexican.
I see why you say he was a Sam Hyde guy.
yeah. He has one where he's the Down Vato, and then he has the other one where he's Sith Lord Hockett.
Yeah,
where he's wearing a robe and he will really get up and with the poems. I think he called Derek Lewis the Black Pillsbury Doughboy or something like that.
Yeah.
And I don't know what else he was going off, but I like him. I think he adds a lot of excitement.
This guy rocks.
He was starting shit with everybody. He started like talking shit to Alex Pereira, who's so terrifying. And he's just like, "I gave your mom a golden shower."
Yeah.
He's like, just I trauma on your mama. and then Ilya Topuria steps up to defend him because fucking Alex Pereira don't speak no goddamn English. He don't know what's happened. He's smiling there like Lenny. And fucking Ilya is like starts talking shit to him. He's like, "I'll fuck you up too, you little midget. I don't care about no weight classes." It's great.
He said, "Oh yeah, and don't find your wife in Miami." And he was getting dragged out the press conference by security.
Yeah, they dragged him out.
I love it. That's the best part about it.
This guy more attention. He sounds funny.
Every time he wins, he has a pre-program or like a rehearsed poem about what he did and what he's going to do next, and it's terrible and amazing at the same time. It's real good stuff, and it makes me feel.
Yeah, we do, and it makes me feel, man, I wish we got more Sam Hyde fights. I really wish there was like a repertoire of about 3 or 4 of them that we could go
beat
through.
The breaks off of that brave man who decided to step up.
How much did that guy get paid?
I have no idea, but his opponent was like 6'1", and I've been around. I've met and talked to him and hung out with him. Sam Hyde is an enormous person. Yeah. Like, talk about my skull and Guru's skull. No, he's Neanderthal deer with that thing. Like, I don't know how you'd knock him out if you wanted to. And then he beat the brakes off that guy. And then at the end, do you remember where he was calling out that commie streamer Hassan Piker where he's like, "I'm gonna kill you at your house
in real life,
come to your house in LA and kill you." And they're like, "What you mean is you're gonna?" And the interviewer was like, "What you mean is you're gonna discuss things with him?" And he was like, "No, at his house." Like, threatening him, which was
the guy, the interviewer, True Geordie, I think it was, said, "You mean in the boxing ring, right?" He was an English guy, and Sam Hyde goes, "No, in real life, I'm gonna find you. I'm gonna wear your skin and put on your makeup and all of this kind of stuff." It's so crazy. I wish we got more out of that, dude. It was so.
That was so funny.
I don't know why fighters are so bad at like that part of the gig. Don't take yourself so seriously. First of all, like I always admired. I'm spacing out. He just got cut. He went full MAGA mode. Colby Covington. I loved Colby Covington's shtick.
Wasn't that his? It was grift. Like his shtick was being whole MAGA, right?
Yeah.
That was part of it, but it was also about being like the dude. He was always doing videos with like these paid models, like pretending like they're in the shower with him and stuff like that. It was sort of like this alpha male character who's gonna shit on you and stuff. And it was incredibly cringy and like inauthentic.
Yeah.
No, but that's the point. It's a thing to talk about. It's like whether you love that or you hate that. And I feel I'm kind of in the middle. Like I love that he's doing it and I hate what he's doing. Like, but that's a story. Now I got a guy saying a thing and like getting this fight going. I hate when we're just up there and it's like we're paying each other compliments. And we're like, oh, he's a tough. Like Gaethje was like, yeah, Ilya's probably my second toughest fight ever, second only to Khabib. You know, nothing but respect. Like, come on, dude, call him short.
Boring.
Call him fucking short. Like, tell him that you're gonna kick a Mexican out of the country in front of the president. Guy's not Mexican. He's Spanish, I think.
Just do something to make it incisive.
Yeah, I like there to be beef. If there's beef, I'm way more likely to watch. And I'll also watch a guy I hate. It's the Floyd Mayweather syndrome, where I'll tune in just for the chance that this other guy might beat you up because I dislike you so much. So if you can be hated like that or funny or somewhere in between. I love Chael Sonnen. Chael Sonnen's shtick is amazing. And he carried it on all the time. He was always in character. Like he's last time I tuned into him, he was trying to like start a fight with Masvidal. You know what I mean? Like I doubt they have real beef, but they're both really good at their fucking jobs and selling fights. I'd watch if they boxed. If Jorge Masvidal fought Chael Sonnen, that would be one of the more interesting fights for me this year. Like I would love that.
Yeah, I love Chael.
Like 50 Chael
was. Yeah, he's on the sauce though, so he's still got it a little bit. He's on that testosterone. You can see it in his neck with the veins in his neck.
I'm not saying he doesn't have it like compared to a regular person, but who did he get beat by at the end of his career? Maybe it was Fedor.
Yeah,
there was
Fedor. Yeah, Rampage. I think he had a fight with that. I think he might have even won that one. To be honest with you, he had a few Bellator fights with some monks.
Yeah, and I thought he lost the last one in a really unimpressive way. Maybe that.
I know his name if you say it, but that's not the one that's coming to mind.
Machida or something.
Lyoto Machida.
He fought Anderson Silva in a boxing match that was clearly rigged as a sparring match as well.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Was a big part of it. They were really holding back punches intentionally.
Yeah.
But yeah, he lost his last one. He lost to Lyoto Machida, Fedor, Tito Ortiz. I mean, that was long before that though. So
yeah, the Tito fight was disappointing. I really wanted him to win that.
Yeah, I don't think much of Masvidal though. So
don't you? You don't like him?
I didn't think it was cool that he assaulted Colby Covington on the street. You know, it would have been one thing if he was like, yo, put your dukes up. You want to talk shit? Let's fight. Let's do it right here, Miami style. But what he did was put on a disguise and attack Colby from behind unawares. And that didn't seem cool.
Or a disguise.
Yeah.
Well, that was to promote the fight anymore.
That was why there was
promoting a fight.
Yeah, it wasn't about the fight.
They just fought.
That's how you know it's real. The fight.
That's how you know it's real.
To get back at him for getting his ass kicked in front of everyone, he's kicking Colby's ass in private with a sucker punch.
Oh, what a douchebag! Throw that guy in jail.
Yeah, there was like a divide on how to feel about it though, because some of the audience were watching it and thinking, yeah, Masvidal like beat up Colby in the street. But then when you really read further in the article, you find out Colby was at a steakhouse. The Nelk boys posted a story of them eating with Colby at a steakhouse after his big win. Jorge Masvidal, who has kids, on a school night, by the way, leaves in the middle of the night after his loss. He has a hood up, a mask on, and I think it's like a mask of like someone else. So I heard something that it was like a mask of like a person.
He's got a Conor McGregor mask on.
Yeah, one of those pull down masks that makes you look like someone else in a way.
Hilarious.
Like he really plotted something out, and he waited for Colby to leave, and then jumped him and hit him a few times upside the head, and ran off afterwards. So that's even worse. And then there was a bystander.
It's the hypocrisy that's the real crime.
Yeah. It's the hypocrisy here.
It's not the assault.
There was a bystander that said the most notable thing was how Covington didn't even get dropped. And that was the nail in the coffin for Masvidal, because you would think, oh, at least he knocked out Colby Covington. But there was a bystander that said, you know, this guy ran up on him with a mask from behind and lit him up with massive shots. And the thing that stood out to me was how the guy didn't even go down from the shots. So not only did he get a free sucker punch, but he didn't even badly drop him, but he did knock a tooth out, because as Colby turned, he got hit with like a follow-up shot that like dented his tooth or something.
I thought he went down though, because his watch got damaged.
His watch got damaged from the scuffle, but he didn't get like dropped like he didn't get slept or concussed.
There was
by
a wall
shot.
there, and he like drugged the watch along the wall.
Oh, that could be
like a fucking $15,000 Rolex or something, all jacked up.
Yeah, Colby Covington.
Yeah, I didn't think that was very cool, but it was real, so I appreciated it, even though I didn't like it. I like guys that have a shtick. I like you to have a story. Like even if it's like my kid's sick and I need to pay the bills, that's a good story. I can get behind that. Like
just the plot to Warrior.
No man can stand between me and my child's medical bills, except for Cobra.
Pfizer.
He's a physics teacher and his daughter is sick, so he gets into MMA to pay for her medical bills. That's Warrior. We're describing.
Oh, okay. I probably could have got the second counting job or something like that. Done better off, I think. I don't know. I'm trying to make money at MMA. That's not
why
place, right?
you. But the protagonist wins a lot of fights in that and earns some money for his daughter.
Yeah. I thought it was a bad look for Netflix that homeboy that fought in Ghana only made $100K. Like their whole thing was talking about how like we're going to pay fighters right and this, that, and the other. And come on.
Yeah. Everyone on the card made less than they would have in the UFC.
For sure.
Other than the newcomers, they did a good job at paying the newcomers a little bit more. Like they earned like 40K, 50K, whereas they would have earned like 15 for 15 in the UFC or 20 for 20. But like Ngannou would have made 5 times more in the UFC or 4 times more. And like Nate Diaz would have made a bit more. Perry would have.
That seemed low for Nate. More. Like I assumed he was I was talking to my girlfriend while we were watching this thing, and I'm like, that's Nate Diaz. He used to be a big fucking deal for some reason I've never been able to understand, but I bet he's making $3 to $5 million here. So like, good for him, I guess. He seems fun in real life. Like he seems like a real guy. And then they said he made $500K, and it's like, are they doing some of that back room Dana White write you an extra couple mil kind of shit? Maybe. Like what's going on here?
Not with that empty stadium.
Yeah, it was empty. No one know.
It was the record. They set the record for emptiest that stadium's ever been for any event ever.
Yeah, I'm not gonna believe this, but before the event, they had to kick people out.
Yeah, Taylor, I know you don't watch a post-fight.
There's a record for emptiest stadium.
Yes, they
yes.
took it. Yeah,
yes, there was.
After every UFC fight, Dana he starts the press conference. Like he'll be like, tonight was a sellout show. It's the 5th time in a row we've sold out SunTrust Stadium. And we hold the number 1, 2, 3, and 4 attendance marks of all time here. Thanks to the people at SunTrust Stadium. We love the city here. We pay-per-view did blah, blah, and he'll like move on. It's always like that. It's never like, they didn't sell me tickets tonight. It's always sold out fucking show, new records being set. They set the record for least attendance ever. They were trying to give tickets out in the street like it was a fucking magic show on the strip.
Did you see?
They also set attendance records.
They did, but did you see? You mentioned how Dana reads out the numbers of the gate and the audience and the crowd. Did you see after Bryce Mitchell had his run about Uncle Adolf?
Yes.
Dana White came out and read the Holocaust numbers as if he was doing the gate review. 7 million Jews, 20 million overall at the this and that and the battle of this. He actually went through like the death count in World War II or whatever, like like he was
That's
reading the gate and the crowd. Yeah,
that's a record.
The most in recent war history. He was actually like going off like that to start it off. It was such a crazy way to begin a fucking press
That's
conference.
a lunatic thing to do. You should just like why.
Well, yeah.
Why would you
dissociate himself from Bryce?
Well, I was saying like if you have a fighter who's saying banana shit, then just don't have him fight again.
No,
but then why make his speech about what the guy was talking
Dana White's
about?
a huge free speech guy. He's like, I don't control any of their speech. I've never fired someone for saying wacky things. He's like, I cannot like it. I don't like it.
They do have a disparagement clause, but
he has fired someone for speech before, though. Matt Riddle. I don't know if you remember that. Matt Riddle once said on it, he's a WWE guy now. I think he's like a sort of background guy at the WWE, is the stoner guy. But he once said, and I smoke marijuana so I don't beat my wife and kids. And Dana just cut him from the company completely. For that,
he's the guy that did the bikini bottoms.
Yeah.
Oh, the bikini bottoms.
I feel like Matt Riddle beat him.
Yeah.
Matt Riddle was in the octagon with him. Yeah. I think Riddle was involved.
Yeah, they got rid of him immediately as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, if you don't have a story, I'm way less likely to watch you fight unless I know you're an interesting fighter. Like,
also, what's fun with the crazy? Tony Ferguson being literally crazy. Who's the other crazy guy who did that MTV show? Jason something. Beatdown was the show name.
Jason Mayhem Miller.
Oh, that show wasn't real, though.
Yeah.
What?
That show wasn't real.
The show wasn't real, but he was actually a crazy person.
Yeah, he was. He did have a mental snap at one point. There's a video of him on Ariel Hawani's table, like really like snapping badly. Yeah, he had some
reading stories about the police having trouble getting the cuffs on like every week for a while.
Jason Mayhem Miller DMs me jokes to see if I'll laugh. I swear to God, he sends me like reels of himself. I don't think he's posted. And it's like, this would be funny, right? Like, he's sent me messages like that before.
Dude, this guy rules.
Yeah, he is cool. He's actually way chiller now and a lot more funny. And because he was always a funny guy, but he's just had a mental snap at one point.
You know what he did right? So he was a good fighter, but he was never like one of the greats. He was a contender. And but he always had like crazy hair, crazy things to say. He got attention on like, I want to say almost a Nate Diaz level, even though he was kind of a Nate Diaz level fighter.
Yeah. Yeah, he wasn't the best. I know his walkouts like in Japan were big. Like he used to walk out with like
choreographed dance routines, right?
Girls.
Yeah.
He would be dancing like this in like a gimp costume on his way to the ring to fight some like forced up Japanese guy. There was some crazy characters about back in the day.
Yeah.
So 2 questions. Do you think Conor is actually going to show up and fight? And if so, like, can he pull this off? Can he beat Max Holloway? Because I have bet that he will, but I don't believe that.
Well, it was good to bet now because the line is going to close.
I bet with Woody.
I don't bet more than $5, so he'll be okay.
This is more about bragging rights.
Okay. Well, first question, if he will return. I think he will because I don't think he's taking this for money. I don't think he's taking this for glory. There is going to be a part of that, and that will drive him in training camp. I think he's taking this because he has 2 fights left on his UFC contract, and they are notoriously, if you'll pardon the pun, very difficult to get out of. So I think he's been kind of wanting to get out of it so he can have these massive exhibition matches with like Pacquiao. There was always these sort of things that were going to happen that never did because the UFC kind of got in the way. So I think he actually wants to fight out his last 2 fights and be gone of the UFC contract so he can make some real money on his own accord with some exhibitions.
UFC is ruthless that way. Like, there'll be a guy 36 years old, still a big draw, maybe not champ anymore, and then they'll negotiate like an 11-fight contract.
Yeah, Jon Jones is
lifetime contract. Oh, I wonder how many he has left.
And Ngannou called out Jon Jones after the Netflix MMA win, and I'm sitting here as all the casuals are probably going, yeah. And I'm sitting here thinking, you still got 7 fights left, buddy. You got 7 fights left on your contract. You signed a fucking 10-fight deal.
Someone would have to buy his contract out. What do you think Dana White sells a 7-fight Jon Jones contract for?
Oh,
fucking
I mean,
$250 million.
Yeah, it would be in those. It would be about 250 mil, maybe 300. I think that might be pushing it a little light because it's not just
much. Jon doesn't fight.
Yeah, but it wouldn't be. It's about letting Jon represent heavyweight MMA outside of the UFC. That's where UFC has MMA in a chokehold, is that there's no other heavyweights outside of the UFC, really. There are some, but if Jon left and they did Ngannou versus Jones, they could say they have the best heavyweight on the planet and pour a shit ton of money into them.
He turned down 30 million against Aspinall, right?
He did, and that was a mistake. So, he could have beaten Tom.
I didn't think it at the time, but now that I saw Gagne against Aspinall, it's like I always get his name wrong. Gone, I think. I don't think I've got a name right all night. So here we are. But yeah, now that fight happened, it's like, ooh, Aspinall doesn't seem like this first round knockout artist like he once did.
Yeah. That's crazy to say because he's been that dominant that because he went 4.5 minutes, all of a sudden it's like, this guy's not scary. He had such a high standard, right? He had such a high bar. Yeah, true.
I mean, yeah, clearly, as long as if I let Gon go poke him in the eyes a few times, I kind of like, well, I still don't like my chances, but I like him better than before. He scratched his fucking eyes out. I was so mad about that. And then he gets rewarded with the White House card, of course.
Oh.
And then he makes those statements to the media the other day. But fuck that guy. I'm really praying for Pereira to knock him out in like highlight fashion and shoot his make-believe bow at him.
Risky though for Pereira, very risky. But to answer if McGregor will beat Holloway, no, I don't think he will. Because
probably not.
Holloway, he's still got it on the feet. I think there's like an avenue for lightweights to grapple against him, and they will. Like, I don't think Holloway would beat an Arman Sarukian. I don't think Holloway is ever going to be a champion again. But with McGregor, he's been out for 5 years, and I think when you take that amount of time away from the game and you come back and you get calf kicked, or you get your lead leg stomped, or you get a body kick wrapped around your forearms, they are going to box, but Holloway is going to kick a lot. He has been adding a lot of them into his game.
If there was a bet for that, if there was like a amount of kicks thrown by Holloway, I would take the under on that. I think he's going to stand and box with Conor and have a straight up boxing match.
Isn't that Conor's forte?
Yeah, Conor's forte to box.
I mean, he used to throw a lot of kicks.
It was
sort of stabbing side kicks and stuff like that, but more of a boxing thing since he did the Mayweather fight, which ruined his UFC career.
Yeah, my prediction for the Holloway-McGregor fight is that McGregor will start the first round and actually be, oh my God, he's back. Like, he's actually stinging Holloway with big shots. But Holloway will hold up, and then come round 2, 3, 4, it will just be sort of a downward spiral for McGregor. If
he doesn't put him away by the 5th, though, there's going to be the moment where they point at the ground, and they're both going to stand and trade.
And McGregor will be exhausted. But he'll be in round 5 with seconds to go. No. He'll be exhausted compared to Max if they make it 5, in my opinion, especially after all this time off.
That's a really good point.
The put on size, but it's at 170, and McGregor's been on the sauce, and he will have about 10 pounds on Holloway, so he's going to be hitting with a different kind of steam. Yeah, he will be a lot heavier. Holloway hasn't had time to bulk to 170. This has been sprung on him with 8 weeks.
He's a big guy, though. He was always. Like, remember when he couldn't cut weight to make the Khabib fight, and he was at 145 back then? He couldn't. He couldn't cut to 155 in time, and he was the 45 champ.
My thing is, I think he'll be in 155 shape, but just not cut weight and weigh in at 170. Whereas McGregor will trim down to 170. He's probably in his early 180s right now at this point. Like, I think he'll have a bit of size on him. So it is a closer fight than people think. Anything can happen. And I will say this: the UFC gets what they need. Very important thing about being a UFC fan, when you feel like all hope is lost and they need something to happen in order to reinvent and bring life back to the sport, it does happen. McGregor knocking out Aldo in however many seconds. Then you get this fight happening at heavyweight, or the Jones come spinning back fist kick to the body. Like, they do get what they need. Reyes doesn't beat Jones. They raise Jones's hand. Like, things work out in a way to benefit them. Just when things were getting stale, Strickland gets the win. I'm not saying things are rigged, but UFC has a weird way of working itself out to where the crazy does often happen in a weird way. Yeah.
I want to see.
I'm psyched for this White House card. Like as we get closer to it, I'm like, this is a pretty fucking good card. It was oversold, but this is pretty fucking good. I'm excited for this, and more than the fights, which are really good. Like Sean O'Malley's like the third fight of the night. I love him.
Yeah, my podcast co-host, Sean
White House. It's at the White House. It's gonna be. I really hope there's a lot of unique stuff about the way this is presented and what we see on our screens. So in the same way that when they did the thing at the Sphere, which I loved, I hope that Trump is involved a lot. I said the other day, I want him up there like Commodus, fucking finish him.
Getting crazy when there's blood. Up there on top, just losing his mind. That'd be good.
I heard that their walkout will begin in the Oval Office. I don't know if that's. I heard that like last year though, so who knows? I want to see the.
How long of a walk is that?
I don't know exactly where the ring is. I don't know the layout of the White House either.
It's on the lawn. If it rains, the whole thing is messed up. But they're going to continue apparently.
If it rains,
Dana said they'd fight through rain.
Happy. Yeah. I just really like events to be special and different, and rain or like I have this dream of like high winds with dead leaves in the spring. For some reason, just like going across the octagon. Yeah, that would be amazing.
White doves fly through the middle of the frame as they face off in slow motion.
That would be a crazy atmosphere, though. A little lightning strike in the background with rainfall, and
that would be cool. The fighters up there and like keep going. Like,
I want the like Marines to be there with their rifles to start the rounds instead of the clapper. I would pretend
they shoot the loser.
If the corner was like, every time lightning strikes, he looks that way. Take advantage.
Take advantage.
He's terrified of lightning. We got him right where we want him. Yeah, I'm psyched for that part of it. I want to see. I want to see who's in attendance. Like, I'm interested in all that.
There's going to be important people. I'm wanting to see if they allow Octagon interviews because Josh Hockett is in a position to have a poem of all poems. Rhyming with Epstein, maybe this files. Like, I don't know what he's going to say.
So many things rhyme with Epstein.
Yes.
Where should I begin?
Dude, he's going to have a whole thing. It's going to be
Secret
great.
Service tackles him.
Yep.
He starts fighting him. He's winning. Shane Gillis' sister piles on top. I'd love it. I hope there's some nonsense. I hope that
Gillis' sister.
You remember her?
Yeah. SGA's sister.
Yeah, I hope there's some nonsense. I hope that it's the. I think it's going to be the biggest MMA night of all time. I think there's so many casuals are going to tune in. I think it's going to receive global attention. I think it's going to be the biggest MMA night of all time. It's going to bring a big wave of casuals into the sport that'll delineate down into all the little niches and crannies of. Like your videos will get like 5% more views in the weeks to come. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
This is a tide where all boats are going to rise.
It's a good chance to grow the game.
Yeah,
it is. It won't be as big as McGregor Habib, but I think the aftermath of it, there's just going to be so much to talk about. But for a standard UFC card or for a every monthly UFC card,
this is
definitely going to be the biggest.
Is McGregor Habib the biggest one? Brock Lesnar had a really big one too, right?
Yeah, he had a few $1 million ones, but McGregor, I think, has 7 of the top 8 pay-per-views in UFC history or something like that.
Yeah, but we're off that model. If we're talking about just eyes on the sport, especially like the live coverage, this will be it. Like the Netflix thing got like over 10 million at one point, like 10 or 15 million. This is going to be well over that on Paramount for free globally. This is going to be 20-25 million people. McGregor was nowhere near that.
I wouldn't be surprised if Netflix had tech issues.
Paramount.
Yeah.
Paramount hasn't had tech issues yet, have they? Netflix does all the time when they do live stuff.
They have had some fumbles, but it's like immediately fixed, which is good.
Yeah. And like it seemed like you could switch over to, if I remember correctly, there's a commentary version like you normally get, and then there's a no commentary version. Or there's definitely like a Spanish version. I went to one of the others, or the Portuguese version, and those will stream okay. And as long as I'm seeing the fight, I don't care about the commentary most of the time anyway.
Yeah, good stuff.
You guys ready to wrap?
All right then.
Yeah,
that felt like it. That felt like the moment.
Yeah. All right. Check out our sponsors at MMA Guru. Link in the descriptions. PKA 805.